This is Audible.
Sweetheart, Sweetheart, written by Bernard Taylor, narrated by Matt Godfrey. 1. I can't see the sun right now. There's an angel in the way. As I lie here in the short-cropped grass with my eyes just half open, a butterfly alights on the carved angel's head. It stays only a few seconds, its wings opening and closing, then takes off, fluttering away, dancing up and down over the grey stone wall. Everything around me makes a picture of the greatest calm and serenity, and so it should. This spot, I tell myself, should be peaceful by definition. Yet often, I wonder about that. I remember how I told Shayla I'd find peace by coming back to England, and the irony of my words returns to me every moment. As if this gravestone isn't enough, there's the old man further off who stoops, lovingly tending his roses. The roses are not white, though. They're red. Blood red. But still, they're roses. Yes, it's all calm. To any onlooker it must whisper only of peace. But to me it shrieks of things that are best not thought about, if I want to survive. But it's impossible not to think about them. The horror didn't begin, nothing really positive about the exercise, unless escape is such. And that's really what it was, I suppose. I can't be sure now. I wasn't so much going to what was new and strange and exciting as getting away from the scene of so many failures. I look back now in some surprise, wondering that I should have stayed for so long, while being aware of my lack of contentment. Certainly until Shayla came along, anyway. But I'd had 6 years there alone, until she came to share my life with me. So why had I stayed? Was it the need to assert myself, to prove that I could get along without any help or encouragement from my father? Not that he was about to offer any. Perhaps it was just that, some impotent up-yours gesture to him. If so, it was pretty futile. Shayla, though, during those last 2 years, did give me a positive reason for being there, if only so that we could be together. And if my brother had never met Helen, then we might be there still. But he did meet her, and then began that draw, that need, that reaching out to me, and I couldn't rest once that had started. And there was no explaining my feelings to anyone, not even to Shayla. I think she saw it all just as some kind of vague homesickness, and that was something she couldn't understand. "Why are you so anxious to go back?" she asked me. "You can't be that desperate to see your father or your home." "What home?" "Exactly. And it can't be Colin. I mean, you never saw him that often." It was Colin. I didn't say so then. "I shall find peace," I said, after a moment. The word sounded so foolish, but she didn't smile. We had met when she came to teach at the private school where I was a teacher of history and English. I can remember my first sight of her as she walked into the staff room that morning, wearing a light blue pinafore dress over a white blouse. It was her coloring that struck me first. Rich. Watched you daily getting more uptight and jumpy. And even at night, you're no better. You can't sleep without taking those damn pills. And when you don't take them, you just lie awake, tossing and turning. A year ago, you'd have laughed at the idea of taking sleeping pills. She turned away. "My God, Dave, you're starting to make me nervous. I just don't know what's come over you." I shrugged. "It's probably the school and this place." I waved a hand, taking in the apartment. "Everything." I forced a smile. "It's a phase. I'll get over it." She came over to me, reaching up, arms about my neck. "Sure you will." She kissed me. "But I worry about you." "Marry me. Look, I've known you for 2 years, and half that time, it's like you've been in another world. Before, that first year, you were not like this, and I know," here she smiled, "at least I think I know, that this isn't the real you." She paused. "Anyway, I'll marry you when you're more like you. I'm not about to be the solution to somebody's problem." She eyed me steadily, then added, I know when this whole thing started. Go on. Well, with Colin. She touched that nerve again with the mention of my brother's name. I'm sure that was it, she said. He writes that he's getting married and you go straight into a decline. Yes, that was true. At almost exactly that time I saw, my uneasiness had begun to grow. I hadn't been aware of it before, the precise time of its beginning, but now I was, now that Shayla pointed it out. And looking back, over the past year, I could see how increasingly nervous I had become, unable to settle to anything in the classroom or at home, all the time growing more short-tempered and irritable. Yes, that's when it had begun, a year ago, when Colin had married Helen and moved in with her. But why should it? After coffee, I just sat there while she got her things together ready for school. Seeing me hunched over the table, not moving, she said, Are you taking the day off? No. I shook my head. I'll be in later. Make some excuse for me, will you? She came to me, put her hand on my hair. Dave, what's up? Nothing. I just want to wait for the mail. I did wait for the mail. When it came, it was just one single item. But that item was a card from Colin. I told you so, Shayla said when, later on in school, I showed her the card. The picture on it was a reproduction of Rembrandt's The Night Watch, and there inside, beneath the little printed message of greeting, Colin had scrawled his name and added, Will write soon. Well, Sheila said, watching my face, are you happy now? Yes, I am. But it was a lie. Colin's card had brought me a sense of... I'm off then, I said awkwardly. So I see. I'll call you when I get there. Okay. I opened the front door, picked up my cases, and started off towards the lift. As I pressed the button, I heard the sound of her feet as she came after me. I opened my arms, and she threw herself into them. I held her tight against me, kissed her. Oh, Dave, why are you doing this? I shrugged, mouth set. I don't know. I only know I have to. I feel okay, but nothing's changed. I still have to go. She nodded, leaned her head against my shoulder. I don't understand it, but if you have to, then I guess you must. She smiled as she looked up at me, smiled as if I were a hopeless case. I'll miss you. We stood, looking at each other. Here's the lift, I said, and she grinned, clicked her tongue. 8 years in the new world, and you still haven't learned to say elevator, and your accent's just as English as ever. Behind me, the doors slid back. She stretched up, kissed me lightly, quickly, one last time. Go on now, or you'll be late. I found it impossible to sleep on the overnight plane. I couldn't even relax. All I could do was repeat to myself that I was going back to England, back to see Colin again. I wondered how he had reacted on getting my wire. Was he as excited as I was? I remembered how I went to see Colin, to say goodbye to him, all those years ago before I left for New York. Having met so infrequently during our lives up to that time, I'd had no real hope that any last moments spent together could do anything to make up for the lost years. I stood with him in the street outside the restaurant where we had met for lunch, facing him while the office workers swarmed around us, seeing a mirror image of myself, and at the same time almost a stranger. And through it all, I could feel that tie between us. But we just stood there, and, as we had done throughout the meal, talked of unimportant things, unimportant at that moment. He spoke of his work as an architect, I of my work as a teacher, and we answered one another in platitudes, neither of us having the courage to go near the heart. I felt bound, constricted by emotion, at the loss, at the terrible waste. I wanted to embrace him, just put my arms around him, to be just for a second close to him as I had wanted to be all my life. But I didn't. Of course, I simply stood there, And he stood there, and we smiled, grinned at each other, and said we'd keep in touch. And in the middle of it all, I felt this great resentment of my father stir up in me. Colin and I should have grown up together. We should have shared our boyhood, our games, virtuously. And he gave a brief look at the teeming rain and said, "Doesn't look like it, does it?" I got up. "I'd better be off." "What time is your train?" "An hour." I headed for the door, scooping up my belongings. "I'll let you know how I get on. I'll write as soon as I get settled." "Yes, I'll be interested to hear." His voice was so casual, I might have been going to the shop at the corner. And I did write to him, twice. He didn't answer either letter. Colin kept in touch, though, regularly, at least up to the time of his marriage. It was only after that his letters began to grow short and infrequent, eventually coming to a dead stop. But until that time we went on corresponding and exchanging our bits of news. I told him about Shayla, my meeting her, my feelings for her, and later on he wrote telling me that he had met Helen. His following letter with the news that they were getting married came, surprisingly, only weeks later. And if the news was a surprise to me, I could only guess at the shock it must have been for my father. I'm sure he reckoned on Colin staying around forever, as I had, I realized, when I came to think about it. I suppose I'd come to the unconscious conclusion that Colin probably wouldn't marry. God knows my father made him uncomfortable enough at home. Oh, sure, Colin had had his share of short-lived liaisons. The odd names in his letters showed this, but they never amounted to anything, and I thought it was likely to go on that way. But then Helen came on the scene. I wondered about Helen. She had to be someone pretty special if Colin's marrying her wasn't just a gesture for freedom from our father. I didn't think it was. She probably was different from the other girls he'd known, so I was naturally curious and eager to meet her. I wanted to meet the girl who, in the space of a few weeks, could prove herself strong enough to break Colin's ties with my father. And seeing from his early letters how happy he was, I wanted to meet her more than ever. I'd never received such letters from him as those he sent around the time of his marriage. They were brimming over with happiness and hope for the future. It was just after Christmas, when they'd begun to tail off, and in the early spring, when they stopped completely. Except for his card, but then the letter he had promised to follow it up had never arrived. Still, here I was on the plane, going to see him. There'd be no need for letters now. The trip mercifully over at last, I alighted, bleary-eyed, in need of a shave, and followed the other travelers through passport control, then customs, and then out of the restricted area to where people waited in anxious, eager knots, milling about, craning their necks to catch the first glimpses of loved ones. I moved among them hesitantly, trembling with anticipation, looking everywhere at once. I could see no sign of Colin's tall frame, but there, when I'd cabled I hadn't asked him to meet me, and all the way here on the plane I'd had it in the back of my mind that I wouldn't see him. I wouldn't. I didn't feel up to facing again that indifference in his eyes, hearing it in his voice. I didn't even want to see him, I'd told myself. I knew I'd be unhappier for any confrontation. Nothing would have changed, I was sure. There wasn't any reason why he even had to know I was in the country. He wouldn't care, anyway. All these things I had thought about, and there I was, stubbing out my cigarette, climbing into a cab and giving my father's address in Hampstead. No phone call first, either. That would have stopped me. He would have said something or not said something that would have been sufficient to keep me away. I sat gazing out at the strange streets of London. I was a fool, I knew it. I couldn't give up. 32 years of it, and I still didn't know when to call it a day. I avoided looking at his windows as I went up the front steps, just in case he might happen to be looking out. I rang the bell and waited. I looked at my watch. It was just after 2:30. I rang again, and at last I heard his footsteps, and there he was, inching open the door. He looked at me, saying nothing, then, with a sudden movement, held the door wider. I stepped past him into the darkened hall, and then followed him into the living room. I stood looking at his back as he gazed from the rear window onto the garden. Same flowers, same greenery. "How are you?" I asked. It was as if I hadn't spoken, and I thought I was right. Nothing has changed, even after 8 years. But I hadn't really expected it to, had I? No, but I had hoped. "You didn't waste any time, did you?" he said, without looking at me. I didn't understand him. "I've come over for a holiday," I said. "I thought I'd just call in and see you before I go on to see Colin." "Yes," he said, and I stood clenching my hands, my eyelids, my teeth, in an effort just to be still. Opening my eyes again, I could see the enormous change in my father. Not just the change wrought by the passing of years, it was much, much more. He stood silent, almost leaning against the back of his armchair, thin hands gouging the fabric like gnarled tree roots. His face was deeply lined, and his eyes, red-rimmed, looked past me towards the rear window, seeing nothing. After a little while he turned his head and peered into my face, then let his gaze move down my body to my unmatching feet. He looked away again. I sat down on the sofa, tears welling up in my eyes, spilling and running down. When I could speak, I said, "When?" "The funeral was a week ago." "How did it happen? Was he ill?" "I don't want to talk about it. It's over." "I've got to know." "It can't make any difference to you one way or the other what I tell you." And then he was leaning over, opening a drawer in the sideboard. His hand had moved, and a little bunch of keys fell on the carpet. I picked them up. "What are these for?" "His place in Hillingham. It's yours." "Mine? The cottage?" "In his will. There's probably a letter on the way to you now from his bank in the village. They're his executors and trustees." He nodded toward the keys. "He left that spare set with me." "And that's the way I would have heard," I said, "from his bank." He said nothing. I looked down at the keys in my hand. "Anyway," I said, "it was Helen's house. How come I'm getting it? What about her?" "Don't talk to me about her." It was clear then from the sound of his voice, his expression, how much he disliked her, perhaps hated her, and he probably thought he had reason to. There Colin had been, safe, resisting all outside influences for over 30 years, till Helen had come along, and Colin had gone away with her, and now he was dead. Yes, my father could hate her for that. I wondered what Colin had really felt for this aging man who now sat hunched in his chair, his mouth pressed into a thin, bitter line. Had he loved him? Perhaps. Even so, his love for Helen had been stronger. I fingered the keys. There was a small tag attached with words on it. Gerard's Hill Cottage. "You'll also get whatever else he had," my father was saying, "in time. Anyway, the house is yours. I wish you joy of it." "But what about his wife?" "Wife." He almost spat the word out. "She doesn't need it." He looked at me with his lip curled. "I'd be glad if you wouldn't mention her to me, that neurotic bitch with her artsy craftsy ways." I just stared at him. Could she have done so much to rate such vitriol? Were my mother and my brother the only two people my father had found it possible to love? "Was he ill?" I asked. There was a long pause, then he said, "He had an accident in his car." So it was as simple as that. Colin had ended up just one in the year's statistics. "If he'd stayed here, he'd have been all right," my father said. "But he had to go and meet her, marry her, and he knew next to nothing about her." He shook his head in disgust. "He moved in with her. Before they were married, I mean, and she already had one man, her fancy man, living with her." "Did he tell you that?" He didn't need to. I saw. I went down there. I met the man. Some layabout or other. A painter, too. He made it sound like a dirty word. Colin never mentioned him, I said. Well, it isn't exactly something you want to shout about, is it? Anyway, he didn't stay long after Colin got there. That was something, I suppose. I still can't believe that Colin's dead, I said. I can't seem to take it in. No, he said slowly. It's not easy. I felt sorry for him, though he didn't need my sympathy and would never have asked for it, but he was suddenly pathetic. When did you get here? He said. He sounded tired, as if it required effort to speak. Not long ago, I came straight from the airport. Who would have thought he was my father? I didn't even know how to address him. Father sounded too formal and a joke, while Dad would have been a ludicrous lie. You should have stayed in America. Years could not add, through age and weathering, a single touch of grace. Not so, this place. This place, Colin said, had brought him happiness, peace. And standing there, I understood. Birds sang, leaves rustled. The only sound of man's making came from the taxi as it disappeared into the distance. Before me stood the cottage, Helen and Colin's cottage, now mine. Pushing open the front gate, I went in underneath the roses and, ignoring the front door, followed the flagstoned path that led to the rear. At the back of the house, a green lawn, framed by flower borders, swept up toward what looked to be an orchard. The air was full of the scent of growing things. The second key I tried fitted the lock of the back door, and I went in very quietly, almost consciously so, as if afraid of disturbing occupants. I found myself in the kitchen, everything very neat. Someone had done a very thorough job of tidying up. The next room, about the same size, was green carpeted, the dining room, and from there I went into the hall, from which a staircase rose to the upper landing. I went up the stairs and looked around the 3 bedrooms and the bathroom. The house was deceptively large. In the bedroom that was obviously theirs, I saw photographs ranged on a bedside shelf, all of Colin, but no, the last one I realized was of me. There I was, grinning, looking around at the camera, cigarette in hand, a picture that Shayla had taken just over a year ago. I'd had longer hair then. Around the walls were oil paintings, and in the lower right-hand corner of each one I read, R. Helen Cartwright. The pictures were good. So they seemed to me, not the result of some Sunday painter's flair, but the result of talent, real talent. There were 2 near the bed that particularly impressed me. One was a study of the back garden. I recognized the shape of the lawn, and by the orchard the whitewashed wall, with the rose trees against it, all the flowers in tight bud. I recognized, too, the shrubs and the silver birch that cast its purple shadow on the side of the home. In the next picture there were 2 figures, young, laughing people standing in a garden, but an unidentified garden, this one, shown only by splashes of green and the blues and pinks of unspecified flowers. The figures might be Helen and Colin, I thought. Idealized versions, perhaps, but there was something very much of Colin in the man's thick black hair and slim pose. Helen's style of brushwork was loose, her images formed by quick touches of color, so that the detail was only gathered from a little distance and from the overall effect. I could clearly see, though, the bluebird. Was Helen such a romantic, that hovered in the air above their heads? The other paintings were nearly all figurative, and the background of each of them was urban, relics from her art school days, I imagined. I saw a child standing in the snow, a woman lying in a park, silhouettes of people standing out sharp and clear against the gray of city bricks and mortar. I stood before the pictures for a long time, admiring her composition and vibrant colors. If these works reflected Helen's personality, I thought, then I knew I would like her. On the top of a bureau were several pieces of pottery, decorated with studies of flowers exquisitely drawn. A patchwork counterpane covered the bed, hundreds of tiny pieces, striped, checkered, polka-dotted, flowered hexagonals, all sewn together with infinite care and patience. Helen's mark was everywhere. Just before I went out, I turned in the doorway and looked back. My glance took in the books, the paintings, the photographs. Just for a second, a little needle of disturbance nagged somewhere in the back of my mind, and then was gone. I went back downstairs. In the hall, I turned right and found myself in the living room, a large room the width of the house and softly carpeted in a deep, warm gray. A small piano stood against one wall, while the opposite was lined on each side of the chimney breast with books. I let my eyes range over the titles: art books, novels, histories, biology, famous trials and famous criminals. At the side of the sofa, beneath a heavy antique sword fixed to the wall, a small table stood, bearing a vase of roses. There were more flowers in a vase at the front window, all fresh. I went over by the window, leaned down, and put my face to the roses, soft, creamy white with the most delicate perfume. I closed my eyes while the scent lingered under my nostrils. Somehow the situation seemed so unreal. I felt I shouldn't be there. It was their house, Colin and Helen's, and it should be hers now, as it had been hers before. But my father had told me she didn't need it, and I recalled the expression in his eyes as he had spoken. I couldn't get over the feeling that I was an intruder, and yet, at the same time, strangely, I felt in no way alien. There was a gentleness about the house's atmosphere that was positive in its warmth, its acceptance of me. I felt welcome. The scent of the roses seemed to fill the air around me. Gently I touched the soft, milky petals. They were not completely white, I could see when looking more closely. Around the edge of each petal was the palest blush of pink, only just barely discernible. Had Helen put the flowers here? She must have, and very recently. Then where was she now? If she was no longer staying in the house, where was she staying? Somewhere nearby, in the village? I had a sudden picture of her letting herself into the cottage, carrying armfuls of flowers from the garden, arranging them in the vases. "They're beautiful, aren't they?" The words came so suddenly into the stillness that I started. I turned quickly. "I'm sorry," the woman said. "I didn't mean to make you jump." Her voice was soft, shy, colored by the West Country, words delivered slowly. She stood in the doorway, face in shadow, her body a dark, slim silhouette against the light that came through the window beyond. I could see the darkness of her hair, long past her shoulders. I smiled. "I was wondering where you were," I said. 4. "Hello, Mr. Warwick." She came forward into the light as she spoke, and I saw at once that she was not Helen. "I'm Jean Timpson," she said. She put her head slightly on one side, gave me a shy smile. "Don't worry about me being here. I come in every day to make sure everything's all right." "I see." I nodded, smiling back at her. I didn't see at all. "I gave you a bit of a shock, didn't I?" Her eyes flicked over my face without settling, nervous. "It wasn't a shock, Fox had been kept wound." "Are you going to be staying here from now on?" she asked. "Perhaps, for a few days. I've only just arrived." She nodded. "From America. I know. Your brother often talked about you." She paused. "I used to come in every day. I did some cooking, cleaning, tidying up." More silence. Then she said, "Would you like a cup of tea? I expect you would." "Thank you, I'd love some." Pleased, she turned away, and I followed her into the kitchen and sat at the table. When the tea was made, she handed me a cup and took one for herself. She drank standing near the window, her profile very dark against the flowers and the grass outside. She said to me suddenly, "You know, you're exactly like him. Just the same voice, the same brown eyes and black hair." Then she lowered her eyes. "I shouldn't talk like that, reminding you." "It's all right," I said. I finished my tea, got up and took my empty cup over to the sink. She began, "There's more if you—" and then stopped. I saw that she was looking at my feet, my limp. Her eyes came up, caught mine, and looked hastily, guiltily away. "You see," I said, "I'm not exactly like him." I felt sorry for her inability to cope. I looked away from her embarrassment, gazing out onto the garden. She said, after a moment, I expect you're hungry, too." I hadn't eaten in what seemed ages, but the thought of food hadn't occurred to me. "Yes, I am, rather." "I'll go on home and get you something." She picked up her basket. "No, please," I protested. "I can find something in the village. It's no trouble at all for me. We only live at the bottom of the hill. Won't take but a few minutes." She was already moving towards the door. Quickly, I took a step towards her. "My brother. Can you tell me where he's buried?" The last word stuck in my throat. "The cemetery's on the other side of the village." She spoke slowly, as if choosing her words. "You go down the hill, turn right, and follow the main road, over the bridge, through the village square, and straight on." She had opened the door, was standing on the step. "Are you going there now?" I thought I might. "It's not marked, the grave. Not really. I mean, no name or anything." She moved back past me, tore a piece of paper from a small notepad, and wrote on it with a pencil attached to a string. "Here." She passed me the note. "The grave is just on the other side of the wall. You can't miss it. It's the newest one there, a few yards from the path on the left of the gates." I looked at the paper, at the figures written in her childlike hand. I wasn't used to death. "Is that all you get?" I said. "Just a number?" She looked briefly at me, then moved back to the door. "I won't be long, but you take your time. Your dinner'll be ready when you want it." "Tell me something," I said. "Yes?" "Is Helen, Mrs. Warwick, in Hillingham?" "Well, yes, of course. My father said that she—" I stopped, started again. "This place is mine. My brother left it to me." She only nodded. Obviously, I wasn't making sense. "Well, I don't understand it," I said. "It was hers, and you said she's still here, in Hillingham." "Yes." Her voice trailed off. "Isn't she?" "Yes, but I meant in the cemetery." I was still in the kitchen when she came back about 15 minutes later. "I thought you'd be gone," she said. "I feel a bit tired," I mumbled. "I'll go in the morning." It wasn't my tiredness, although it was very real. I just didn't want to go, not when it came to it. She began to unload the contents of her shopping basket, stacking things in the refrigerator. I could hear from the dining room the delicate sound of the clock as it struck 7. I checked the time with my watch. In New York, it would only be 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I hadn't called Shayla. "The phone's still not working, is it?" I asked. She shook her head. "It's forever going out of order. It's a nuisance." She nodded in the direction of the village. "There's a phone box down by the bridge, and a couple more by the post office." "I'll wait till tomorrow." Quietly, expertly, she was preparing vegetables. The brilliance of the day was dying, slowly dying. I felt lost, suspended. I'd have let a blind man lead me. "How did the cottage get its name?" I asked, making conversation. "From the hill, I suppose." "No, the hill was named after the man who built the cottage, Gerard." She pointed to the wall, and I saw there, left uncovered by the surrounding plaster, a brick with markings on it. I went closer and saw what was written. A.G., then a heart with an arrow through it, then A.G. again, and beneath it the year 1796. Pretty old. "The main part. The extensions were added by his son a few years later." I said, looking at the first A. "Arthur? Alan?" "Adam. The other initials are his wife's, Anne. He was a blacksmith, and according to your brother, a tall man." How would he know that? He said because the ceilings and doors are very high for a place this old, and Gerard built it to fit himself. She shrugged. Anyway, that's what your brother said. I don't know much about it. Do you come from these parts? Yes, I haven't lived here all the time, though. She concentrated on the contents of a saucepan. I moved away when I was younger, to Marston Ridge. Then I came back a few years ago, to stay with Dad again. I nodded, down, picturing Colin lying there with Helen beside him. I knelt and put the flowers along with those that were already there. The combined scent of the blossoms was strong, heady stuff. Colin. I couldn't get my breath. Beyond my tears, the flowers were a blur. After a while, I got up and brushed the bits of dead cut grass from my trousers. An elderly man came wandering along the little path that ran between the graves. He walked slowly, going nowhere in particular, looking calmly around him with proprietorial gaze. As I looked at him, he nodded a silent good morning, then came leisurely towards me. When he was close, he stopped and looked down at the grave over which I stood, lost, and then up into my face. His eyes were cool, unruffled. Death, burial were nothing new to him. I didn't say anything. The tears were still wet on my cheeks, and I knew that with my first words I would go completely. I turned away, waiting, gaining time. He waited too. He'd seen it all before. When at last I faced him again, I saw his faded eyes were full of sympathy and understanding. He was the sexton, Harrier, he told me. Could he help me in any way? Thank you, no. It was beyond help. I didn't know them, he said. His accent was very broad. My brother and his wife. He nodded. After a few moments he turned to go, his mouth framing a farewell. I said, stopping him, I only found out about it yesterday. The car crash. I still don't know when it happened. He looked at me in surprise for a second, then took a small notebook from his pocket and flipped through the pages. The 16th of May. I stared at him. He looked back at me with concern. Are you all right, sir? Yes, thank you. The 16th of May. The day following my birthday. Our birthday. Do you know what time? I asked, knowing what the answer would be. About 11 at night, I believe. He was a mine of information. About 11 at night. In New York, it would have been about 6, the day of the faculty meeting. It was then that Colin had been killed, while I had been at the refectory table with Shayla beside me and Varley's voice droning on. It was then. Colin, in his red MG, had crashed, had died, and in the moments of his death, I'd felt that explosion in my brain. I could remember it so clearly, and that terrible pressure on my chest, that wrenching at my heart, that vicious, piercing, rending inside me, so that I had gone down like a felled tree. Colin and I, we had been closer than I could ever have dreamed. I gestured to the newly dug plot at my feet. The funeral was a week ago, I understand? He nodded. His was, yes. His funeral? What did he mean? You mean they had separate funerals? His notebook was open again. He flicked the pages. That's it, Friday the 12th. She was buried 10 days before. He nodded confirmation, while I just stared at him. I didn't get it. I assumed... I began, then ground to a halt. I took a deep breath. What happened to her? How did she die? He hesitated before he answered. I just looks after all this, sir. You best go and talk with somebody else. He turned away. Dimly, I heard his murmured good morning, and he was off, moving along the narrow, angular, short-cropped paths. 5. There was no sign of Jean Timpson on my return to the cottage. I went back outside, across the lawn to the seat, and sat thinking on what the sexton had told me. It was her easel there, the canvases leaning against the walls. After a moment I went in. and there were shelves all around bearing jars, bottles, books, papers, etc. There was a table with tins and tubes of paint. Paintbrushes and painting knives stood in a large coffee can. Her easel stood near the window, getting the best of the north light. Drawings and working sketches were still pinned to the wooden frame for reference, and an unfinished painting of a face was still fixed there, abandoned, cancelled out by rough brushstrokes that zigzagged its surface. When I went into the kitchen a few minutes later, I saw that Jean Timpson had returned and was making preparations for my lunch. "Won't be too long," she said, and I nodded at her briefly, half-turned profile, sensing her discomfort as I stood watching her work. "Would you like a drink?" she asked. I thanked her and said I'd like a gin and tonic. She nodded. "You go and sit down. I'll bring it in to you." Okay. I went. There were paintings in the living room, too, paintings of Helen's, all in her own very special style. I no longer needed to look for her signature to know they were hers. And there were other pictures, by other hands. I saw a large abstract in blues and reds, garish and hard-edged, and a few feet away, flanked on the other side by a photograph of an elderly woman surrounded by cats, a rather primitive oil portrait of a man and a woman. They were both quite young. She looked somewhat self-conscious, but behind her shyness I thought I could read a gentleness, a humor there in her eyes. She was shown sitting, while the man, tall, dark-haired, and rather stern of aspect, stood slightly behind and to one side, his left arm hidden behind her shoulder. The woman held a bouquet of roses in her lap. In the background was the cottage. The picture was probably the work of a local artist, I thought. It possessed a certain childlike charm. There was an endearing naivete in the meticulous attention to detail, the ring on her finger, her brooch, the buttons on his jacket. "I brought your drink." Jean Timpson stood there holding my gin and tonic. "Thank you." I took the ice-cold glass from her. "You even remembered to put in lemon." She gave me her shy little smile in acknowledgement. Then she said, nodding towards the painting, "That's a nice picture, isn't it?" "Yes, he looks a bit forbidding, though she looks pleasant enough. Who were they?" "Named Temple. Robert, his name was. His wife was called Bronwyn. She was a Gerard before she married him. He was no good to her at all. Went off and left her, and she died." "You mean of a broken heart? I thought that only happened in the old English folk ballads." She glanced at me blankly, not understanding. "They found her dead." She turned her attention to the photograph of the woman who sat knee-deep in cats. "That was Miss Merridew." She added after a beat, "She liked cats." "So I see." I couldn't help smiling. "This," I indicated the abstract. "Who did this?" "Oh, Alan Dufresne." There was something in her voice that made me turn and look at her, but her face showed nothing, except her awareness of my glance. She avoided this by pointing to a framed sampler that hung on the wall. "Look at that, how beautifully it's done." I read the embroidered words of a poem. "Fall, leaves fall, die, flowers away. Lengthen the night and shorten day. Every leaf speaks bliss to me, fluttering from the autumn tree. I shall smile when the wreaths of snow blossom where the rose should grow. I shall sing when night's decay ushers in a drearier day." And there in the same neat stitches, with their harmonious colors, "By Margaret Lane, April 1904. "Strange," I said, "and all these years I thought that was by Emily Bronte." My feeble humor was lost on Jean Timpson. She said, "Oh, it just means it was sewn by Margaret Lane." She paused, added, "Your brother didn't go much on it, I don't think. He took it down, put it in his study. I put it back just a day or two ago. The wall looked wrong without it." She looked suddenly doubtful. "You don't mind?" "Of course not." "There's lots of things down in the cellar," she went on, "from the different people who've lived here over the years. Your brother spent ages down there poking about, and when the antique man came, I'm afraid the place is a bit of a muddle down there right now, so you must excuse the state of it. Your brother said not to bother trying to tidy it up. Still looking at the sampler, she added, She didn't have a very happy life either. She had a sad end too. Silence, I said suddenly. I went to the cemetery. What sort of end did Helen have? Jean Timpson's discomfiture was so apparent it made me wince. And then she was turning, looking from the window, saying too loudly, too quickly, You left your jacket out there, look, and it's going to rain, I'm sure. And she hurried away, through the doorway. I caught her up outside as she got near the seat. You didn't tell me, I said, that Helen died at a different time. The sexton told me. He said she was buried 10 days before Colin. I thought they'd been killed together in the car. Why didn't you say? She shrugged, nervously picked up my jacket, handed it to me. I went on. That's all he told me. Then I asked, What happened to Helen? She had an accident, a fall. She looked up, and I followed the direction of her eyes. From the roof. It was an accident. I looked down into the sunken garden, the rocky well with the flowers growing amongst the stones. And she fell down there. Oh, Jesus. Jean Timpson took a step away, eager to be gone. Not yet, though. Please, I said softly, tell me what happened. More silence. I saw the ripple of her throat muscles as she swallowed. What was she doing up there? I asked. She had this kitten, girly, a little black and white thing. I've seen her around. Well, it got up on the roof and got stuck up there. Mrs. Warwick tried to get her down. She fetched the ladder and put it up against the wall and climbed up. She gestured. From the other side. It's not nearly so high there. She got right up to the top and then she slipped. Did you see it happen? No. Then she said with a rush, It wasn't my fault. It was late. I thought she was sleeping. So you were here in the house at the time? Yes. Her voice grew stronger, a little shrill. But I didn't know that was happening. I didn't know what she was doing. I just heard all the noise, the shouting, the screaming. When I came out, it was all over. You say it happened quite late. About 10 or past. Where was my brother at the time? Up by the thicket, I think he said. He heard her shouting like I did. What was she shouting? For someone to help her, I think. She paused. I was supposed to be keeping an eye on her, and I had tried. I'd stayed for 3 nights, but I hardly got any sleep myself. All night long she'd be getting up, doing this, doing that. She rubbed at her eyes with the heel of her hand. I tried, she protested, but there wasn't no telling what she'd do any more. Her glance flicked to my face, then away again. I'm not speaking ill of the dead. I liked Mrs. Warwick, I really did, but it's true, she was different towards the end. You just didn't know what to do with her. She sniffed, dabbed at her nose with a handkerchief. When I looked in on her, I thought she was asleep. I went to have a bath. It was the first time I'd had to myself all day. I felt sure she'd be all right. I never dreamed. I wouldn't have let her climb up there, never. But I didn't know. What was my brother doing outside? They were talking, I suppose. I don't know. They? Him and Mrs. Barton. She'd only got here that evening. When I ran outside, they were both there. He was holding Mrs. Warwick. She clenched her eyelids tight shut. Mrs. Warwick was still alive then. When I got there, it was terrible. There was so much blood. I saw her die. She stared before her as if seeing the scene being reenacted in the well of the sunken garden. I watched her eyes go, glazed. I knew then she was dead. The tears were streaming down her cheeks, and all the time that blackbird went on singing. 6. I stood silent. Somewhere in the trees a wood pigeon rose up, clattering, squeaking on rusty-sounding wings. It settled again, and then I was only aware of the rippling trill of the blackbird's song against the broken sound of the woman's weeping. "It was an accident," she said. "They said so at the inquest." "You mustn't blame yourself." I felt useless. She put her hand to her mouth in an effort to still the sobbing. "I heard her, but I just couldn't get out fast enough." "It's over now." I reached out, let my hand fall back to my side. "Don't cry." "But I'm sure he thought it was my fault. He must have done. I should have been watching her." "How was he afterwards, Colin?" "He sent me away." She stood there like a child whose doll had been taken from her. "How do you mean?" "He told my father, too. Dad had been coming up, helping with the garden. Your brother, he told us not to come back. He said, poor." I went in there now, though, softly opening the door, switching on the light that banished the hushed, gray-blue dusk. I stood in his little hideaway, looking at his desk, the pictures around the walls, the shelves laden with books, rolls of stiff paper, obviously various architectural plans and things. His typewriter on the desk's polished surface, everything very neat. Somehow it all appeared just as I had imagined it would. On the desk next to the telephone I saw a little pile of unopened mail. My sense of guilt, as I sorted through it, was unrealistic, I told myself. It was something that had to be done. There were various bills for gas, electricity, etc., an invitation to a party in London. The date of the party had come and gone. A postcard from someone called Hal, who was having a wonderful time in Rome, a couple of circulars, a letter from me. How strange to see it there, still sealed, after its long journey, ending up in my own hands. And 3 or 4 other letters that told me nothing, from people I'd never heard of and who didn't, going by what was written, appear to figure very strongly in the lives of either Colin or Helen. The wire I had sent was there too, and a number of birthday cards. Among the cards I saw the familiar one from Shayla and me, one very warm from my father, one from someone simply signing herself, "With love, E," and one from Jean Timpson. "Happy birthday from Jean," she had written, adding 2 kisses. Baby rabbits on the front. There was nothing that seemed in any way remarkable. Certainly, if the mail was any indication, Colin and Helen had led very quiet lives. I stacked the pieces together again and put them back on the desk. Who was E? Unrolling a sheet of paper that lay there, I saw on it some sketches and a finished plan for a little gazebo or summer house. Obviously something to do with his job, I assumed. As I turned to go, I saw beneath the window 2 suitcases with Colin's name on them. I lifted the nearest one and found it full. The other frames. I found also another sampler from the Needle of Margaret Lane. So much painstaking work, and all so meaningless now. From Keats. This time I recognized some of the last lines from the Eve of St. Agnes. "And they are gone, aye, ages long ago, these lovers fled away into the storm." So exquisitely wrought, but torn and discolored behind its cracked and broken glass. My torch beam swung around slowly. It picked out another old chest, delicately carved on the lid with flowers and the letters BDG. I saw a stack of canvases with their faces to the wall, an enormous old brass pot, more books, and then my torch went out. Futilely, I flicked the thumb switch back and forth, but nothing happened. In the end, giving up, I carefully groped my way back to the stairs and up again into the fresh air and the light. As the evening deepened into night, I sat in the living room, poured myself a scotch, and set myself to relax in the stillness. I should, by rights, have been sitting there with Colin and Helen. We should have been talking happily over our drinks, time flying so fast we'd have been unaware of the swiftly darkening night. Perhaps Helen would have played the piano. We might have sung old songs, our voices joining in together, and we growing closer, Colin and I, dispelling the awkwardness bred by the years of separation, making up for lost time, and making it up irrevocably, so that there would never be that distance between us again. But I would never see him now. He was dead. I said aloud, dead, and wondered at the fragility of our bodies, and why death should be so final. Wounds, blood spilt, holes in flesh, organs torn. adding up to the ceasing of our being, so that we became just things, soulless, rotting flesh, clay, dead. And Helen was dead too, both dead. It was more than I could conceive of even now. I could only pay lip service to such knowledge. I could understand now why Colin hadn't even opened my last letter to him. The wonder was that he had somehow, through his grief, remembered to send my birthday card. That part, I could see him shutting himself off, avoiding the pain of any outside contact that might only add to his sorrow and bewilderment. It would be my own reaction, I was sure. We'd follow the same pattern. Had, I asked myself, Helen's death contributed in any way to his own? If she had not died, might he still be alive tonight, talking to me, smiling at me across the room? If Colin had died because of Helen, I could begin to understand, in a way, my father's resentment, even hatred of her. Poor dead Helen, to have heaped upon her, even now in the grave, such a passion of enmity, when probably all she had sought had been love and understanding. As I sat, the light in the room had grown steadily dimmer. Outside in the garden, the leaves and flowers became silvered by the moon, the same light that filtered into the quietness around me, palely shining on the frame of Margaret Lane's sampler and the roses. The rest was nearly all shadow. I turned on the small lamp at my elbow, and the garden fell to a blanket nothingness, while I sat surrounded by the relics of the house's history, relics that covered so many, many years, from the old portrait of Temple and his wife to the new cigarette butts in the ashtray at my hand. From a shelf I took at random a book and flicked through its contents. Names I saw there, some well-known, some more obscure, the coiners, the thieves, the killers. Accounts of those different few who had gained their own kind of immortality by their acts of passion or greed. There was Christie, Hay, Madeline Smith, the great criminals and the not-so-great. Colin's name was scrawled on the flyleaf. I laid it down beside a little white statuette, a knight on a charger. On the base of the statuette were Helen's initials. Helen and Colin, they were everywhere. When I had finished my cigarette, I turned off the light, went upstairs and got ready for bed. Jean Timpson had been there before me and turned back the coverlet. On my pillow lay a perfect rose, white, with just the softest touch of pink on the edge of each petal. I picked it up, smelled it. Silently, through my surprise, I thanked her. When I lay down, at last the scent of the rose was still there on the linen. I relaxed, comfortable between the smoothness of the sheets. I remembered I hadn't taken a sleeping pill. To hell with it. Perhaps tonight I could get by without one. I would. It was my last clear thought before I slept. Leaving Jean Timpson busy with the washing up after breakfast the next morning, I made my way towards the village. There had been a moment earlier on when I had almost thanked her for her thoughtfulness with the rose, but I had let the moment slip by and it was too late. In the square, I stopped at a phone box and reported the cottage telephone still out of order. As I replaced the receiver, I asked myself why I had bothered. By the time they got around to fixing it, I would probably be away again. Still, if they did it promptly, then at least for a short time Shayla and I would have easier means of making contact with one another. There was only one bank in the village, so it didn't take much working out that it was the one that must have looked after Colin's affairs. Mr. Jennison, the manager, after he'd offered me his condolences, confirmed at once that they were indeed the executors and trustees of Colin's will. "We've written to you about it," he told me, consulting his file, and I said that his letter must have arrived in New York after my departure. He nodded, passed some papers across the desk to me. "Your brother's will. As you see, you are the sole beneficiary." Yes. I didn't read the paper. Didn't try to. I couldn't. Not then. "It's quite straightforward," he said. "The house will be yours, and after the various expenses, the funerals, the administering of the estate duty, there'll be some money, too, quite a considerable sum," he added, "eventually." "Money?" I said. "I didn't think my brother had very much." "No, but his wife did. She was what you might call comfortable. And now, whatever's left will pass to you. I had no idea that she was wealthy, I said, though I knew she didn't work for a living, apart from a painting, I mean. I believe she was quite successful, he said, but that only formed a part of her income. She'd also inherited some very profitable shares. It was a bit too much to take in all at once. So I've got money and a house, I said. First, the will have to be discharged. That might take 2 or 3 months. I'm living at the house now. He smiled. I don't think that need worry us. I hope you enjoy it. It's a beautiful place, the cottage. I nodded in agreement, and he asked, Do you intend to stay there, to live there? I've got to get back to New York soon. Well, if you should decide as I did so. That didn't take him long. I haven't got very much time, I'm afraid, he said apologetically, sitting on the arm of the sofa. Tell me, how can I help you? It's about my brother and his wife. He nodded sadly. Of course. Let me say how very sorry I am. I thanked him for his sympathy. He went on. I didn't know your brother that well. As you know, he'd only been here about a year. I knew Mrs. Warwick better. I saw her several times towards the end, treating her for 1 or 2 household injuries. Nothing serious, burns, cuts. She always seemed to be doing odd bits of damage to herself out in her studio. An occupational hazard, I suppose, but mainly, of course, I saw her because of the baby. The baby? She was 3.5 months pregnant when she died. She was pregnant, I said. Yet in that state she goes climbing up on the roof, in the middle of the night. The shrug he gave said there was no accounting for some people's actions. I said after a moment, You were at the funeral with my brother. Yes, he was in a very bad state, naturally. I wanted him to go away, leave the house for a while, get away from all its sad associations. If not for always, then at least for a holiday. It wasn't the place for him, not then, not at that time. That house, there's been so much unhappiness there. What are you saying? That the place was getting on his nerves, that he was in some way responsible for his own end? He said simply, Aren't we all, to some degree or other? Was anyone else involved in his accident? No. As far as anyone knows, anyway, there was no one else in his car and no other car involved. He looked at his watch. I pressed on. How did it happen? Do you know? Was he drunk? Definitely not. Most certainly not. Look, I said, I'm asking because I don't know anything. I'd just like to know. He shrugged. It seems to have been one of those freak accidents. It appears he just drove down the driveway of the cottage at a tremendous speed, and in that car of his you could get up to a high speed over a very short distance. It appears he just went straight down the drive and right across the road. There's a beech tree facing the entrance. You must have seen it. He drove right into it, head on. I got there a couple of hours after it happened. He was quite dead. In my mind, I had a sudden picture of Colin, lying smashed and bleeding in the wreckage of his car, and I thought again of how in school I had felt the impact of his collision, strong enough to knock me over. The sexton told me he probably died around 11. Yes, a local taxi driver found him. I arrived about the same time as the ambulance. If someone had found him earlier, he might have been saved. No, he said softly. He was quite beyond any help. He died outright, you can be sure of that. I sighed. It all seems so unfair. They were so happy together, and now you tell me they were even having a baby. Everything was going so well for them. He nodded. After a moment, he looked at his watch. There were still so many questions I wanted to ask, but I forestalled his forthcoming polite dismissal, thanked him for his time, and got to my feet. As I followed him to the door, I said, I'm told that my sister-in-law, that she behaved rather oddly before she died. He looked at me steadily. Who told you that? The woman who was looking after them, Jean Timpson. He gave a resigned nod. Listen, if you stay here for any length of time, you're going to find that there's talk In a place like this, there always is. Rumors breed like bacteria. Sometimes they can even destroy." As if slightly embarrassed, he added quickly, "I'm just trying to prepare you." "To ignore any kind of talk, you mean?" He gave a reluctant nod. "What kind of talk?" I said. "What about?" "Look," he said, "your brother and his wife were a lovely young couple who died tragically. It's terrible, but it's true. And it's over. The inquests are over, and it's all over now. Finished." "The inquests? I suppose the verdicts were accident, misadventure, that kind of thing?" "Yes." The briefest pause. "Of course." As I stepped past him into the hall, he said, "I suppose you'll be going back to America soon." "Well, there's nothing to keep me here, except the house, but I didn't come for that." I felt his eyes on my feet as I moved to the door. "What happened to your foot?" he asked. "Accident?" "I was born like it." "Oh." What else could he say? Then he smiled. "Is Gene Timpson looking after you, too?" More widely spaced, my path a downhill one. Then, 50 or 60 yards further, the ground dipped sharply, and at the foot of the steep slope I found myself on a flat, grassy area facing a large pond. Beyond the screen of willows on the far bank, the wheat fields stretched out, rolling across the hills. I followed the rim of the pond for a while in a wide half circle, then turned to my left and moved away from it, back up the wooded slope. The trees grew thicker here, and onto the flat where it flanked the orchard on its southern side. Then, all at once, coming out of the shadows, I came upon a clearing where the sun got through with ease and shone down on a large, freshly dug-looking area next to a rectangle of broken paving stones, on which stood a little stone bench. All around grew rhododendrons and spindly rambling roses, all looking forgotten amid the ferns and the encroaching wild shrubbery. Someone, some time in the past, had found a retreat here. I crossed the clearing and stepped once more into the dappled shadows of the leaves. Over to my left now I could see that the orchard had become the garden. Then, only a few yards further, and my feet found a narrow path which led me through the thicket and out, under a rose-covered arch, to the familiar territory of the lawn and the flower beds. I moved across the grass to pick up the rug, and as I did so, Gene Timpson came around the side of the house, pushing a pale blue baby's pram loaded with shopping. "Hang on, I'll help you," I called out and went towards her. I lifted one of the bags of groceries and nodded down at the pram. Very practical. "Oh," she said, shrugging. "I've used it for years." She paused. "It was new once." As we carried the provisions through into the kitchen, I said, "You've got enough stuff here to last a month. I'll only be here a couple of days." She looked slightly crestfallen for a moment, then, "Ah, well," she said, "it won't go to waste. Anyway, it's better than not to have enough." I remembered I hadn't cashed any traveler's checks when I'd gone to the bank. I'd have to go back after lunch. "I must settle up with you for everything," I said, "and you must work out how much I owe you for all your work." "Oh, no, only for the things I bought. I like to have something to do, but not for nothing. Anyway, it isn't right that you spend all your time around here looking after me. You must have plenty of other things to do." "Don't you want me here?" "That's not it at all," I protested. "But what about your father?" "Oh, I looks after Dad all right. I'm there when he needs me." "Fine." It was all I could say. "Fine." I hesitated a moment longer, then turned and went back out onto the lawn. After lunch, I went upstairs to get my traveler's checks. Sorting through my wallet, I came across a snapshot of Colin. It showed him sitting at his desk. Although the picture was a little dark, I could see clearly his happy expression as he sat there looking up from his papers and books. About to return the picture to my wallet, I suddenly stopped. I looked at it again, closer. Then I went back downstairs and into his study. His desk was as I had seen it first. No disorder there, as was shown in the snapshot. His pens and pencils lay neatly in their trays, and the typewriter hidden beneath its cover. It wasn't the neatness that disturbed me, though. I opened the top drawer of the desk and looked quickly through its contents. More pencils, more draftsman's paraphernalia, files, notes on various projects. Nothing there that I was looking for. The second drawer was locked, but a key that lay next to the telephone fitted the lock. Beneath a jumble of papers, I found a bundle of letters, tied together with string. Without undoing the knot, I slipped one out, took it from its envelope, and read, "My sweet, darling Colin." A love letter from Helen. I felt my heart churn, thump, like someone discovered in a guilty act. I thrust the letter back into its envelope, put it together with the rest of them, put them all back in the drawer, and slammed it shut. Up in their bedroom again, I looked at the same paintings, the same photographs. The drawers and cupboards I opened still didn't show me what I was looking to find. I stood very still in the middle of the room where they had slept, made love together, and I looked again at the photographs. In the snaps Colin had sent me of the interior of the cottage, there had been photographs of Helen all over the place. They had stood on his desk, hung on the walls, stood on the bureau here in this room. Now there wasn't one. I hadn't seen a single one anywhere in the house. Poor Colin. Had the memory of her face caused him such anguish? I pictured him in my mind's eye, saw him moving stricken through the rooms, taking down Helen's photographs, hiding them away out of sight. I hadn't realized just how much he had loved her. After I'd cashed some traveler's checks, I went into a phone box, dialed the operator, and made a collect call to Shayla. When she came on the line, she didn't bother with any greetings, but just said at once, "David, what happened to you? I thought you were going to call me as soon as you got there." She didn't sound as if she were in the next room or even the next town. She sounded fully 3,000 miles away and as if her voice were only a foot above the Atlantic. I was sorry, I told her, but the phone in the house was still bust, and also I'd had a few things on my mind. "That's nice," she said. "A few things on your mind. Wasn't I one of them?" "You sound like everybody's idea of a Jewish mom. Where are you calling from now?" "A phone box in the village." "Well, anyway, I'm glad to hear you, at last. How are you? How was your great reunion with Colin?" I tried to speak, but no words came out. I heard myself gasp and felt the tears streaming down from my clenched eyelids. Far off, I could hear her voice, warm, full of concern, calling my name. "David! David! Oh, my darling, what's wrong?" And I told her, and stood in the narrow confines of the phone box and wept. Coherent again at last, I said, "I'm okay now." "David?" "Yes?" "Come on back. Come on home." "Yes." I nodded, puppet-like. I felt drained. "Yes. Yes." "There's nothing to keep you there now, is there?" "Not now." "Then come on home." "Yes. Tomorrow. I'll come home tomorrow." "And will you call me when you've got everything fixed?" "Yes, I will." After I hung up, I lit a cigarette and stood for a couple of minutes waiting for the time to pass. In the small discolored mirror next to the dialing instructions, I could see my eyes still red. I went out, flicked away my cigarette, and crossed the square to the small travel agency I'd seen there. I booked a flight for the next day, then returned to the phone box and called Shayla to give her the details. My decision, a positive action, made me feel better, and her voice and the happiness in it made me feel better still. I pictured her as I walked back across the square, remembering the way her hair went, her blue eyes looking up, smiling her own special smile of welcome. She was reality. Maybe not mine as completely as I wished, but nevertheless reality. This here, in contrast, was as substantial as smoke. What did I have to do here? Nothing. What did I have for company? Memories, the people of my imaginings. And even when I did go tomorrow, it wouldn't necessarily mean goodbye to this place. Not forever. I'd be back one day, and then Shayla would be with me, and together we would discover the cottage, the village, the countryside around. We'd do it together, the way it should be, and it would be ours, the cottage, as it had been Helen and Colin's, not mine alone. And when that time came, maybe next summer, the memories that shuffled through the place would have had a chance to settle. A dark blue Ford slowed up beside me as I walked. I saw that the driver was Reese, the doctor. He pulled to a halt, leaned across, and wound down the window. "You want a lift?" He was being, I thought, over-considerate about my foot. But maybe not. Maybe I was just being oversensitive. I thanked him, opened the door, and got in beside him. "I'm going back to New York tomorrow," I said, watching as the trees and hedges rolled by. "I'm sure that's the best thing. Come back when you're not so affected by everything. You can enjoy the place then." I nodded agreement. We sat in silence for a while, and then we were drawing level with the cottage, slowing down in front of the flowered arch. He stopped the car, we shook hands, and he wished me luck. I thanked him, said goodbye, then got out and watched as his car wound on up the hill and disappeared from view. I opened the gate and went round the side of the house. As I stood looking out over the lawn, Jean Timpson appeared from the kitchen, carrying trash to dump in the bin. I said to her, "You told me your father used to give my brother a hand on the garden?" "Yes." "Do you suppose he could get up to see me sometime this afternoon, just for a few minutes?" "I'm sure. You see, I'm leaving tomorrow." "Going back to New York?" "Yes." "Oh," she said, then nodded, standing silent, her lips pressed together. "I have to get back," I said. I thought you'd be staying on a bit longer." A pause. "What time are you leaving?" "In the afternoon." I added, a salve to her obvious disappointment, "I'd be glad of some lunch before I go." "Of course." She began to turn away, stopped. "Oh, I forgot to mention, the phone's working again now. They rang up and tested it while you were out." "Great," I said, "now that I don't need it." He had thick white hair, cropped close, and against the deep tan of his skin his eyes were very bright and alert. He had to be Jean Timpson's father. We greeted each other, shook hands. I said I was hoping that he and Jean could keep an eye on the place for me while I was gone. "I'd hate to return and find it all gone to ruin," I said. He nodded. "Don't you worry about it. We'll look after it." He paused, then said, "Your brother and his wife, I really like them. Sad business, very sad." He sighed, looked out over the garden. "Him and me were really getting to know each other, and he was really getting to know about all this." He indicated the garden. "Mrs. Warwick hadn't bothered with it. I've kind of let it all go, but your brother, well, he really took to it. It was nice, seeing somebody take to it like that. Finding out about things, making all kinds of discoveries about plants and stuff." He pointed to an overgrown, neglected patch over to the left of the path. "When we started on it, most of the garden looked like that. It takes time to get it all up together again once it's been forgot for a time." "Yes, and I don't want that to happen. It looks so beautiful now." He moved away from me and crossed the lawn to where some young rose trees stood. I followed, watching as he looked down, nodding his approval. "You wait," he said. "Give 'em another year and they'll be a picture. Very acid, this soil, good for roses." They were the white roses, the kind I'd found on my pillow. "They're very pretty," I said. Oh, the ones out front are a bit past it now, a bit old, but these, well, you wait and see." He took a leaf between his broad, calloused thumb and forefinger. "Good, strong young trees." "You must be quite an expert." He smiled. "Well, you can't live in this country all your life and not learn nothing." Side by side, we made our way slowly into the orchard. He gestured up to where the fruit hung. "They need pruning bad." It had all been left too long with the drawings I'd seen on his desk. He marked it all out and made a start, but he didn't get very far. I suppose he had other things on his mind. I looked quickly at him at these words, but there was nothing to read in his face. "I guess," I said, "the house has seen quite a few occupants in its time." "Ah, a few." He pressed his left thumb with his right forefinger, counting off names. "There was Adam Gerard first, of course, who built the main part of the place. Then you got his son Tom, who lived on here afterwards, And then you got his son, William, Bill. Bill was a bit different from the others. He wasn't content to marry any local girl. He ups and marries a Welsh party. They didn't have no sons, just the one daughter. Bronwyn, I said, the one in the painting with the dark-haired man. Right, Temple. He nodded. He was her father's handyman. He gave a little chuckle. Handyman, he repeated, and chuckled again. He was not business, a young couple they were. Just moved in. Hadn't been married very long. After that happened, John Lane, turned a bit funny, you understand? Like he didn't go out hardly at all, kept himself to himself all the time. How come you know so much about it all? I guess the stories get passed on. Yes, particularly the scandals. He chuckled. My family's been here for ages, and they didn't have no wireless telly then. We had turned at the lower end of the orchard and now began to walk slowly back. Timpson said, If you really want to know about the house or the village, you should go and have a chat with old Jim Pitkin. His folks have been here since the year dot. Farmers, though not him. He've got a shop in the village, sells antiques. What old Jim can't tell you about Hillingham ain't worth knowing, I don't reckon. I'll look him up, I said. As we neared the orchard gate, I saw, close to the hedge, what looked to be part of a small stone pillar. I went over to it and pulled aside the branches of the rambling rose that nearly obscured it. It looked very old. It was a sundial, Timpson said. It got broke when a tree come down. Worst storm hereabouts for ages, in the summer of 1902. My mother remembered it, talked about it. Also, that was the morning handyman skedaddled. He paused, added, Just as well he did too, I reckon. I let go of the thorny stems and turned back to him. Why'd you say that? Well, if he wanted to save his neck. Oh, because of his wife, Bronwyn? Yes. A few days after he went, somebody went into the house and found her lying on the floor, dead. She was in a terrible state, too, I mean the look of her. Her clothes all stiff with dried water and mud, and bits of dirt and leaves sticking to her. Somehow I gathered from Jean that her ending was a more romantic one, I said. More like pining. No. Share of what? I wondered. Loneliness, unhappiness, troubles? Sympathetically, I nodded. He went on. She've got no real friends, not in the village. She don't mix with them, hardly at all. Well, neither do I. There's things they don't understand, things they don't know the ins and outs of, and what they don't know they soon make up. He sighed. Well, we manages all right, one way or t'other. He was silent, thoughtful for a moment. Then he added, Course, they talked to her then, all right. Never had more than a couple of words for her before, but when that happened to Mrs. Warwick, well, they was all ready with their questions in. He shook his head. She didn't say nothing, no. She kept quiet, let 'em think what they likes. I wanted to ask what those questions were, and what had she kept quiet about? Instead, I said, Does Jean have any kind of regular job? Not any more. She used to work at the stables for a long time, but that came to an end. More's the pity. We moved on in silence. From behind us came the sound of a thrush. It heightened the stillness that hung there. I stopped to listen. Timpson stopped at my side. That sound, I said, it's so pretty. I could see the shape of the thrush against the leaves of an apple tree. The old man nodded. Not much to look at, but most of the good singers never are. We turned, and I led the way round to the front of the house. There we discussed terms, settled on an hourly payment, and he promised to let me know how much time he put in on the work. I won't be able to make a start for a week or so, he said, facing me across the gate, but rest assured everything will be done. We shook hands, sealing the bargain, and I watched him as, back straight as a board, he walked away down the hill. In the kitchen, I put on the kettle for coffee, sat down, kicked off my sandals, and let the cool tiles get to my bare feet. My right leg ached slightly. From the stairs, I could hear Jean Timpson at work with the vacuum cleaner. It was just as I'd begun to pour boiling water into the cup that the telephone began to ring. The sound next to my ear was so sudden, so unexpected that I jumped. Scalding coffee slopped over onto my thumb, and I cursed, almost dropping the cup and spilling even more. As I turned, much too quickly, the cat was suddenly there, weaving between my feet, and I lurched, reaching out for balance, my other hand connecting with the milk pitcher and sending it spinning to smash on the floor. I followed it down, falling heavily, awkwardly, cup and kettle clattering and sending up splashes of coffee and boiling water. Next moment I lay sprawled on the tiles, feet tangled in the rungs of the kitchen stool, and a deep cut made by the broken milk pitcher in my left arm. The cat, startled by the catastrophe, had fled. The telephone went on ringing. With the blood welling from the cut in my arm, I got to my feet and lifted the receiver. "Hello?" A man's voice came on the other end of the line. It said with deep loathing, "You bastard, Warwick." 8. I was so stunned that I momentarily forgot the searing pain in my arm. "Who are you?" I managed to say at last. "What do you want?" "Don't play innocent with me," he said. "You bastard." I said again, "Who are you? What do you want?" And the sneer in his voice came over quite clearly as he answered, "You sound like a fucking gramophone record." After a short pause, he added, "Well, are you happy now that you've got what you want?" "Look," I said, "I don't know who you are, and I don't know what you're talking about." "You're sitting pretty now, aren't you, now that you've got everything, and you've also got your freedom?" "Who are you?" My hand holding the receiver was wet with sweat. I could feel my heart thumping. "I heard about her death," he said. "An accident. Very convenient, that. Leaves you all set up, doesn't it? Or so you think." "Listen," I said. I was starting to get control of myself now, and not before time. "I don't have to stand here and listen to all this crap. None of it makes any sense to me. What are you? Some kind of madman?" While I spoke now, I was aware of the blood that was running down my arm and dripping onto the floor. "If you've got anything to say," I said, "I suggest you come round here and say it in person." He gave a short, humorless laugh. "Yes, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Well, maybe I will one day. But in the meantime, there's one thing you can be sure of. You haven't heard the last of it." There was a deathly little silence for a second, and then he finished. "I'll get you for this, Warwick." He hung up. "I haven't seen any photographs around the place of Mrs. Warwick." "No." She was crouching, carefully picking up bits of china and glass. "But they used to be around, on his desk in their bedroom. I know because of the snapshots he sent me. Was he in that much of a state?" "Pardon?" "My brother. All her photographs being taken down like that." "Oh," she said. "Yes." "I mean, was he in that much of a state after she died?" "I wasn't here afterwards, don't you remember? I told you." I nodded. "Yes, of course." "He sent me away." Her back was towards me. I could see nothing of her face. I moved to the door. Her voice came, stopping me as I reached for the latch. "The photographs was before." "Before?" He took them down before Mrs. Warwick was... before that night." "Are you sure?" She nodded, got to her feet, stood looking down at the dustpan in her hand. I could hear the gentle hum of the refrigerator. "She was crying, Mrs. Warwick was, I remember. I heard her say something like, 'All my pictures, what have you done to them?' Something like that." "And?" "Nothing." She shrugged. "He didn't say nothing. She asked him again, but he didn't answer." "He must have said something." No, he just turned and walked away." "Let's have a look at it." Reese was unwinding the bandage. "Did you put this on?" he asked. "Jean Timpson." He nodded approval. She did a good job. Now he studied the cut, nodded again. You don't do things by halves, do you? I'm afraid you'll need a couple of stitches. How many is a couple? He grinned sympathetically. In your case, 7 or 8. Damn. There was a knock at the door, and his wife entered, bearing a tray. She smiled at me, set the tray down, and quietly went away again. She had set out 2 cups, I noticed. So I interrupted your tea break, I said to him. It happens. He gestured towards the tea. Help yourself to sugar. Is this under the National Health Service as well? He chuckled, drank from his cup, and finished setting out antiseptic, a hypodermic needle, and other items over which I didn't allow my eyes to linger. I didn't look either when he started work on my arm. I kept my head turned as far away as possible. His hands were large with broad-ended fingers, yet his touch was surprisingly gentle and sure. As he worked with the needle, he hummed softly under his breath. What do you use for stitches? I asked. Any question to pass the moment. Silk, not catgut. Isn't that what they use for tennis rackets? Or is it violins? He went on humming. I said, Do you know whether my sister-in-law was very happy with my brother? I felt his fingers falter very slightly. His tune came to a halt. I prompted him. Do you know? Why do you ask such a thing? He resumed his work. Don't you know he was your brother? I thought I knew, but now I'm beginning to think I don't know anything at all. My arm was finished. He lightly covered it, secured the dressing with tape, and began to put his instruments to one side. How does it feel? He asked. Fine. I paused. Perhaps there's something you can tell me. What's that? Why is it that the people I've talked to are so evasive? The sexton, Gene Timpson, you. As soon as I start to ask questions, I get the devil's own job getting an answer. Why is that? Is there something I shouldn't know? He had begun to wash his hands. Look, he said, you're going back to New York tomorrow. In a few days, weeks, this will all be behind you, and you'll be able to view it all more rationally. See, there you go again. I can't get a simple answer to a simple question. Questions. He gave a slight shake of his head. Why don't you leave it alone? Your brother and his wife are at peace now. I know that sounds very sentimental, but it's true. Whatever troubles they had are over. Can't you leave it like that? Your questions won't help them now, and they certainly won't help you. There are things I want to know, I said. Helen was in a pretty bad way before she died, and I want to know why. According to Gene Timpson, Helen wasn't in a fit state to be left on her own. And another thing, my brother removed every single photograph of her. That doesn't really surprise me. I know he was knocked sideways by her death. He removed them before she died. He said nothing to this, just looked at me for a moment, then turned away, reaching for a towel. I watched him as he dried his hands. He was rifling through the pages. I didn't want to waste any more time, so I phoned your house to see what had happened. Your brother answered. When I asked where Dufresne was, your brother said he had left, gone from the village that morning. He prodded the page before him. There it is, yes. His appointment was for 6:15, my last one of the evening. 28th of April, I said. That was only about 4 or 5 days before Colin and Helen were married. Why would Dufresne leave so suddenly, just then? Reese shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. I was damned annoyed because he hadn't bothered to let me know, but had just left me sitting here. Still, he put the diary back on the shelf. I shouldn't think your brother was much put out. Why do you say that? He hesitated. I don't believe they got on very well together. Go on. I know they didn't. Only the week before that, they had a bit of a bust-up. How do you know that? Dufresne told me. He paused, shrugged. I don't see why I shouldn't tell you. I was treating Dufresne just for some minor disorder, and when he came round to see me, he had a split lip and a bruised eye.
I asked him how it happened, and he said he'd had a fight with your brother." "Did he say what about?" "I didn't ask him." He frowned. "Look, I wouldn't go reading too much into it all. How can I not read anything into it? Up till recently, I thought Colin and Helen had been totally happy together." "The fight was with Dufresne," he said dryly, "not Helen. But Dufresne had been living there with them, so of course Helen was involved, bound to be." "Not necessarily. Anyway, I shall find out. As soon as I know where he is, I shall write to him." "Why? What good will it do to start chasing after him and Elizabeth Barton? Oh, what can you hope to gain?" "A bit of peace of mind." "I don't understand." "Then I'll tell you." And I did. God knows why, but I did. I told him about the phone call. "Whoever it was," I said, "he thought I was Colin, and he believes that Colin was responsible for Helen's death, that he killed her, for her money." Reese was very quiet as I talked. When I'd finished, he waited for a moment, then said, "But you know that's not true." "Of course I know it's not true." I put my head in my hands. "God, I just don't know what to do." "Nothing. Do nothing. It was just some crank, that's all. The world's full of them. Forget it." "How can I? I can't." He sighed and shook his head. "That's the trouble," he said. "You begin by knowing just a bit of the story, just a few of the facts, and you start writing the ending yourself. A few questions about Alan Dufresne and Elizabeth Barton, then one crank's phone call, and you've already built a saga out of nothing." "Hardly nothing. If it's enough to make people talk, and you said yourself there's been talk, rumors." "Well, yes." "About Colin?" He nodded reluctantly. "What are they saying about him?" I asked. "The same as in that phone call?" "No, no, no." I didn't believe him. "What then?" I said. "Something to do with him and Elizabeth Barton?" His silence told me I was right. "So that's it. They're saying that he and this woman were having a bit of a fling together." He said with the slightest touch of defensiveness, "She's a young, attractive woman. You don't think that escaped people's notice, do you?" "And are they still saying all this?" "No, not now." He shook his head. "You'd be surprised. People can be amazingly generous and well-thinking of the dead." "But they did think that. That's the point." "People say and think and do all kinds of things, but that doesn't mean any of it has to be right." In my mind, I was back on the phone call again. The man had clearly implied that Colin had killed Helen for her money, and now here I had come up with an additional motive. Elizabeth Barton. I sat there staring down at the table. "What do you think about it?" I said at last. "I don't think about it. Look, I'm a doctor, and I just do, or try to do, a doctor's job, and at the risk of sounding sickeningly pious in the extreme, that job is to help and not hinder." "But they're all so wrong," I said. "He loved Helen, I know it. His letters. He couldn't fool me like that. He loved her. They loved each other." "Good, then just hang on to that. If you believe that, then you have no need to go on torturing yourself with all these speculations." Although I didn't look at him, I felt his eyes on me in the silence that followed. Then he said, "There was an inquest. You know that. And a verdict of misadventure." "I'm not talking about the inquest," I said. "I'm talking about what the villagers have been talking about, what they think. And they think Colin killed her. That's it, isn't it?" Without giving him time to say anything else, I picked up my jacket and walked from the room. 9. Outside in the square, I stood still, at a loss. Why had I overreacted so? After a while, I turned and walked away, in the direction of the churchyard. Amongst the graves, I wandered about, looking at the carved headstones, reading the inscriptions there. All those names, all those dates, all those monuments to grief, love, memories, self-pity, guilt. I looked at the tended graves with their fresh flowers and weed-free earth. I looked at the forgotten ones, where the headstones had tilted over the years, and where the encroaching grass and weeds said there'd be no more roses,
No more daffodils, and where the creeping moss and lichen all but obliterated the carved lettering. It told such sad tales of life, that place, and the illustrations were everywhere, from the tiny, throat-catching graves of the children. Simon, a long time I got up, left the path, and picked my way slowly between the graves to that other one. I stayed there for ages, it seemed, leaning on the nearby cemetery wall, aware of the silence, the stillness all around me. In the strengthening moonlight, the gravestones merged into a general pale luminosity, relieved only here and there where the moon's light was directly reflected. Colin and Helen's grave, without a stone, was only a dark shadowy mound from where I stood. "You should have a stone," I whispered to my brother. "You must. You shall." He does have a stone now. It's simple, but it's enough. And next year the flowers won't have to be placed in pots. The ones I've planted will be growing from the earth, from him, from them, in a way. And I shall plant more flowers. I haven't decided which, though. It's something I'll have to think about. I could plant some roses, I guess, but I'm not sure whether that'd be right, whether she'd like them. Ah, well, it'll come to me. Which, last night? She fiddled with the handle of her basket, shifting her feet. "Which last night?" I repeated. "The night he died." "She was here then?" A nod in answer, lips set. "But you said you hadn't been up to the cottage, so how do you know?" She turned, pointing up the hill. "Behind those trees opposite the cottage there's a little clearing, hidden from the road. I can see it from my bedroom window." "Yes?" "She was there. That night I saw her car parked there." "Are you sure about that?" "Positive." "What time was that?" "Close on 10 o'clock." I went to speak, but she answered my question before I could ask it. "And it was still there at 11, too." I waited. After a moment she went on. "See, that was the time I heard the bang. Of course it was only later that I realized what it was, the car crashing. I didn't know at the time. I'd gone to bed early, and the noise woke me up. I got up and looked out. I thought perhaps I'd imagined the noise. I could see her car still there. It was very bright moonlight." "The ambulance wasn't called until nearly 2 hours later," I said, "by a taxi driver. If Mrs. Barton was there, as you say, then why didn't she do something?" Jean Timpson shrugged. "Well, she was there all right." Her face was in shadow as she dug her thumbnail into the weave of the basket handle. She didn't look up. "Does anyone else know she was there?" Another shrug. "Did you tell anyone?" "No." "Didn't you even tell them at the inquest?" "I wasn't at the inquest. I wasn't asked to go." But didn't you feel you should have told somebody?" "Wasn't none of my business. Not really, was it?" "Wasn't it?" "We keeps ourselves to ourselves, Dad and me." I nodded. "So I guess you wouldn't have heard anything in the village." "Heard what?" "The talk about my brother." "Here." "I'm sorry," I said, "but I had to be sure to catch you while you were in." "It's 6:30 in the morning. Where would I be going at this hour?" There was a short pause, then she added, "Something's wrong. What is it?" "Nothing, except I won't be coming back today after all." "What's happened?" She sounded wide awake now. "There are 1 or 2 things I have to sort out." "What kind of things?" "Oh, look, I'll write to you." "I don't want you to write to me. I want you to come home." "Home. I'm sorry. I can't. Not just yet." "What's going on? I don't think you're in a fit state to be there alone." "I'm okay. I'm all right now, believe me. How can I? And when I think of how you were yesterday, I mean, you've had a bad shock. How can I believe you're all right?" "I am. Look, I'll try to call you later. The cottage phone's working okay now." I tried to make my voice sound casual, reassuring. "Go back to sleep now." "You don't fool me with that tone," she said. "Dave, I think you should get away from that place. I don't think it's good for you." "I'm okay, really." We were going around in circles now. "Well, when do you think you will be coming home?" "Soon.
How soon? I fumbled for words, gave up. In the end, I said, "Go back to sleep. Shayla, I love you. I'll talk to you soon." I put down the receiver before she had a chance to say anything else. Earlier on, I had telephoned the firm of architects where Colin had worked. I knew that at the time of his marriage, he had given up full-time employment there in favor of a part-time arrangement that would enable him to strike out on his own in a freelance capacity. All I learned now, speaking to one of his former workmates, Ingham, was that Colin's appearances at the office had grown fewer and fewer, and that towards the end of his life they had hardly seen him at all. Colin had last shown up, Ingham told me, just a few days before Helen's death. "You're one of the few people who was in any kind of regular contact with them. There doesn't seem to have been anyone else, apart from Mrs. Barton and Dr. Reese. But it was you, most of all." She nodded. I said, "Dr. Reese had apparently been treating Helen for some time." "Well, she couldn't sleep." "And he knew that, I suppose." "Well, it's a natural thing, I should think, to want some kind of medicine when you can't sleep." "How bad was it?" "Towards the end she wasn't sleeping at all, and it was really getting her down, you could see. I remember I heard her on the phone asking the doctor for sleeping tablets. I don't think he gave her any, though, not going by what she said." "What was that?" "She just got very angry, sort of. She put the phone down on him." "Did you know she was going to have a baby?" I asked. She nodded. "Perhaps," I said, "that's why he wouldn't give her any sleeping pills." "I expect so." She was eager to be gone, I could see. She was almost wilting under my eyes. I moved my gaze, focused, beyond her head on the portrait of the Temples. "I wonder how he made out in the United States," I murmured. I was thinking of my own time there, my own departure, my father's scornful goodbye. We had something in common, Temple and I reckoned. We had both chosen America to escape to. But had his reasons for going been any more positive than my own? Had he gone in search of a new life in the New World? Or had he gone only to escape the hangman's noose? Had he been running to, or running from? I shifted my glance and reread the words of Emily Bronte's poem. I wasn't at all surprised that Colin had taken the sampler down. I wasn't at all sure that I could live with such depressing sentiments, beautifully though Margaret Lane had wrought them. I passed on, away from her sadness, and latched on to the photograph of Miss Merridew as she smiled her sepia smile and cuddled her cats. And that brought me on to Girlie, Helen's kitten, and so back to Helen. There was no end to it. "Helen's cat," I said. "You told me she was trying to get it down from the roof." I paused. "Did you see it?" Jean Timpson shook her head. "Well, no. I can't remember that I did. But does that matter? I mean, it was there." "How can you be so sure?" "Your brother. He told me." After a good deal more work, I left a finely raked patch of soil, redeemed from part of that minor wilderness, and rang Elizabeth Barton's number again. This time I got the engaged signal. After that, I got, from the operator, the numbers of the only two Dufresnes in the London directory. Neither turned out to be the one I was looking for, but their experience had taught me that things just didn't happen as easily as that. Still, at least I knew where Elizabeth Barton was. After I'd cleaned myself up, I called the local garage, car hire, taxi service, and asked for a cab to take me into Reading. Once there at the station, I didn't have long to wait before I was sitting in a train bound for London, and I'd been working on. As I approached, I saw that the shower of rain had given the soil a deeper, richer color. Perhaps tomorrow I could finish my work on it, and maybe then it would be ready for planting, with something or other. I'd have to talk to Timpson about that. Then, as I drew closer, much closer, I saw the large, round letters that had been scratched into the earth. Welcome home. 11. "Jean Timpson?" I silently asked. "What are you playing at?" The sight of the words there brought a slight panicky feeling. I could feel my heart beating faster. It wasn't fear. I don't think so. Unless it was the fear of simply not knowing how to cope with the situation. I felt strangely disturbed.
While I looked down at the earth, I saw its color darken still further as the heavy clouds obscured the sun. At the same moment I heard, "Oh, Shayla," I said, and dried up. "Are you still there?" she said. "Yes." Oh, to hell with it. The dialing tone sounded in my ear as she hung up on me. I poured myself a large Scotch and sat there in my comfortable armchair watching as the wind whipped through the boughs of the trees and hurled against the glass in sudden gusts. I thought about the people who had sat in this room in the past, looking out at the rain. The first Gerard and his young wife, his son, his grandson with his Welsh bride and their daughter Bronwyn, who had married the handyman who had loved the dairymaid. Then the Lanes, Margaret and her husband John, whose newly wedded bliss was so soon blighted. Then Miss Meridew, the cat lover. Then Helen and Dufresne, and then Helen and Colin. And now me. By the time I'd finished my second drink, the rain had stopped. I opened the kitchen door, and the smells of the garden came to my nostrils, lingering gentle in the rain-washed air, sweet, fragrant. I moved wonderingly along the path that skirted the lawn, while the raindrops fell from the overhanging leaves onto my hair. I breathed it all in, that scent so special, so completely indescribable, that comes from a garden on which rain has newly fallen. When I got to where my rake lay beside the patch of earth, I could see no sign of the words any more. The rain must have washed them away. Perhaps, I thought for a moment, I had only imagined it. My head felt light after the heavy scotches I'd drunk. I'm not sure that I was even thinking very clearly. But anyhow, somehow it no longer seemed important whether the words had been in the soil or in my imagination. I found myself smiling. So what if Jean Timpson had overstepped the mark? It had been the nicest, most original welcome card I'd ever had. That night, after Jean Timpson had cleared away my dinner things and gone home, I settled down in front of the television. I might never have been away, I thought. There was a party political broadcast where the opposition party said they had the answer to the country's ills. Following that, a documentary about the rising crime rate, not nearly so amusing, and after that, a play in which all the characters seemed to answer each other with questions. Switching to another channel, I was just in time to catch the climax of some British horror movie where there was a battle going on for some poor girl's immortal soul. Lots of blood, flashings of crucifixes, and cries of anguish. I left her to it, flicked the off switch, went up to my room, and found another rose on the pillow. I got up late, after lying in bed reading for an hour, and made my breakfast of toast and coffee. Jean Timpson had told me she couldn't get in until late afternoon, and that was fine by me. I liked being there alone. Looking from the window, I saw that the rain had begun to fall again, benevolently, gentle, rosy, and revelled in it. I knew that to have stayed in our New York apartment with the rain falling would have depressed me immeasurably. Here, though, it was different, and I held the difference to me, savoring it, the solitude, the peace that stretched before me. I hugged it to me like a wanted but unexpected gift. When Jean Timpson arrived about 5:30, she found me stretched out with the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle spread on and about a large tray that lay on the carpet before me. My left arm ached slightly beneath the bandage, and I concluded that, with my attempts to play the gardener, I had possibly overdone things. Earlier, I had begun a letter to Shayla, and then tore it up half-finished, not really knowing what to say. Or maybe it was just that I didn't know how to say what I wanted to say. I had then taken a crack at another of the real-life criminal cases from Colin's bookshelf. Yet another theory, though well argued, on the everlasting mystery of how Charles Bravo had met his gruesome end in Balham. But somehow it was all too much at a distance. It was after closing the book, replacing it with the others, that I had come across the jigsaw puzzle. I found it, bought for rainy evenings by the fireside, I suppose, in Colin and Helen's room. Bringing it downstairs, I opened the box and shook out the pieces. Ah, those memories of my childhood. Those memories of my past jigsaw puzzle days. Those days when the other boys had been out hiking or climbing, and I wouldn't have been able to keep up. But I had no anger, no bitterness now. It was simply a fact of life, my life. The picture on the box lid showed a reproduction of a painting by Fragonard, The Swing. A woman in a pink dress, her petticoats billowing, was being swung back and forth by a shadowy man in the background who seemed to be having a great time pulling on the swing with reins. In the foreground, lounging in the middle of a rose bush, a fellow in a grey suit was getting his kicks by looking up the woman's skirts. He was smiling, and she was smiling too, and she knew he was there. One of her legs looked quite malformed. She had an unbelievably long left thigh. How had Fragonard passed it? Her other leg was kicking off into the air the dinkiest pink slipper. It was all incredibly romantic, made for chocolate boxes and quite ridiculous, but the colours were pretty, and the garden in which the frantically happy trio frolicked with their insane, revelling grins gave me a feeling of added peace. Jean Timpson knocked at the living-room door, and I looked up and smiled at her from my low vantage point. "I'm having a lazy day," I said. She gave me her shy smile, the same one as always, eyes slipping away from my face. She looked at the puzzle. "Mrs. Warwick bought that. She thought she might do it while she was resting. I don't think she ever got round to it, though." The implication was saddening. So many plans made every day, for which there'd be no fulfillment. All those train, boat, theatre, and plane tickets bought, the tennis courts reserved, the holidays planned, and nothing coming of any of it. Death had no consideration for arrangements. "I'll do a bit of tidying up and then get your dinner." She was giving me her smile again and retreating to the kitchen. I concentrated on finishing the Fragonard woman's malformed leg. We had something in common, she and I, though if she was aware of her deformity, she certainly wasn't put off by it, and neither was either of the two smiling men. As I worked, I was vaguely aware of Jean Timpson moving back and forth, carrying cleaning implements, putting fresh flowers in the vases by the windows. I didn't pay much attention, though. I got up after a while and went upstairs for more cigarettes. I saw that Jean Timpson had been there and made my bed. I saw, too, another rose. It took me completely by surprise, because here it was, still daylight. Outside the sun still shone on the raindrops that clung to the leaves. It was a perfect rose, just opening, exquisitely formed, tiny jeweled beads of moisture lying on the soft petals. Going back downstairs, I hovered in the kitchen doorway and lifted the rose to my nostrils. The tone must sound, "Oh, hi, how's it going?" "Fine, just fine." Her words were measured. "And how's it going with you?" "Fine. Did you have a good day?" "It's a bit early to make an assessment." Pause. "Have you had a good day?" "Oh, yeah, okay, I guess." Another pause, then she said, "I don't believe this conversation." "What?" "You heard me. David, what are you doing? Do you know when you're coming back?" I started to tell her that I didn't, and hiccuped. I took a deep breath. "No, I don't know when." "You're drunk." "Oh, Shayla, come on. I don't know what the hell's happening with you. Really, I'm starting to imagine all kinds of things." I said abruptly, "Well, there's something I'm not imagining." "What? What's that?" "Skip it." A little silence, then, "David, darling, this phone call is too costly to spend it playing games. What are you talking about?" "Colin and Helen, there are people who believe that Helen's death wasn't an accident. They believe that Colin killed her." "What?" "It's true. I'm not making it up." "Oh, my darling." Her voice was suddenly all warmth and compassion. "Come on home. You've been through enough. Come home. For my sake. I miss you so much." "I miss you too. But I can't, not yet." "What do you hope to achieve by staying there?" "Well, I can find out the truth. Show them. Aren't you taking this whole thing a bit too far? I mean, you're under a strain. I probably am, but that has nothing to do with it. How can you be so sure? Why don't you, well, have a talk to somebody who's understanding. I'm talking to you. No, I mean,
A doctor, maybe. Oh, I get it. You mean a shrink. Keep up that kind of talk, it'll get us a long way. I'm trying to help. Was she near to tears? Shayla, listen, I said gently. I've got to do this, please. Bear with me. Okay, David. She sounded weary of it all. Whatever you say. I had a hangover the next morning, waking late with a dry mouth, a monumental thirst, and heavy head. Jean Timpson was already there when I got downstairs, ready for me with coffee and orange juice. Feeling slightly more human, I went out into the sunshine where the smells of the garden rose to meet me. I wandered idly to the patch of earth I had cleared, and saw that the message was still there after all. The rain hadn't washed it out. No, I was wrong. There was a message there, but it was a different message. Just one word. Stay. I didn't leave the writing there as I had before. No, I got the rake and scratched away at the letters, obliterating every mark. I wanted it over with, done, gone. The first time I had turned it into a joke, but now it had gone far beyond that, and I had enough to think about without dealing with the strange behavior of some frustrated countrywoman. I had difficulty facing her as she served lunch. When it was over, I went into the living room and sat down before the jigsaw puzzle, only about an eighth finished, that still lay on the tray and surrounding carpet. I fiddled with odd bits, adding a touch of the sky, part of the woman's skirts, but my mind wasn't on it. As I sat there, Jean Timpson came in and moved to the vase of flowers by the front window. I didn't look up. Shame, I heard her murmur. I did look at her then. She was gazing at the flowers. The roses, she said. They're dying. They don't last like the others. Yes, shame. I returned to the puzzle, feeling her glance on the back of my head. She had to be conscious of the flatness of my tone. And then she was moving out of the room, the dead yellow roses in her hands. So little I did that day. I walked out into the countryside and back through the village, and I talked to no one. I realized that I was just letting the time slip by. In spite of my intentions, I was doing nothing really constructive. I was staying on, I had told Shayla, to prove Colin's innocence and still the gossip. Yet, apart from that one attempt to see Elizabeth Barton, my efforts amounted to very little. Her strange, unexpected reaction to my visit should, I was aware, make me more determined than ever. But there I had been for the past 2 days, just wandering about the house, about the garden. It was almost as if that, alone, were the purpose of my being there. Well, tomorrow I'd start, I told myself. Yes, tomorrow I'd really begin. But for now I was glad that the rest of the day was mine, to spend as I wished. I quickened my steps, heading back to my safe haven on Gerard's Hill. Jean Timpson had gone for the day when I got there. I fixed myself an early dinner and settled down for another evening alone. I'd loved this solitude. I felt utterly secure. When at last I turned off the lights, ready to go to bed, I moved up the stairs with my feet knowing, surely, every inch of the way. I had been there less than a week, yet I might have been there always. In my bedroom, I switched on the soft light of the bedside lamp, took the rose from my pillow, and got into bed. The clock said 11:30. I saw my untouched sleeping pills there. I wouldn't be needing one tonight, either. I tried to read for a while, but my eyes refused to focus properly after a time, so in the end I put the book down and flicked off the light. I remembered nothing more until I was awakened by the ringing of the bell. I started to reach out to depress the button on the alarm clock and then realized that the ringing was coming from the front door. The time was just coming up to 1 o'clock. Who the hell could be calling at this time of night? The ringing grew more insistent. I climbed out of bed and got into my robe. The ringing persisted as I went downstairs, like an alarm bell, but I didn't take the warning. As I opened the front door, the hall lamp rayed bright onto the figure standing on the step. I moved back in surprise. "Well," Shayla said, "aren't you going to ask me in?" Part 2.
The lunatic, the lover, and the poet are of imagination all compact. One sees more devils than vast hell can hold. A Midsummer Night's Dream, William Shakespeare. 12. Across the kitchen table, Shayla smiled at me over the rim of her cup. I looked at her, so pretty and neat in her yellow blouse and slacks, and could hardly believe it was true, that she was really there. "I'm terrified of meeting your daily," she said. "She'll know we didn't sleep in separate beds." "So what? She'll get used to the idea." She nodded and then said, "You wouldn't believe the panic I was in. I thought you were really sick. I was so worried." "So you pressed the panic button and gave up summer school. For what? To come and save me?" "Something like that. I mean, you've had a couple of pretty hard knocks, and then after your phone call when you were so upset, and then all that stuff you were saying, well, I didn't know what I'd find when I got here. A basket case, maybe. And what do you think now?" She studied me for a moment. "You seem very pulled together. I was sure you'd be a nervous wreck at the very least. And look at you. You have a tan. It's really fantastic. And, well, you look better than you have for ages." The sun was streaming in, touching her bare arm. I reached across, pressed her fingers. "You're not going to rush away now that you know I'm okay, are you?" "That means you really intend staying on here. Still?" "Yes, I told you." "Well," she said after a moment, "having told Jeffries that I won't be available, I guess I've got nothing to hurry back to. And this is a lovely place." I leaned back in my chair and stretched my arms. I felt the contentment in my fingertips. I felt suddenly, all at once, the first real touch of happiness since I had arrived back in England. The night before, after Sheila's arrival, we had sat for hours talking till almost 3, and we had grown closer again with every minute. Leaving out all mention of Jean Timpson's odd behavior, I told Sheila what had happened since my arrival, of the discoveries, the shocks, one upon the other. And I had cried, and she had held me, arms around me, close. And the worst was over then. I had needed someone there. Shayla, it had to be Shayla, someone who cared, who would understand. And when my tears were dry, I knew that everything would be all right. Now, sitting in the warmth of the morning sun, I was more certain than ever. We left our empty coffee cups, and I led her out into the garden. Holding her hand, I proudly showed her over my newly acquired property, taking her along the path by the lawn, skirting the flower beds, pointing out the flycatcher's nest, and airing my growing knowledge of their names, the various flowers. From there we went into the orchard, ducking beneath the clustered apples, the size of cherries, where the birds sang, and then beyond it into the thicket, and so down to the banks of the pond. And all the time I revelled in her joys of discovery. Her ohs and ahs of delight made me see everything as if for the first time again, and the same inside the house as she moved wanderingly from room to room. I said nothing, prepared her for nothing, but just watched. In Colin and Helen's room, she looked at the paintings on the walls and nodded her appreciation. Gently she touched the intricate design of Helen's patchwork quilt. "There is a lot of love in this house," she said, and I grinned at her sentimentality. "I mean it," she said. "I know I sound sickening, but it's true. You get a feeling about the place, you can tell. It's everywhere. The house is full of it." That was Shayla, right on the nose. "I don't think she likes me," she whispered. "Nonsense. Why wouldn't she?" Jean Timpson had arrived at the cottage to get my lunch, to be greeted with the sight of Shayla changing the bandage on my arm. The look on the older woman's face was a study. After I had made the introductions, I added, so that there could be no possible doubt, "Shayla will be staying here with me, probably till we go back to the States." Jean Timpson's smile had remained a little wooden. From what? Embarrassment? Because Shayla and I would be staying here together? Possibly. Or maybe it was just shyness at meeting a stranger. There was certainly some of that, evident in the way she twitched at her lilac hair ribbon. But whatever it was, I wasn't about to allow it to matter. "She'll be all right," I said to Shayla.
Standing behind her, she sat at the piano. Just give her a chance. Jean Timpson had just gone by with her cleaning things, muttering a soft, awkward, "Excuse me," as she sidled through. "I reckon she could be a little jealous," Shayla murmured. "She's had you all to herself for days, and all of a sudden there comes some pushy American female on the scene, making your breakfast and lighting your cigarettes, etc." She smiled with the last word and then, more seriously, added, "And when you think about it, maybe she feels she's had you here much longer." "I don't get you." She looked into my eyes. "You look exactly like Colin, so. And for her, perhaps, it's as if Colin has never left." She shrugged. "It's a thought." Her voice was almost a whisper. "Though I'm probably being too clever, but I think she could be a bit jealous. I don't miss much, especially when I get the fisheye like I did this morning when she came in." "You're imagining it." "Well, we'll see." She turned from me and bent her head over the stack of sheet music on her knee, flipping through the romantic covers with their hearts and flowers and sunsets. "Anyway," she added, "I'm not complaining. She's certainly been looking after you." She grinned. "And there was I, rather looking forward to being your ministering angel, some kind of cross between Florence Nightingale and Pollyanna. Now I'll have to think of some other role." I laughed, touched her hair. She lifted her face, and I leaned down and kissed her, a long kiss. She said softly, "I never thought I would miss you so much, but damn it, I did." Her eyes were very steady on mine. "I didn't realize," she said, "just how much I love you." She turned from me again, then, smiling, pulling her blouse closer at the neck. "It's chilly in this room," and began to play Cole Porter's Night and Day. She didn't see my smile, which I couldn't stop, but her efforts at a piano had always amused me, probably because she would insist on playing whilst knowing all the time how mediocre was her ability. Listening to her as she crucified Cole Porter's Evergreen, I reflected that the word mediocre was possibly too generous a description. Her style, if it could be called that, was erratic, to say the least, as she rippled through the easy parts and slowed up for the more difficult ones. I sharply drew in my breath when she solidly hit a wrong note, and she looked at me with a fierce expression, daring me to complain. "Don't start," she warned. "I didn't say a word." "Just as well." She turned back, eyes torn between the printed page and her fingers on the keys. "You can't play at all. I can play a little." "You're right, Miss Eyre," I said in my best Orson Welles voice. "You do play a little." Undeterred, she played on, more flamboyantly. "Oh, Mr. Rochester, you smooth, sweet-talking bastard, you." I grinned. She added, "You know, your Miss Jean Timpson makes me think of a rather rustic Mrs. Danvers." "Wrong book," I said. "Mrs. Danvers is the creepy housekeeper in Rebecca. You mean Mrs. Fairfax. Was it Grace Poole?" "That's the one." She stifled a laugh. "Grace Poole, that's who she reminds me of. There's something a little strange about her. Well, maybe not strange exactly. Different." Before dinner, I sat out on the lawn while Shayla, in the cottage, fixed cocktails for us. When she appeared, she handed me a vodka martini, then watched while I sipped it and nodded my appreciation. She said, "I've been having a little chat with Jean." "Oh." She sat beside me on the seat. "Just an effort to be friendly. I mean, I'd like us to be friends." She sighed. "She doesn't make it that easy." "I thought you were getting on okay." "Oh, I'm not so sure." She took a sip from her glass. "And you know something? I was right." "What about?" "She said having you here made it almost seem as if your brother had never gone." She watched my face, looking for a reaction. "What else did she say?" "Nothing much. Maybe I was trying too hard, but I can't seem to reach her. She's so shy." "Give it time," I said. We sipped our martinis while the birds sang and the shadows lengthened across the grass. "This place is heaven," Shayla said. "It's easy to see why Colin loved it so." Her words ruffled the calm I was feeling, and I thrust them away, concentrating on the warmth, the gentleness, and the peace around us. And then Shayla was giving a small cry of pleasure and leaning down to the little cat that had appeared, as if from nowhere, to rub its nose against her ankle, tail waving high. "Now where did you come from?" Sheila cooed, and took the cat onto her lap, her fingers stroking the soft fur. Purring, it nestled against her hand. "Her name's Girlie," I said. "She comes with the cottage." At that moment the kitchen door opened, and Jean Timpson came towards us, across the lawn, with the information that dinner was ready. I picked up our glasses while Sheila continued fondling the cat. She held the animal closer, her cheek against the softness. "She was Miss Warwick's," Jean Timpson told her. "After they were gone, she wandered off. I thought she'd gone for good." She smiled, watching the movements of Sheila's smoothing hands. "She likes company." "I hope she stays now," Sheila said, and I thought of the kitten up there on the steep roof, clinging on, afraid to get down, and then Helen fetching the ladder, climbing up. "I roasted some lamb," Jean Timpson was saying to Sheila, although she was avoiding eye contact. When did she not? I thought I saw an attempt at friendliness, and I was glad of it. There was, she then told us, fruit pie and cream to follow. "If," she added, "that's all right." "Sounds great," Sheila said, accepting the gesture. "David will tell you I have a very sweet tooth." "And how?" I said. "Ice cream, chocolate, you name it." I laughed, but I was still seeing Helen up there by the chimney, losing her hold, slipping, falling. "Come on, dreamer." Sheila touched my shoulder. She had put the cat down, and now it ran off across the grass. "Let's go eat." After dinner we wandered down to the village and called at a pleasant pub overlooking the river. We bought pints of beer and took them out to the small back garden where we sat at old rough wood tables. A slight breeze came off the water, not scented by exhaust fumes or garbage, but the smells of the countryside. Sheila, reaching in her bag for cigarettes, brought out 3 envelopes and handed them to me. "I keep forgetting, these arrived for you." "It's from the local bank," I told her, "about Colin." I smiled at her serious expression. "It's all right. It can't shock me now." "No?" "No, not now. Except—" I came to a halt. "Except what?" That phone call I told you about. I can't forget it. Dave." She touched my sleeve. "Helen's death was an accident. What does it matter what a few ill-informed, malicious individuals think? It matters. It should only be important what you think, what you know." I nodded. She went on, after a moment. "And you know they were happy together, don't you?" "Do I?" "Well, all his letters, he sounded so content. You're forgetting I heard hardly at all during the last half of their year together, and nothing at all towards the end." "So you think they weren't so happy, maybe? That perhaps Helen was so unhappy that she killed herself?" I didn't answer, just studied my beer. "You're afraid, aren't you?" she said. "Leave it, Sheila. You're the one who should leave it." Her eyes were very steady on mine. "You are afraid. God knows what's going on in your head, what your wild imagination's putting you through." "You're forgetting that phone call," I said. "He's sure that Colin killed her. And you're beginning to think he could be right. Right?" 13. "Don't even suggest it," I said through gritted teeth. "Why not?" she said calmly. "It's what's in your mind." Her fingers pressed on mine. "And you must know how ridiculous it is." She paused. "It is, isn't it?" I must hold on to the cool sound of her reason. It was what I needed. "Yes," I said. "Dave, it is. It is ridiculous. You'll go on searching, tormenting yourself looking for answers, and when you find them, if you find them, you might not,
you'll see that you've been eating your heart out for nothing at all. There'll be a reasonable explanation, and it won't involve coming face to face with some awful truth about Colin." "You really believe that?" "I wanted to believe it so much. I do. Honestly, I do. But that phone call. Somebody getting his kicks. Somebody who didn't like your brother, that much is obvious. And you should take notice of somebody like that?" I nodded. She was right. She went on, "And don't forget, there was an inquest. And there they were presented with all the facts. That's what inquests are for." "Yes. It makes sense, doesn't it?" "Yes." And it did make sense. I smiled at her. "I needed somebody to talk to," I said. "Or rather, somebody to talk to me. I know I haven't been able to see straight. I'm not surprised under the circumstances. I'd have been climbing the walls." A little silence went by, and then, "So, what are you going to do?" she asked. "About what?" "About Colin, Helen, all your questions, your worries." I held her fingers tighter, held tighter to the persuasive sound of her common-sense words. "I shall forget it," I said. "Good." Her smile was so warm. I tipped my glass, finished my beer. "You want another?" she asked. "No, let's go home." We took cups of coffee out into the garden, all moonlit, soft, warm air, sweet-scented. Ducking under the arch at the side, we wandered through the shadows of the thicket, following the narrow path to the clearing where Bill Gerard had built a summer house for his beloved daughter, and where, years later, sad Margaret Lane had burned to death inside it. I felt no lingering melancholy there now. Why should I? I didn't know its secret then. No, I felt then only an increasing happiness, a relaxing that grew and grew. "You'd like to come back here, wouldn't you?" Shayla said. "To stay. If you were with me." In the dim light I could see her eyes on mine. Her hand on the bench moved and rested on my hand. I thought again of my declared reasons for staying on in Hillingham, and they no longer seemed important anymore. It was just Shayla. And she had been right in all that she had said. All those worries about Colin and Helen, they were ridiculous. Putting my arm about her shoulders, I drew her closer to me. She rested her head on my shoulder. I took a last drag on my cigarette and dropped the glowing end onto the stone at my feet. I watched the red spark become smaller and smaller, till it was quite gone, and with it I would let go all those wonderings, those doubts about my brother and his wife. Reese, too, had been right. He had said it was all over, and it was over. I couldn't help Colin or Helen with my emotional probings. Colin and Helen were far beyond anything I could do for either of them. I thought about Dufresne and Elizabeth Barton. I wouldn't bother them now. Wherever Dufresne was, I wouldn't try to find him. What was the point? In Elizabeth Barton, who had appeared so afraid at my sudden appearance on her doorstep. "Whatever were those reasons for your fear," I silently said, "you can keep them to yourself. I won't probe any more." "I am going to leave it," I said, "about Colin. What I told you about finding out the truth. I know the truth. Let people say what they like. I'm going to try to forget it. I shall." I smiled, demonstrating my newfound sense of freedom. "I just want to enjoy being here with you. Let's live for the living. Colin is dead." I felt a great, overwhelming sense of relief, as if at last I was released from some age-old tie, as if the knots were loosening, falling away, the blood surging freely once more through long, restricted veins. I was finally acknowledging that Colin, my brother, was gone, really gone, would never reach me again. Perhaps I had lived far too long in his towering, distant shadow. Now, finally, it had faded. I would make my own way. I became aware of the beauty of the night. Up above us, the Milky Way was brilliant in the clear sky, while all around us the leaves were rustled by the breeze and the movements of night creatures. "It's a lovely, secluded little spot, this," Shayla murmured. I'd like a summer house here myself someday." "That means you want to come back." "How could I not?" I kissed her. "Then you shall have your summer house." Before Shayla got ready to go upstairs, I went ahead and looked in the bedroom. The scent of flowers drifted in through the open window, but there was no rose on the pillow. Somehow I had known there wouldn't be. Jean Timpson had evidently got the message. Not before time. When I got downstairs, I found Shayla sitting on the carpet, leaning over the jigsaw puzzle. "You haven't got very far," she observed. I agreed with her, then she said, looking at the picture on the box lid, "The filthy beast, he's looking right up her pants." Some people are like that. Maybe she's not even wearing pants. That could account for his smile. Disgusting people. I reached out, lifted her up. She came close against me, arms moving around my neck. "Let's go to bed," I said. I carried a lighted kitchen candle into the bedroom and turned off the bedside lamp. "Just this in the moonlight," I said. "That's enough." As I lay down beside her, she pressed herself to me. Our arms wrapped each other, holding closer, closer still, so that we were flesh against flesh, the length of our bodies. I kissed her, touching, caressing, and she moaned softly against me, little animal sounds pulling me nearer. "I love you," she breathed against my cheek. "I love you, oh, my dear, dear Dave." A gust of air, brief, sudden, flicked across my shoulders, hit the candle flame and snuffed it out. I paused for a moment, an orchestra conductor momentarily losing his place, my rhythm faltering. Shayla was a pale shadow now, lit only by the moon. "Don't stop," she said. "Oh, don't stop." 14. On our way back from the cemetery, we stopped at a shop that sold antiques, the goods on sale ranging from rubbish to some really beautiful pieces. There was a lovely Victorian shaving mug patterned in blue and green that I coveted, also a porcelain statuette, a rather erotic study of Leda in an embrace with a swan. "It's gorgeous," I said to Shayla. "It's rude." "I don't care, I love it." "Then buy it." I examined the price label on the base. "I'll think about it." Always the cautious one. "We'd only have to hide it," Shayla said, "every time some maiden aunt called around." "We don't have any maiden aunts." "Just as well." She went back to picking around amongst the bits and pieces, like a hen scratching for corn. "You've got so much stuff here. How much is this, please?" He looked at it for a moment, told her a price, and she converted it to dollars and cents and said, "I'll take it." He began to search around for a piece of wrapping paper, and it was as he got up that I noticed that he limped slightly on his left leg. Not quite as pronounced a limp as mine, but still a limp. That, I realized, probably accounted for his interest in my own uneven gait. "That looks like one of Sad Margaret's, doesn't it?" Shayla took my thoughts away, pointing to a framed sampler on the wall. "How can you tell? I should think one looks pretty much like another." The old man turned to us at this. "No, she's right." He smiled at Shayla. "If you mean Margaret Lane, you're right, it is one of hers." Shayla looked at me with a superior I-told-you-so lift of an eyebrow. He went on. "Miss Merridew sold it to me. It's been here for ages. I bought another one from your sister-in-law. That was before she was married. Sold that one, though. She sorted out quite a few bits and pieces she didn't want. Things that had been kept at the cottage, hoarded over the years from the previous owners. I didn't take that much, just a few odd things." "Did you know her very well?" I asked, and sensed Shayla shooting a glance at me. I knew what she was thinking, that I was harping on Helen's death again, and after my professed intentions. "I've known everyone who's lived at that cottage since I was born," he said. "Nearly 86 years ago. I doubt there's much that's happened here in the village that I don't know about. I've seen it all here." He sighed. "Oh, yes, a lot of changes, and not all for the better. But I suppose it's what they call progress. Nowadays people come and go, and you don't know who they are or where they're from different places, different countries, like as not. When I was a lad, you took it for granted that everybody knew everybody else. Different now, harder to keep track.
One time, it seemed, half the people in the village were related to each other. Nobody went further than the next town. Hardly ever. Well, you couldn't, could you? I began to shake my head in agreement. No, but he answered his own question. Course you couldn't. Not when the only means of getting anywhere was by foot, unless you were lucky enough to have a horse. But people today, they fly off here, there, and everywhere and think nothing of it. He seemed to have forgotten Sheila's purchase. The cream pitcher lay before him, unwrapped on its sheet of wrapping paper. I stole a glance at her. Her expression was all the encouragement he needed to go on. He smiled at her, said she was from America, wasn't she? He could tell by her accent. Course, we're used to foreigners coming here now. In fact, they're buying up half the village sometimes, it seems. He added quickly, shaking his head. Oh, don't misunderstand me. I'm not including you. I said I realized that. He went on. Oh, we're used to different accents now, but years ago, well, it was something to talk about. Like when Bill Gerard went off and come back with a Welsh girl for a wife. That was quite an event. He was the gardening one, I said. He grinned. You've been studying your history. Mr. Timpson, he gave me a quick lesson. Oh? All told, I said, he didn't make out too badly for a guy with only one hand, did he? Oh, no, he did all right. He was clever enough. He shifted the cream pitcher on the paper, began to wrap it. Imagine bringing a Welsh dress all the way from Wales. He grinned. There's no doubt about it. Your cottage has seen a rare collection of females in its time. Did he, I wondered, include Helen in that collection? How well, I asked, too quickly, did you know my sister-in-law? And saw Sheila give me a pained look that clearly asked, could I never let the matter drop? I knew her, he said thoughtfully. About as well as most people did, I suppose, but it seemed to me that nobody really knew her that well. She called into the shop a few times. She was very pleasant. We chatted, and a couple of times I saw her there at the cottage. Mind you, I knew your brother better, although he wasn't here nearly as long. I asked him if they'd sell me that Welsh dresser. He said they would. He'd had it moved down to the cellar out of the way, but then before we actually settled the deal, she had her accident. He gave a sad little shake of his head. Terrible shame, terrible shame. I didn't see your brother after that happened, but before then he came into the shop many times, and we'd always get talking about the cottage, the folks who lived there, this and that. You know how it is. I suppose it was natural he'd be interested, as anyone would be. There was an unspoken but at the end of his sentence. I said, after a moment, but, well, he shrugged. He just seemed fascinated by it. I got to thinking that he came here just for that, to talk. Was he saying that Cullen had become obsessed by the house? I recalled again Reese telling me how he had urged Colin to get away from it, away from all its sad associations. Had Reese made the same implication? He'd asked me, Pitkin said, the same questions over and over. I think probably the place was getting on his nerves. It could do, too, if you're of an imaginative turn of mind, at all highly strung. Highly strung? Did that describe Colin? I watched as the old man resumed the wrapping of the cream pitcher. Sheila had moved over to the sampler. I turned and read over her shoulder the words that were embroidered there. My true love hath my heart, and I have his. By just exchange one for another given. I hold his dear, and mine he cannot miss. There never was a better bargain driven. That's by Sir Philip Sidney, Sheila said airily, turning back to me. Did you know that? No, I didn't know that. But one thing I'll say for it, it's more cheerful than her other one. She was obviously happy when she made this one. She wasn't always sad. I looked at the date on it, stitched in blue. December 1903. It wasn't that long before, either. Oh, we must have it, Dave, she said. It belongs at the cottage, doesn't it? I nodded. If you say so. Pitkin quoted a price to her, a very low one, and she did her conversion job again and told him happily that it was a deal. While she picked over coins and notes in her bag, the old man carefully wrapped the framed sampler in paper. When it was done, I thanked him, said goodbye, and led the way to the door. He followed us. As we said goodbye again, I heard the sound of horses' hooves, and looking out saw a woman go by on the street, leading a large chestnut mare. Shayla said rapturously, "Oh!" and hurried out past me in pursuit. From the doorway I watched as she caught up with the woman about 25 yards along. They fell into conversation together. As I watched, the old man at my side said, "I hope I didn't say anything to upset you just now." "Not at all." The sampler was coming unwrapped in my hands, and I pulled it into shape again. "I don't know why she wants this," I said for something to say. "The place is chock full of mementos already, and Margaret Lane is hardly the happiest person to want reminders of." "Yes." We were both silent then, both of us. We were back to death again, and although their names were not mentioned, back to Colin and Helen. I said, forcing a grin, putting an end to the conversation and hopefully its associations, "She'll moon over that horse all day if allowed to," and stepped away. Quickly, he said, "Oh, that Welsh dresser." "Yes?" "I would still like to buy it, if you'd consider selling it." "I don't know. I haven't even looked at it properly." I shrugged. "I'd have to think about it." "I'd be glad if you would think about it. Then perhaps I could drop in and, well, have a chat about it." "Any time. Tomorrow afternoon?" He didn't let the grass grow under his feet. "Fine," I said. We shook hands, and I stepped away from him for the second time. "Oh!" Twisted, snarled-up wreck. The bonnet concertinaed, one side almost completely ripped away, just hanging by the merest slender strip of jagged metal. I saw at once that anyone who had been in that driver's seat could not possibly have survived. I remembered how proud Colin had been of his MG. I remembered the picture of him sitting at its wheel, the happy smile on his face, the warm sun reflecting in the brilliant red paintwork. I had to look away. I felt almost sick. I could imagine for the first time just how violently, how sickeningly he must have died. I felt sudden tears well up in my eyes, those tears I had thought were a thing of the past. I couldn't help it. They were not for his passing, though. They were for the manner of his passing. I stood still while the tears coursed down my cheeks, trying to get my breath without making a complete idiot of myself, my face turned away so the man Carmichael shouldn't see. When at last I'd got control, after a fashion, I went over to him. He was studiously examining the oil level of the old spread out there. As we ate, Girlie came to us across the grass, and, smelling of cat food, nuzzled around us for a while before being distracted by the flight of a passing butterfly. She dashed off in mad, scampering pursuit, leaping up, missing the Red Admiral by a hair's breadth, while we laughed at her insane antics. Then, suddenly exhausted, she came back to us and lay down, sides heaving, in the shade of Shayla's body. Later, when the sandwiches were finished, Shayla got some of Jean Timpson's ice cream from the fridge. I lounged back as she ate. "I don't know how you can touch all that sickly stuff." "You don't know what you're missing." She grinned at me and took another spoonful. That really was so thoughtful of her. I drained my glass with the last drop of tea and lay down, prone, my head on my forearms. I closed my eyes. It was Shayla's short cry of pain that snatched me back from the edge of sleep. Quickly I sat up. She was holding her hand to her mouth, spitting out melted ice cream that ran, tinged with red, between her fingers. I knelt before her. Tears shone in her eyes, pain and fright. When she took her hand away from her mouth, I could see that her lips were smudged with blood. And in the hand she held out to me was a long sliver of glass. 15. When Jean Timpson arrived, I asked her where she'd bought the ice cream. "The big shop in the square." She smiled. "Was it all right? I thought Miss Sheila would like it." I held out to her the sliver of glass. This was in it. She stared at it, face set. "Was she?" She cut her gum and the inside of her lip, not too badly, but painful for all that. "You give that to me." She held out her hand, "and I'll take it and show them." "No, I'll do it first thing Monday." I studied the glass. It was about 3/4 of an inch long, very thin at one end with a point as sharp as a needle. If Shayla had swallowed it, well, I dreaded to think what might have been the result. "Is she in there now?" Jean Timpson asked. Yes, she was, I said, and she went past me towards the living room. I followed. Shayla was sitting on the floor, sorting through records. Girlie was in her lap. Jean Timpson stopped just inside the doorway. "Oh, Miss Shayla, I'm so sorry." She paused. "I just don't know what to say." All concerned, Shayla got up and moved towards her. "It's not your fault, and I'm perfectly okay." "They ought to be more careful. I'm sorry, I really am." Jean Timpson's hands were working, writhing nervously. "Please," I said as I dropped the piece of glass into a small dish on the mantelpiece, "you mustn't get yourself into a state about it. As Shayla said, it was no fault of yours." When she had gone back to the kitchen, Shayla said, "Poor thing, she feels worse about it than I do." With the house to ourselves again after dinner, we talked, listened to Neil Diamond and Simon and Garfunkel, and then, on television, watched Judy Garland make it from rags to riches and A Star is Born. Before bedtime came, I went upstairs and checked our room. No Rose there. The room was very warm. I opened the windows and felt the welcome cooling night air drift in through the lace curtains. Later, when I followed Shayla there from the bathroom, I found her in bed, with the sheet pulled up around her chin and one of the windows closed again. "I thought I'd freeze to death," she said. "You," I told her, "are a spoilt American brat. All that air conditioning and central heating, and faced with the real elements, they're too much for you." Balls. You think you've got an answer for everything with your university education. I put out the light, got in beside her, and held her. But when I began to caress her, she stayed my hand. "I'm sorry, darling," she murmured, "but I don't feel all that good, actually." "Your mouth, where you were cut?" "No, not that. Just generally. I'll be okay tomorrow." "Sure you will." I smoothed her hand in mine. Poor baby. I slept soon after. The next thing I was aware of was surfacing, only half with it, to the sound of her voice as she cried out beside me. She was trying with difficulty to sit up. One of her thrashing arms, catching me a blow on the shoulder, brought me fully awake. I sat up beside her and put my arms around her, but she shook my touch away, moving, twisting wildly, fighting me off. "It's all right, it's all right." I held her again. "You've had a bad dream. You're safe now." She turned, slow, puzzled eyes to me. Reality was getting through to her. You could see it dawning, settling. She lifted a hand, touched my cheek, so gently as if reassuring herself of my presence, safety. I never loved her more than I did in that moment. "Just a dream," I said softly. "It's all right now." She nodded, wordless, then lay down again and closed her eyes. This time, I stayed fully awake until she was asleep. She was still sleeping when I crept out of bed the next morning and went downstairs. At the kitchen table I drank coffee and orange juice and smoked a first cigarette while the sound of church bells drifted up from the village, and birds and butterflies flew about their work in the garden. Another very warm day. I made fresh coffee, poured more juice, and took it upstairs. Shayla was awake now. "How do you feel?" I asked her. "Better?" She smiled at me. She felt perfectly all right now, she said. After lunch, omelets. Jean Timpson wasn't coming in till later. Mr. Pitkin arrived. I'd forgotten all about his arranged visit, and when he rang the bell just on 3:30, I wasn't prepared. I hadn't given the dresser a single thought since meeting him, let alone having come to a decision as to whether or not I wanted to hang on to it. But there he was, all spruce and smiling on the doorstep, hat in one hand, walking stick in the other. "I have to tell you the truth," I told him once he was inside. "I haven't made up my mind about it yet." "Oh, that's all right," he smiled. "There's no rush. And anyway, I enjoyed the stroll." Politely declining Shayla's offer of coffee, he waited a moment, then asked if, while he was here, might he take a look at the dresser. "Certainly," I said, and then, remembering the Duff cellar light and the faulty torch, added, "But it'll have to be by candlelight, I'm afraid." I lit candles and led the way to the cellar door. "Be careful, the steps are steep," I warned him, and he smiled and said, "Oh, I know," and followed me down, with Shayla bringing up the rear. She hadn't been down there before, and when we reached the floor and stood in the circle of light, she stood looking around at the accumulation of past possessions and ahead with delighted surprise, and she wasn't in the least fazed by Miss Meridew's stuffed pet. Pitkin had moved to the dresser. I followed him with the candles and looked at it then, really looked at it for the first time. Standing at least 8 feet high, with a length of almost 6 feet, it was an impressive piece, if only by size. I said to Pitkin, "It must weigh a ton. They must have gone to so much trouble to get it here. How on earth did they manage it?" "They'd have brought it on a cart, along with all her other bits and pieces." He ran his fingers along the carved edge of one of the lower shelves. "But you can see why they went to so much trouble, can't you?" It wasn't a question. "I'd reckon her father made it for her, or else it had been in the family. Be given to her for her bottom drawer, I should reckon." Shayla looked at me questioningly at this, and I said, translating for her, "Bottom drawer, hope chest to you." And she said, "Hope chest to you too," and aimed a pathetic fist at me. "The genuine article this is," Pitkin said, "an especially nice one as well, and solid, not like those flimsy little copies they churn out today." There was certainly nothing flimsy about this one. I put my shoulder to it and tried to shift it, but I couldn't budge it an inch. "No," the old man said, watching me, smiling. "You'd never move that on your own." He seemed in his element. He began pulling out and pushing in the smoothly gliding drawers. I went round there with my father. There was a tree had come down. "Ah, yes," I said. "Mr. Timpson mentioned that." It was the tree that had broken the sundial, I recalled, the one that had fallen the same day as Temple's hasty, guilty departure. "It'd come down in a storm," Pitkin said. "And it was a storm, too. Trees coming down all over the place. Really bad. Anyway, since the Temples were gone, this tree just stayed there. So after the Lanes moved in, we all went along to help cut it up, move it." He grinned. "They wouldn't have been short of firewood that coming winter, that's for sure." "Why," Shayla asked, "did you and your father go around to help them?" "Oh, it wasn't just us. A lot of the local people went. Living out in the country, folks are always ready to lend a hand if they can. Not like in the cities. In the country, you never know when you might be called on, and in the same way, you never know when you might be needing help. And of course, them being newcomers, well, it was a neighborly thing to do." I remembered what Timpson had told me about John Lane, that he had become something of a recluse after the death of his wife. "How was he, Lane, then?" I asked. "That's a long time ago." "Oh, he seemed all right. Tall fellow, dark. Not unlike you, I suppose. By all accounts, he caused quite a flutter with the young women in the village when he first arrived here. But he was only interested in his wife, so I believe. She was a very quiet young woman, shy, gentle, placid soul. It was quite a shock when that happened to her." "How did it happen exactly?" This was Shayla. "Who can say? Nobody knew about it till it was over. John Lane come down into the village one morning in July and said his wife was dead. He said it had happened just a few hours earlier. Apparently, he'd woke up, missed her, and gone outside looking for her, and saw smoke coming from the summer house. Well, it was blazing all right. He broke the door down and managed to drag her out, but it was too late. She was dead. According to him, she'd got into the habit of going out to the summer house at all times of day or night. He reckoned she must have knocked over the oil lamp she'd taken in there." "And they believed him?" I asked. He hesitated, then, "Some did. He was burnt pretty badly himself in trying to get her out, and there wasn't really any reason you could think of as to why he'd do away with her. Besides that, she'd begun to act a bit strange, so to some people it didn't come as such a great surprise." "And the other people?" "Well, of course they had their own ideas, and they let it be known quite clearly what those ideas were." "What was the official verdict?" Shayla asked. "Accident?" He nodded. "Which it probably was, I reckon. Anyway, one thing there was no doubt about. It finished Lane. Oh, yes, he never got over that. In spite of what some people said, I think he was devoted to his wife. I saw him just a day or two after it happened. He was like a changed man. He was.
a changed man. He was like, well, broken. And from there, he just went steadily downhill, stopped going out, stopped seeing people. When he was ill, my mother came down and nursed him, but she said she didn't think he wanted to go on very much. Well, whether he wanted to or not, he didn't. He died while she was there. What was wrong with him? Smallpox. That was about 3 or 4 years after his wife's death. 4, I said. I saw the gravestone in the cemetery. It's such a sad story, Shayla said. Yes. Pitkin nodded. After that, Miss Merridew moved in. He tapped the dresser. I asked her to sell this to me. Oh, not long before she died. She wouldn't sell it. He turned, looked at me expectantly, hopefully. I shrugged. I just don't know. Not right now. But if you do decide to sell it, I'll give you first chance, you can be sure. Thank you. He gave me an apologetic little smile. I think it's such a shame to have a lovely piece like this and just leave it down here gathering the dust. I watched his old hand resting lightly on the dusty wood. I looked at the dresser again, the whole enormous size of it. One thing was certain, we didn't have room for it. And you could find a good home for it, could you? I said. Oh, yes, no fear of that. I nodded. Well, I'll let you know in a day or two. Good, he said. Fine, fine. In the open doorway, I stood for some moments after he had gone from sight. What's up? Shayla asked me. I shook my head. Nothing. But there was something the old man had said down in the cellar that hadn't quite added up. At the time, it had been too fleeting for me to grasp, and now I couldn't put my finger on it at all. Well, it probably wasn't important. In the living room, Shayla read for a while, and I sat on the carpet and tried to make some progress with the jigsaw. I wasn't getting anywhere with it, though, and in the end I gave up and went outside to mooch around the garden. It was while poking about in the tool shed that I came across an old croquis set. Back in the house over tea, I studied the little time-discolored book of rules. It was a game calculated to bring out the worst in people, I reckoned, though it didn't appear to demand much in the way of energy. Shayla said, raising one eyebrow, You're dying to have a crack at that, aren't you? Then she nodded. Well, why not? I've always fancied my chance at croquet. It's pronounced croquis, not croquet. Arkansas to you. On the lawn, we hammered into the metal hoops and the sharp-pointed, color-banded stake that was the finishing post, and then began. Shayla caught on quickly, too quickly. After an hour and a half, during which time I hadn't managed to get beyond the third hoop, and in which time she managed to slam my ball countless whacks across the lawn in the wrong direction, I decided it was time to stop for a drink and a cigarette. Then our one drink became two, and by that time Jean Timpson had arrived and almost finished preparing dinner. Our croquis game was forgotten. After we had eaten, as we were drinking coffee in the living room, I looked out and saw that dark clouds had begun to gather, and in no time at all they were well and truly overhead and threatening. Not for long, though, the rain began to fall, gently at first, and then, after a short respite, very heavily in a sudden downpour. I remembered the mallets out on the lawn and got up to fetch them in, but Jean, thoughtful Jean, had beaten me to it. It's all right, she said as she headed through the kitchen. I saw them out there. And she nodded to where the mallets and the hoops stood neatly stacked by the door. She went home soon afterwards, and Shayla and I settled down for another quiet evening. Beyond the window pane, the rain continued to fall, whipped by the wind that had sprung up, so that it spattered in sudden gusts against the glass. And the wildness outside only served to make me feel, there in the cottage, more secure. And Shayla, too. While the rain lashed at the windows and the thunder growled in the distance, she looked across at me and smiled, hugging herself. I love it. I love it. I find it difficult to describe how I felt my contentment growing, but it really was. The cottage, I felt, was hourly becoming more and more ours, as if our presence there was forcing those ghosts of the past to relinquish their hold upon it. Those relics all around us of the former inhabitants were becoming only relics, objects, and nothing more.
more interesting in their own right, increasingly divorced from the associations that had caused them to be kept and treasured. I found I could look on sad Margaret's samplers and be aware only of her exquisite needlework, and I could forget, though granted not all the time, my awareness of her unhappy days and her grotesque ending. If we stayed there long enough, Shayla and I, the house I knew would one day be ours completely. They would all be gone, those past dwellers of Gerard's Hill cottage, all of them. And that meant Colin and Helen, too. And that I wished for most of all. It would only be a matter of time, I thought, and I'd be able to think again of Colin as he had lived, to take pleasure in the few memories I had of him, memories that would always be touched by the sadness of his death, but nevertheless pleasurable. As it was right then, he was still too close, still too much an occupant there. The loss of him still much too real and too near to the present. The book I took from the shelf was, I was so aware, his book, and when a little later Shayla and I began a game of chess, it was with his chess set. Our game of chess went the way of our game of croquet. We packed it up just before 10, and yawning, Shayla went on up to bed. I stayed down and watched some of the news on television, but it was just one story of gloom, doom, and despair after another, proof that man hadn't learned a damn thing for all his ages of evolution and progress. And deciding that enough was enough, I switched off and started up the stairs. I was just setting my good foot on the landing when I heard her cry out. I rushed in, put on the light, and held her, trying to still her madly thrashing arms. I soothed her, rocking her in my arms like a baby. After a minute, she stopped fighting me and relaxed again. "I had another bad dream," she said. There were tears in her eyes. She reached out, grasped, held tight to my sleeve. "Don't go. You come to bed now." After breakfast, while Shayla washed the dishes, I went into the living room to get the piece of glass and hand it back to the shop, along with a piece of my mind. The glass was gone. "Probably Jean moved it," Shayla said, when she came in with her feather duster doing her Mrs. Danvers bit while we were at dinner last night. "Yes, I expect so." I watched her as she dried her hands, watched the slim line of her body as she reached for the jar of hand cream, and I returned next year. The house would be more than ever mine. I found myself whistling as I walked along, past the rear of the house, past the sunken garden. I whistled until I was close to the patch of garden I'd already cleared. Then my feet and my tune came to an abrupt halt. Clearly, in the fresh, still rain-damp earth, new words had been written. Large, round letters, childish and uncertain in the forming of their character, but by no means uncertain in the message they spelt out. Send her away. 16. In Dr. Reese's waiting room, I sat down facing a fat woman who was trying to amuse a peevish child who refused to be amused. We all had problems. In my own mind, I could still hear the words I had muttered as I'd stood by the garden patch. "Jean Timpson, this is it. You're through." I saw what was left of my brother's car. It was such a mess. I never realized before just how hard he must have hit that tree. How could he have had such a crazy accident? He shrugged. "What can I say? That's what it was. What else could it have been?" I didn't want to face Jean Timpson until I'd fully decided how to tackle the situation. For the moment, I had no idea how to go about it. Standing in the hall on my return, I could hear her at her work in the kitchen. I turned away from the sound, went into the living room where Shayla put Girlie down and came towards me. "How is it?" She examined the fierce red scar for a moment, then said, "It'll fade." As I sat down in my armchair, she added in a near whisper, "Jean's been so sweet to me while you've been out. Her basic trouble is her shyness, that's all. We had quite a long chat. Poor thing, she feels so bad about that ice cream." The ice cream. And suddenly the words I had found scratched in the earth took on a whole new, quite sinister connotation. Yet Surely she wouldn't go that far. But the thought preyed on my mind. I hardly listened as Shayla went on talking. Did you know that she's something of a horsewoman herself, Jean? So we have something in common. She didn't tell me about it, though. Mrs. Stoner did. I was seeing again that thin, razor-sharp sliver of glass in Shayla's palm, her palm stained with her blood. Apparently, Shayla went on, Jean worked at the stables when she was younger. She left, though. Her dad went up there one day and created a fuss about one of the guys who worked there. She went on talking, but I was absorbed in my own thoughts. How anxious, I wondered, was Jean Timpson to have Shayla gone? The ice cream had come in a plastic tub with a lid that just pulled off. It would have been the easiest thing in the world for someone to have pushed in the glass, smoothed the ice cream over again, and replaced the lid. Did she resent Shayla's presence enough to do such a crazy thing? Was she capable of doing it? David, Shayla said, you're not listening to a word I'm saying. I'm listening. I'm listening already. And I was still wondering how anybody could put glass into someone else's food. The thought made me shudder. You were talking about Jean working at the stables, I said. I'd finished with that ages ago. She came to me, placing her hands on my shoulders. You're in a strange mood. What are you thinking about? Nothing important. I shook my head. Something's up. I can read you like a book. She moved to the piano. You need soothing. She lifted the lid and struck a loud chord. A little music to soothe the savage beast. To soothe the savage breast. I laughed. It's breast. I'd never use such a word, she said primly, and began to play Home on the Range. I barely spoke to Jean Timpson as she served us at dinner. I just found it too difficult. I don't know whether she noticed my reticence, but Shayla certainly did, and I think she tried to make up for it. Leave the washing up, she said to her. We'll do it. Oh, no, that's all right. I insist, Shayla said. David and I will do it. You go on home. Jean Timpson turned her gaze to me, wavering, uncertain what to do. I nodded, only half looking at her. Yes, you go on home. We can do it. I suddenly wanted her gone. I wanted never to see her again. Oh, well, if you're sure. Quite. Her eyes flicked directly to mine for a moment, then moved aside again. Well, thank you. I will see you tomorrow afternoon. Minutes later, after she had gone, Shayla said, What was all that for? All what? With her, Jean. You sounded so sharp, almost angry. Didn't you see the way she looked at you? Is there something wrong? No, it's just been a long day. I got up from the table. Come on, let's get the dishes done. As she washed the china, I methodically dried and stacked it. All the time I was making a positive effort to be cheerful, not to give away any hint that there was anything on my mind. But I couldn't stop the thoughts from creeping in. Tomorrow I had determined I'd see Jean Timpson and make some excuse so as not to have her back again. That's about it. Shayla shook water from her hands. I'll just get the ashtrays. She went out of the room. I dried the last plate, then recapped the washing-up liquid and replaced it on the shelf over the sink. As I drew back my hand, my fingers brushed the jar of hand cream, and it fell with a dull crash onto the tiles. I was crouching over the mess of thick white cream and shattered glass when Shayla came back into the room. What happened? She asked. I owe you for a new jar of hand cream. I could hear the stiffness in my voice. Oh, well, never mind. Taking an old newspaper, I got the mess onto it, then wadded up the paper and threw it in a trash can. As I wiped the floor clean, I could feel my heart racing. I looked up at her, and she turned in that same moment and saw my face. David, what's the matter? Is something the matter? I forced a smile. Nothing's the matter. Nothing's the matter, I had told her. And I saw her again as she had been that morning, taking the lid off the jar, shoving her fingers into the cream. Had I not broken it, she'd be doing the same thing just seconds from now. Nothing's the matter, I had said.
I wouldn't tell her that along with all that mess of cream and broken glass, I had found 2 double-edged razor blades. 17. Are you sure you feel well enough to go riding today? I asked Shayla over breakfast. She had awakened. She laughed. We leaned across the table to one another, kissed, and I could taste the lingering tang of honey on her mouth. A breeze from the open window brushed her hair against her face. The window flapped against the frame, and I got up to secure it. She came over to me. When? She said. Well, let's find out. My smile sounded in my voice. I'll phone the nearest register office. Half an hour later, we were heading to Millingford, a little town about 5 or 6 miles away. For the second time, I patted my pocket, checking that my birth certificate and passport were safe. I probably wouldn't need both, but the registrar had said that I must furnish the necessary documents, so I was playing safe. You've got your passport, all right? I asked Shayla. Yes, I've got it, and just to be sure, I also brought my driver's license, my Blue Cross insurance card, my Social Security card, and my Mickey Mouse Club badge. She was playing safe, too. Good girl, I said, so we're all set. All set. When our arrangements were made, we were all set for Saturday morning at 11. My smile kept coming back. Returning to the cottage, Shayla changed into her blue jeans and a light-colored shirt. I thought you had to wear jodhpurs and all that stuff, I said. Mrs. Stoner's got some gear she said she'll lend me. She slung her canvas bag over her shoulder. I'll walk with you down the hill, I said. I want to call in and see Jean Timpson. Are you going to tell her? Oh, about us, you mean? Of course. What else is there? The thought of Saturday, our wedding day, filled me with happiness, but the thought of an imminent encounter with Jean Timpson filled me with dread. I knew what I wanted to say, but wasn't sure how I'd get it said. Still, it had to be done. We left the house and walked down the hill together. When we got to where the road bent round towards the village, she kissed me on the cheek, said, "See you soon," and went on her way. I watched her for a while, then turned into the lane that led to Timpson's house. There were several houses along the lane, and at first I had no idea which one was theirs. But then I saw Jean's old blue pram parked in a garden, and I let myself in at the front gate and walked up the narrow path with the neat flower beds on either side. At the front door I steeled myself, then let fall the heavy door knocker. The door was opened by the old man. "I saw you coming up the path," he said, ushering me in. "I'm afraid you've missed Jean. She won't be back for a while." I felt a great feeling of relief at his words, a temporary reprieve. Foolish, though, I was only having the unpleasantness delayed. He gestured to the table where I saw the remains of ham, cheese, and bread laid out. "I'm just finishing off me dinner before I get back up to the farm." He paused. "I've just made some tea if you'd like a cup." "Thank you," I told him, but I couldn't stay long, and remained standing there in silence while the tension I had built up lessened to lie simmering just below the surface. "Thank you for anything you have spent on our behalf, and also pay you for your generous help. Many thanks." I read it over. It was so badly done, so crudely done, but it got the message across. I signed my name to it, hovered another second over its curtness, and then put it in an envelope together with more than enough money to cover anything I might owe her. Then on the front of the envelope I wrote her name. "All right?" the old man asked with his ingenuous smile. I nodded yes, and he held out his hand, and I put the envelope into it. "Depend on it," he said. "She'll get it as soon as she comes in." He put the envelope beside him on the table. I thanked him, took a step away, preparing my departure. I couldn't cope with the warmth in his face. "Give me a few more days," he said, "and I'll be through at the farm and be able to come up and give you a hand." I thanked him again. I felt such a hypocrite. In half an hour he'd find out I'd just fired his daughter. I could only hope that he'd take the letter at its face value. "You're the one who ought to be thanked," he said. I looked at him in surprise, and he nodded his short-cropped head. "It's meant a lot to our Jean, being able to come up and see you.
to have somebody else to look after apart from me. It's good for her, too, to be with younger people and to feel—" He paused. "Needed." I couldn't think of anything to say. I stood there with one hand reaching up to the door handle. "She's been telling me about your young lady. Shayla, is it?" "Yes. She sounds, well, a very nice young lady." "For no reason at all," I said. "She's gone off riding." He nodded again, smiled, and turned, gazing from the window. "I'm glad Jean goes up to see you. She needs friends, people she can trust. The folks in the village, they're no good to her." He twitched at the sleeve of his shirt. "Some people won't let up on the past. That's their trouble. Won't let a body forget. Even some of the folks she's known all her life. Funny how people can change. And it hurts. Of course it do. It's because they don't understand. They don't say nothing, but you can see it hurts." "I expect," he added, turning to me, "you've heard about it. You be bound to in this place." I wanted to say I'm a stranger here. People haven't told me very much about anything. But I just shrugged, non-committal. Oh, no doubt." He shook his head. "They think they know the truth, and that's as far as they want to go." He sighed, looked away again. "That's why she left here in the first place. I knew what talk would do to her. That's why she stayed in Marshton Ridge long after she lost her babby. That took a good bit of getting over, that did, I don't mind telling you. Some women take it specially hard, something like that. But she began to pick up in time, and then when she got the job there, with those well-off people, well, she started to do just fine." He paused, looked at me earnestly. "I'm only telling you all this because, well, to get it straight, sort of. Like I said, you've been kind to her. She likes you. She trusts you. So it's as well you know the truth about how it was with the boy, rather than believe what you might hear elsewhere." Not understanding, I said, "Yes." "I don't know why that should have to happen," he went on. 4 years. She looked after him without a speck of trouble. And then it was all over in seconds. Well, there was talk then. You couldn't get away from it." His mouth looked resigned. It matched the sadness in his voice. Surprisingly, there was no trace of bitterness there. "She suffered," he said. "There was no living with her, my sister said, and that's a fact. You could see what was going to happen. A couple of years later on, when she came back to me, she was all right, but different." He looked into my eyes as if trying to make me understand. "Quieter, she was. Deeper inside herself, more private." He gave an ironic smile. "They do say as time heals all wounds, but myself, I ain't so sure." Silence went by, marked off in seconds by the solemn tick of the grandfather clock. Into the quiet he said, his smile growing warmer, "You wouldn't believe the difference it made when your brother came here and married Miss Helen. And once he was here, well, the other one, he didn't hang around very long, and Jean was glad about that. She suddenly got an interest in life again, and she was that excited about the baby coming. You can imagine how she felt when it all ended, but, well, anyway, now you're here with your young lady, even if it is only for the summer, and I can see the change in her. She's getting more like her old self every day." I couldn't see straight for my convoluted thoughts and emotions. Was I wrong about her? I thought of her melancholy, shy face topped with the bow of colored ribbon. I pictured her coming home, finding the note I had left for her. She needs friends, he had said, people she can trust, and she trusted me. I remembered how she had told me of the time when Colin had sent her away. Here was I doing exactly the same thing, but less courageously. But I couldn't be wrong. How could I? The glass and the ice cream, the razor blades, the words scrawled in the earth. She trusts you, Timpson had said. She trusts you. I was so confused. Suddenly I didn't feel sure of anything anymore, and suppose I was wrong. I looked at the letter lying on the table. I took a step forward. "My note," I began, and he followed the direction of my eyes and picked the letter up. Don't you fret yourself, he said. I'll make sure she gets it. He tucked it securely down the pocket of his shirt as soon as she gets back. It was out of my hands. 18. At the end of the lane, I lit up my last cigarette, bought duty-free on the trip over, then walked down to the village where I bought another carton. Coming out of the tobacconist, I saw Jean Timpson emerge from the supermarket carrying a small bag of groceries. I panicked. I knew I could never, considering the note I'd just left her, face any kind of conversation with her right then, and she was heading in my direction, though as yet she hadn't seen me. Without hesitation or giving more than a passing thought to my cowardice, I dodged around the pub on the corner into one of the streets behind the square. I stopped outside Pitkin's shop and saw, reflected in his window, that Jean Timpson had turned the same corner. Whether or not she saw me this time I had no idea, though I couldn't see how she could miss me. Still, even so, she didn't know that I had seen her, and I kept it that way. The door to the shop was open, and without looking back I went in. Pitkin had obviously seen me arrive outside, and now he said good morning and asked me how I was. Fine, I told him just fine. For long seconds I continued to stand there like a bump on a log, and he nodded towards the street, saying, "Oh, there goes young Jean." Anyone under 50, I suppose, would be young to him. I didn't turn, but watched in a mirror her progress as she hovered at the window looking in at me. I saw her go away. What, Pitkin asked me then, with an anticipatory smile, could he do for me? Seeing his smile, I realized all at once what he hoped to be the reason for my visit. I decided I couldn't disappoint him. "I just dropped in to say you can have the dresser," I said, and as soon as I'd spoken I was glad I had. He was so pleased. "Well," he said, after thanking me 3 or 4 times, "we would have to work out a price, wouldn't we?" "Oh, I'd leave that to him," I said, having no knowledge of such things. I'd leave it to him to give me what he thought was right. I asked him when he wanted to collect it. It would, he said, have to be at the weekend. He'd try to arrange it, then phone and let me know. There was nothing really to say after that, but I didn't want to go just yet, not while there was a chance I might run into Jean Timpson on my way back to the cottage. He saved me, the old man, asked me if I'd have time to have a drink with him at the corner pub. "Yes, I'd love to," I said, meaning it, and he got his stick and followed me out into the street. After he'd locked the door after us, he went into the corner pub where he ordered each of us a pint of bitter. We carried our drinks over to a table in the corner. He lit his pipe, I a cigarette. I relaxed in his company. He was a nice old man, and I liked him very much. He was so easy to be with. I had still felt fairly tense after the business with the letter and my talk with Jean Timpson's father, but now, sitting chatting to Pitkin, the tenseness was quickly going. When we'd finished our beers, I bought scotches. I felt he was unwinding too. He became more talkative, more open. I reckoned he was probably rather lonely, and glad of the company I briefly offered. His wife, he told me, had died some 9 years earlier. His only son had been killed in the war. I asked him how he'd gone from farming to antiques. He smiled. "Oh, I suppose it does seem a bit of an odd step, doesn't it? The shop was in my wife's family. We just got too old to work the farm, so we sold it and opened up the shop again. I can't say I regret it." I got up and got 2 more drinks. When I put his down before him, he protested for a moment, saying he wouldn't be fit to work, but he was enjoying himself, I could see. As I sat down opposite him, he lifted his glass, smiled at me over the rim, and said, "Your good health." Cheers. "Do your parents live in England?" he asked me. "My mother's dead. My father lives in London." "He must have been glad to see you get back from America, particularly at a time, well, like this." No. It would have been much the easiest thing to have said yes, but I said no, and he looked at me and spoke before that nothing was ever proved, but, as you say, it's well known what happened, and, he nodded, I was partly responsible. I waited. He went on. "I told you how I used to run errands for them, the Temples. It was fine with my mother and father. But what they didn't know is that some of the messages I carried were between handyman And Effie, she was our dairymaid. Yes, I remember your telling me. I'd reckon their love affair had been going on for about 5 or 6 months before they went off together. You did hear the odd whisper about them, but nobody knew for sure that there was anything going on. Except me. I knew, of course, because of all the notes and things, but I didn't tell anybody. He spread his hands in a brief gesture of helplessness. Well, I couldn't. Effie had been good to me. She'd helped me out when I'd been in a bit of trouble, just minor things, but she stopped my father finding out, and anyway, because of that, his memory was very gentle. She put her arms around me there in the hall and asked me to wish her luck, and then she kissed me. The smile stayed on his mouth. I really liked Effie, I really did. I would have done anything for her. I don't suppose she was what you call a pretty girl, but she was nice. Ah, she was so nice. He was silent for a few moments as he thought back to the past. I was briefly aware of the chatter going on around us. Then he continued. So, she went off, out into the rain, carrying her tin box and the sunshade my mother had given her at Christmas. He gave a little laugh. She had her sunshade up, trying to keep off the rain. Handyman would meet her with the horse and trap, she said, then they'd be off to Southampton. She was missed later on when my father and mother got up. They couldn't imagine what had happened to her. Then when my mother found Effie's things were gone as well, they realized she'd left. My father asked as a matter of course whether I knew anything about it. I said no, but I was nervous and he knew and he was suspicious. He asked me again, but still I said no, I didn't know anything about it. Afterwards I was glad I'd lied because later, when I went out with my father on the milk cart, I saw Effie still there, waiting at the side of the road under a tree, waiting for Handyman. She dodged back and hid when she saw us coming. My father didn't see her. When we came back an hour or so later on, she was gone. She'd met Handyman and they'd gone off. And that, I thought, was the end of it. He took a drink from his glass, tipped the ash from his pipe, repacked it, and lit it. Oh, no, he said. That wasn't the end, not by a long chalk. 3 days later, somebody, wondering why Handyman hadn't turned up with the piece of work he'd promised, went round to see him. And, of course, there was no Handyman there, only Bronwyn. And she was dead. His voice grew quieter. It was a terrible thing. Terrible. I felt so bad about it as I walked back to the cottage. I let myself in at the front gate, and as I turned, saw Jean Timpson come round the side of the house. We stopped, facing each other. She had been crying, I could see. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and even now I saw her chin quiver and her eyes fill with tears. I attempted a weak smile, but it didn't come off. Her face didn't change. Voice soft, breaking, she said, "Why?" I shrugged, at a loss. "I'm sorry, Jean, really I am, but I did explain in my letter." "I don't understand. It was all right before. Why not now?" "I told you. I must be calm, businesslike, show her there was no need to take it personally, to get upset. Shayla's here now, and we can manage on our own. It's different now that she's here. We just don't need any help." She looked at the ground, shuffled a pebble aside with her shoe. The tears spilled and ran down. "Mr. Warwick, I likes to come and help. I enjoy it." Her glance flicked up to my face and across to my shoulder. "You don't have to pay me if it's the money that's the problem. I just likes coming here." I felt desperate to get away, desperate for her to be gone, so that I wouldn't have to look at that misery in her face. I thought of the sob story her father had given. I felt pity rearing its head, but I couldn't give in to it. I had to be realistic. I had to think of the razor blades, the glass. I wouldn't allow myself to be moved by her sadness. And how, I asked myself, could she come around beseeching, begging like this after what had happened? Or could it be that she really wasn't aware of what she had done, or of the possible result of her actions? "It's not the money," I said, shaking my head. "I explained. We just don't need any help." "You do," she said. "You do. and my embarrassment became tinged with impatience. "Oh, yes, fine seat and all that." She spoke like some English county duchess. I nodded in agreement. "An absolutely splendid seat." She turned to smile then, directing it past my shoulder to Jean Timpson. "Hello, Jean. How are you today?" "Fine, thank you, miss." Shayla's eyes came back to me. There was a question in them. I shrugged my eyebrows. "Are you having a good time?" I asked her. "Fantastic. You don't know what you're missing." "Maybe." She looked obviously concerned at Jean Timpson again and then back to me. Then she smiled. "I just thought I'd come and show you, give you a little treat, give you a little cause for pride." "You have, indeed. I'm proud. I'm proud." "And so you should be." Glancing round, I saw that Jean was looking straight at me. Then she lowered her eyes and came past me. I opened the gate for her, and she went through under the arch. It was an awkward moment for both of us, all silence and averted eyes. "Better get back now." Clicking her tongue, she pulled on the reins and turned the mare to face down the hill. "After all, I've got better things to do than stay here talking to you all day." I grinned back. The feeling's mutual, I'm sure. I watched as she dug in with her knees and the mare moved forward. On my side of the hedge, I kept pace with them for a few yards and then stopped as they drew ahead. She turned, waved to me. "See you soon." About 10 yards further on, I saw her stop. I leaned over the hedge and saw Jean Timpson moving towards her from the shade of the trees. Shayla bent down in the saddle. I couldn't hear what was said, but some exchange was made, and then Jean was out of sight again, this time hidden by the broad body of the horse. And all of a sudden, the mare gave a loud, vibrating whinny. I saw the great head rock back, the eyes rolling in fright and shock as it reared. I saw Jean Timpson reaching up, her hands moving. I heard Shayla's scream, saw her own hands flailing, clutching, and the next moment, the horse had leapt away. I threw my carton of cigarettes to the ground and dashed to the gate. The chestnut mare was moving as if pursued by all the hounds of hell. For some yards it kept a straight course, and then, suddenly, with Shayla desperately clinging on, it veered sharply to the left, leaving the road and flinging itself into the wheat field. For some yards it kept a straight course, and then, suddenly, with Shayla desperately clinging on, it veered sharply to the left, leaving the road and flinging itself into the wheat field. 19. In seconds I was through the gate and running as fast as I could down the road and into the field. Up ahead the horse plunged onwards, and I ran in its wake, following its track in the wheat and watching as it got further and further away from me with every second, eventually seeing it disappear from my sight into the trees at the far edge of the field. I ran on through the broken wheat, cursing my deformity and my unrhythmic stride. The ground was rough beneath my inadequate sandals. I felt about as nimble as if I were trying to make progress through molasses. Slowing, at last I came to a stop and stood gasping for breath, looking about me. Down to my right, the fields and hedges fell steeply away towards where the village lay. I could see the road winding by at the foot of the steep slope. There was no sign anywhere, though, of the horse or its rider. I called out wildly, "Shayla!" and heard nothing in return but the sound of birds crying and my own breathing. And then, suddenly, there on the horizon, I saw the horse break from cover and come charging out into the open. Right there, where the earth met the sky, it reared up, the size of a toy, in the distance, then whirled and took off down the hill towards the road below. My heart was thudding from my exertions, and now my rising fear only increased that thudding. I knew that once the horse got well set on its course, with its weight bearing it on, there would be nothing anyone could do to stop it. I swerved to the right, keeping ahead of it, my fear and desperation keeping me balanced somehow. And seeing the mare taking a semicircular route, I increased my speed, feeling the flesh bouncing on my cheeks as I ran on in the desperate hope of heading her off. Coming up against the hedge at the end of the wheat field, I didn't hesitate but scrambled through, while the briars tore at my skin and petals of dog roses fell about me like a gentle shower of pink snow. In the ditch beyond, I tripped and sprawled, got up and out, and ran on again, pounding over coarse grass, leaving the wheat field further and further behind. Up ahead, I could see the road clearly now. It wasn't more than 200 yards away.
and I was still in front of the horse. Half turning briefly, it looked now as if it was coming straight at me, and only moments later I heard the thundering of its hooves. Shayla, I saw as the horse came on, had thrown herself forward over its neck and was frantically clinging on with both hands, while the reins and the stirrups danced madly, useless. The horse drew closer still, and I put on a spurt. I had to try to keep level with it, if only for a couple of seconds. The hard surface of the road was just beyond the hedge, too near, too dangerously near. "David!" Shayla screamed at me in terror, her face a white blur. The horse was just 10 yards behind me, then 5, then 2, and then it was there, right beside me. We were running level. I could see its eyes rolling in its head, and the froth from its mouth hung and splashed onto my arm as I leapt sideways, clutching for the bridle. I didn't have a hope in hell. Even as my fingers touched the bridle, the mare swerved violently aside, her flank catching me a crushing blow that sent me reeling so that the earth spun and I slammed down, rolling over on the rough turf, the breath knocked from my body. As I staggered to my feet again, dazed, sucking in air, I was just in time to see the mare nearing the hedge at the bottom of the slope. She was moving much too fast to stop. I watched her as she got right up to the hedge, saw her suddenly stretch herself, reaching up. I watched as Shayla slewed sideways in the saddle, hands clutching at the sky. Higher, the horse rose up beneath her. And then Shayla was gone. The red-haired doctor looked down at me as I sat hunched in my chair in the hospital waiting room. I nodded my gratitude for his words. "She was lucky," he went on. "God knows what would have happened if she hadn't come off when she did. That's what saved her, being thrown when the horse took the hedge. If she'd gone into the war, too, well—" He let his hands fall. They told the rest of the story. My fingers trembled as I fiddled with the buttons on my shirt. There were little traces of blood on it, Shayla's blood. "She's concussed, certainly," the doctor went on, "but we won't know any more than that until we've had a chance to examine her." Briefly, he touched my shoulder. "But don't worry, she's in good hands." Glancing over to where Bill Carmichael hovered by the door, he added, "What are you going to do now? Get your friend to drive you home again? It would probably be the best thing. There's nothing you can do here. She's only just regained consciousness." "I'll stay, if that's all right. I must. At least till I've seen her." "That might be a while yet." "It doesn't matter how long." When he had gone, Bill Carmichael came over to me. "Is there anything I can do?" he asked. I shook my head. "No, Bill, thank you. You've been so kind. It was nothing." "Thank God you came by when you did. I was like a chicken with its head cut off." Smiling, I added, "You're making a habit of it." "A habit?" "Calling the ambulance. First my brother and now Shayla." "Like you said, thank God I was there." He shook his head. "I don't understand Mrs. Stoner, letting her go out on a horse that wasn't safe." "It wasn't the horse," I said, "or Shayla." Carmichael looked at me, and I added, "She's a very good rider. She grew up with horses. And anyway, she told me just before it happened how well-behaved the horse was." I had a flashing image of the mare rearing up, and Jean Timpson standing there so close, so close. "It wasn't the horse," I said again, "or Shayla." His look continued blank, not understanding. After a moment, he said, "Look, when you decide you want to go home, just give us a call and somebody will come and fetch you." He handed me a card with a number and an oily thumbprint on it. After he was gone, I continued to sit there. Other visitors came and went. At last, nearly 2 hours later, a young nurse came over to me and said yes, I could go in and see Shayla for a minute. But only for a minute, she emphasized as she led me into the corridor. At last I stood looking down over Shayla's bed, looking down into her eyes. There was a white bandage around her head. She gave me a weak smile that came and went like a faulty neon sign. "The doctor says you're going to be okay," I said, pushing the words past the lump in my throat. "You've had a hell of a bump and a bad shock, but you'll be okay." Her eyes closed briefly in acknowledgement. "You've got to be okay anyway," I said. "I've got a wedding coming up on Saturday, and I'd like you to be there." Drowsily, she smiled at me. I whispered, bending closer. Oh, Shayla, you're all that matters to me, only you. Always. It was true. I felt it so strongly, not to be denied ever. I bent closer to her bruised, pale face. I love you so much. Her eyelids were flickering. She was growing sleepy. At my elbow, the nurse appeared, whispering to me that I must go, but adding that I could come back in the morning. When I looked down at Shayla again, I saw that she was asleep. I wanted to kiss her cheek. I moved to do so, but the nurse's gentle but firm hand restrained me, and, feeling slightly cheated, I turned and tiptoed away. In the corridor, the doctor stopped me and told me that Shayla's x-rays had shown up a fine hairline skull fracture. When he saw panic in my face, he added quickly, "It's nothing to be alarmed about. She'll be as right on like that." And he did. Everybody knew that. He didn't care for her at all, not really, just in it for what he could get. From Jean Timpson, it's hard to imagine. Oh, you must understand, this was a few years back. She'd only be about 25, 26 then. She was a really nice-looking girl, very pretty. And what happened? Well, he suddenly left, and then, only about a month or so afterwards, Jean left as well. To get away from it all, I expect. Her dad packed her off. I remembered the name of the place she had mentioned. Marston Ridge, I said. Is that where it was? Well, I know she'd gone to stay with relatives somewhere. With her aunt. She had a baby there. Oh, yeah, everybody knows about that. I think it was born dead, or she lost it soon after it was born. She didn't come back here for quite a time then. She got a job as a nursemaid with some family, looking after their boy. And there was an accident, right? So her Alemaker, I believe. I never heard of it. It's a mental home. An hour after he dropped me off at the cottage, I phoned the hospital and asked after Shayla's progress. I didn't care if I was being a nuisance. I wanted to be reassured. They said she was as comfortable as could be expected. After that, I felt lost. After her presence there in the cottage, my sudden aloneness was difficult to cope with, and the company of Girlie couldn't do anything to make up for my sense of loss. Aimlessly, I wandered about the house, unable to settle to anything. On the carpet, the jigsaw lay where I had left it, still unfinished. I lit a cigarette, poured myself a drink, and sank into my armchair. On the shelf, the clock ticked into the silence, underlining the slowness of the passing of time. So restless, I got up, left my glass on the coffee table, and went out into the garden, where I ambled slowly, without direction or purpose. I crossed over the lawn into the orchard, leisurely strolled its perimeter, and ended up back at the gate. To my left, I saw the remains of the old sundial, broken by the tree on the day of the storm. Poor Bronwyn, I reflected. She must have thought the world was coming to an end, what with the storm, then Handyman attacking her and going off. And for her, of course, the world did come to an end. That day, the day of the storm, had marked the beginning of that end. 3 days later, she was dead. Pressing aside the weeds, grass, and briars with my feet, my hands too, a few more scratches wouldn't make any difference, I managed to get a grip on the heavy stone face of the dial. I tried to lift it back to its original place on top of the pedestal, but it was too heavy, and even so, I could see that with the column so badly shattered, it wouldn't have stayed in place anyway. Perhaps, in time, I might be able to get it repaired. It was a pleasant thought. As I straightened up, my eye was caught by something lying, half buried deep down in amongst the tangle of the briar's woody stems. Carefully, I reached down and drew out a flattish piece of metal, quite black, round, about 1.5 inches in diameter. "What have you found?" Reese's voice, coming so suddenly out of the stillness into my concentration, made me jump. "My God, don't do that," I said, smiling. "You're a doctor. You should know better." True, he laughed. Then he said, "I just dropped in to see how you are. Bill Carmichael told me what had happened." I nodded. "Shayla's going to be all right, thank God." "Good." He paused. "And how about you? Bill said you were pretty shaken yourself." "Oh, I'm okay now, thanks, but I appreciate your concern." I began to walk back towards the house. He fell into step beside me. "Have you got time for a drink?" I asked. "Maybe, a small one." Inside the house, I poured him a scotch and topped up my own glass. He sat in the chair opposite my own. "You're quite sure," he said, "that you're right?" "Quite sure." I hesitated and then burst out. "Why didn't you tell me about Jean Timpson? Why didn't you warn me?" He stared at me in surprise. "Warn you? What about?" "About her state, the way she is. She tried to kill Shayla." He said nothing, just kept staring at me in disbelief. "You think I'm making it up?" I said, my voice rising, "but I'm not. She's so jealous. She wanted Shayla gone so desperately, and I realize today, now, that there's nothing she wouldn't do to get rid of her. What happened this afternoon, that wasn't her first attempt to hurt her. She's tried before." He continued to look at me quite steadily, still with that rather bemused expression on his face, his brows raised slightly. I avoided his gaze. I saw that the knuckles of my fists were white. Frowning, as if comprehending nothing, she looked up into my eyes, reading the relentless fury there. I advanced on her, feeling the rose stems beneath my sandal, my hands clenching and unclenching as I raised them. "Get out of here." I ground the words out. "Get out of my sight. I don't ever want to set eyes on you again. I don't want to hear your voice or even your name." "Oh," she said. "Oh." And the sound was like the frightened, bewildered voice of a child. The shadow of a small, grotesque smile pulled at the corners of her mouth, as if her only defense, her only hope for sanity lay in the belief that it was all some monstrous joke. And then suddenly the smile was gone, and she was pleading, "Oh, please, no, no, please," backing up from the path onto the edge of the lawn, her heel catching so that her body jerked ungracefully as she recovered her balance. Behind me, I heard the sound of a step and then Reese's voice telling me to calm down and stop being a fool. I ignored him. All I could think of was Shayla. I saw her there astride the horse, so happy. Saw Jean Timpson reaching up, saw Shayla's terrified face as the horse raced by me, saw Shayla lying in the road, still as death. Now I shook off Reese's restraining hand, and Jean Timpson edged further back onto the grass. "You tried to kill Shayla," I said to her, and then, unstoppable, added, "You're evil. You're insane." Still retreating, she shook her head mechanically from side to side. "Oh, God," she breathed. "Oh, God." And I saw the tears almost springing from her eyes. She gave a little animal whimper, and with a last stricken look at my face, awkwardly turned and ran off across the grass. I stood there shaking, watching without pity the indignity of her flight. She ran through the orchard gate. Reese grabbed my arm and said, "Are you satisfied?" I didn't answer. I shook his hand away. "Go after her," he said. "No, I would have every ounce of my pound of flesh. Go after her yourself," I said. I saw distaste in the curl of his lip. I felt the tide of my anger turning, ebbing away. Then Reese was gone from my side, running over the grass. I waited a couple of seconds and hurried in pursuit. There was no sign of her in the orchard, and Reese, up ahead of me, was hovering distractedly, not knowing which way to go. When I realized all of a sudden where she must be heading, I ran faster, making for the gap in the hedge. "This way!" I shouted. Scrambling through the gap ahead of him, I dashed through the thicket, running in a straight line down the steep open track towards the edge of the pond. There was no sign of her in the water, but I knew she was there. 20. I paused only long enough to rip off my sandals. Then, running down the steep, slippery bank, I took a deep breath and plunged in. The mud had been stirred up so much it was impossible for me even to keep my eyes open. Getting my hands under her arms, I tried to drag her up with me, but although she didn't forcibly resist me, I couldn't move her. I let go her arms and pushed deeper, frantically groping about to find just how she was caught. It was by her foot, trapped between what felt to be the spokes of some old, half-buried wheel. I took hold of her ankle, a slight twist, a slight push, and then she was free, and in almost a continuation of the same movement, I reached higher, grasped her firmly by her upper arms, and kicked upwards. As we broke the surface, Reese was right there just a yard or so away. Without a word, his hands came out towards us, fingers gripping, holding tight. Together, with Jean Timpson held securely between us, we struck out for the bank. We laid her down in the soft grass at the water's edge. She didn't fight at all or struggle. I watched as Reese knelt over her, his hands rhythmically working, pushing, pressing, on, and with every second, my panic grew and grew. I could do nothing but crouch there, watching and praying. And then the water was coming out of her mouth. With each push down, he was forcing the water from her body, yet still she didn't move. I watched as he turned her roughly over onto her back, pinched her nostrils between his finger and thumb, took a deep, deep gulp of air, and closed his mouth over hers. He was pushing the air into her now. Again, again, again. It's useless, I wanted to say. It's useless. She's dead. But he kept on. And then suddenly she gave a shudder, her hands jerking at her sides, reaching up and out. He released her, and her head moved, writhing in the grass. Her mouth opened and she gasped, sucking in air. When he looked across at me, his face showed strain, but even stronger was his look of relief. He gave the slightest nod and said softly, "She'll be all right now." After a while he rose and lifted her up in his arms. Through the sound of her dry "Yes," he said, "so am I." I made my way slowly up the hill towards the cottage, leaving behind me Reese going on his way to see Mr. Timpson. "What will you say to him?" I had asked. "I'll say that Carol and I have unexpectedly been called out, that we need a babysitter." "Will he believe that?" "Why not? He'll be glad to believe it." "Because he'll think she's being entrusted with the care of children?" He gave me a quizzical look. "Who have you been talking to?" "Bill Carmichael. He told me something of her story." I added, albeit reluctantly. He said, "Well, I hope it was the right story." "Her father talked to me as well," I said. "It's certainly a sad story, anyway." He nodded. "It is, hers. It must have been hell to live with the thought that people can believe you to be capable of something so awful." "You mean the boy drowning?" "Yes. And as if she hadn't gone through enough before that with her own baby, and with Dufresne." "Dufresne, he keeps cropping up." "He was in Hillingham long before your sister-in-law was here. That's how she got to know about the place, I believe, because of him. They were related, weren't they? Cousins or something?" "I don't know. In fact, the longer I stay here, the more I realize how very little I know of Helen. Anyway, he was here first of all, working at the stables. That's where he got to know Jean." Silence. Then I said, suddenly realizing, "He was the father of her child." "Yes. There was hell to pay when Timpson found out." "With Jean?" "No, with Dufresne. Well, Timpson knew that Dufresne had only been leading her on. He had, too. I think she thought he might marry her, but he didn't give any such ideas. He just wanted a good time. He was younger then." "He doesn't sound a very pleasant character." "Well, that didn't make him very popular, or what happened afterwards with her father." "What happened? He kicked up a fuss, Timpson?" "I'll say. I was called up to the stables one afternoon. It appeared that Mr. Timpson, when he found out, had gone up there to see Dufresne. There was a bit of a scene, and poor old Timpson ended up getting knocked flat. That's why they sent for me. He was in a pretty bad state, but you wouldn't expect much else, would you? I mean, Timpson was getting on, and Dufresne was young and strong." "Dufresne seemed to make a habit of getting into fights," I said. "How did it happen that time? Who started it?"
According to what I was told later, Timpson started berating Dufresne for leading Jean up the garden path with promises of marriage and so on. Then, apparently, Dufresne said a bit too much in return, and Timpson went for him. Good for him. I persuaded him to let me drive him home, but my God, he was in a rage. He was white with anger. He's always been so protective where Jean is concerned. Just couldn't bear the thought that somebody had made such a fool of her. Even then, just before he got into my car, I had to pacify him, or he'd have gone for Dufresne again. And the threats he called out to him, what he wasn't going to do to him if he stayed around. He made a wry face. Funny, really, to see Timpson making dire threats to someone much younger and so much bigger. Was that the end of it? Yes, Dufresne went. He left the next week or so. But later came back. Years later, yes, after your sister-in-law had bought the cottage. I think she must have visited him while he was staying here before and liked the place. So when your cottage came on the market, she stepped in and bought it. You know how you discover things, places. Anyway, as I say, he came back. I had quite a surprise to see him riding through the square one day as large as life. Riding? He went back to work at the stables. I knew I would find no real rest. Yet how I could set about disproving it was beyond me. There was a story there somewhere, and probably a simple story, if I could only find it, if I could only get to the beginning of it and unravel it thread by thread. I must, I told myself, try to find out more about Helen, about her relationship with Colin, and I must find out, too, just how Elizabeth Barton fitted into the story. Yes, I would see her again, and this time I wouldn't be put off. And Dufresne, too. I had to see him as well, even if only to eliminate him from the puzzle. But how would I find him? He seemed to be something of a drifter. All I knew is that a year ago, after a quarrel with my brother, he had left the cottage for London, and since that time there had been no word or sign of him. When my glass was empty, I set it down and went out into the garden. I wandered under the arch into the thicket and made my way to the little clearing where the summer house had been. I sat on the stone bench for a while and smoked a cigarette. Here, next to the remains of the original foundations, was Colin's marked-out plot for the summer house he had planned to build for Helen. So why had he stopped? Was it time that had run out on him, or was it indeed his love for Helen? No, not the latter. Such conjecture was dangerous and faithless to his memory. Think about something else, I admonished myself, or rather, do something. And the idea came to me. Just the other night I had sat here with Shayla, at her side, on this bench. You shall have your summer house, I had told her. I thought of her lying there in her hospital bed, bruised and shaken. And she would have her summer house. Yes. Tomorrow I would see some local builder and present him with Colin's plans, and in the meantime now I could clear the area and remake Colin's beginning. In spite of the fading light, I fetched tools from the shed and set to work. I found that the earth was loosely packed. Colin's digging had obviously been thorough. I was glad. It made my work now. Dropping the lamp as if it were red hot back into the trough of earth, I covered it up again. I stood up, turned away. All around me the woodland seemed to have undergone a change. I wasn't aware of it till now. I knew it must only be the result of my imagination, and I told myself as much, but I reacted as if it were real. It was as if my senses were suddenly tuned only to that which was dark, unknowable, shutting out the sweetness of the coming night. Was that nightingale still singing? I don't know. I wasn't aware of it. I was aware only of malevolence and menace in every pale grey shadow. Heard whispered voices in the rustling leaves, and when the breeze was stilled, even the silence turned to shriek. I mustn't be afraid, I told myself. There was nothing to be afraid of. I began to spade the earth back into the shallow grave, covering everything that was there, and I couldn't pause until the last scattering of soil had been thrown down, patted down, until there was nothing left to see but a mound of newly turned earth. Only then, leaving the spade and fork behind me, did I walk away, back consciously straight, head up, back towards the house, the kitchen. At the table I sat and rested my head in my dirt-smeared hands, hearing nothing but the drip of the cold water tap,
and the moths as they moved to the light, driven, their flight paths as inescapable as destiny. I found myself wincing as, without rest, they flung themselves against the glass. I had to have a drink. I poured myself a large Scotch, then another, and I continued to sit there while the cigarette butts and the grey scum of ash filled and overflowed the ashtray. It began to rain. I went to the door and stood looking out, seeing in the light from the doorway the raindrops pelting down, bouncing up from the flags of the pathway. No stars were visible, nor the moon, only the darkness where the rain clouds hung low. Against my ankles, Girlie brushed her smoothness, pushed her nose out into the damp air, and withdrew it again, going back to her basket beneath the window. She curled up, slept. I, too, I told myself, must sleep. But not yet. Closing the door on the rain, I carried my glass and the bottle of Scotch into the living room. Sleep could wait. I sat in my armchair and thought again of my discovery. Who, I asked myself, had killed Dufresne, and why? He had not been popular, that much was certain, and there were those who'd had cause to positively hate him. Jean Timpson and her father, for instance. Alan Dufresne had been the cause of great unhappiness for Jean Timpson. She'd even refused, when he'd returned to the cottage, to continue with her work here, and she'd only agreed to come back once he was gone. Did she know then that he had gone for good? But was Jean Timpson physically capable of such an act, albeit she might have wished him dead? Of course she could have lured him somewhere to the thicket and killed him there on the spot. Her task would have been relatively easy then, and the clearing in the thicket was well away from the house, so there wasn't much chance of discovery while she was burying his body. Then, was it she? Bill Carmichael had told him that she had spent time in a mental home, and I already had ample evidence of the strange workings of her mind where Shayla was concerned. I had only to think of the razor blades, the splinter of glass, and the business with the horse. My thoughts took me further, still further. If Jean Timpson had killed Dufresne, and if she had actually tried to kill Shayla, then was it possible, likely even, that she might have been directly concerned in Helen's death? Perhaps in one respect the anonymous telephone caller had been correct. Helen's death had not been an accident. It could be Jean Timpson had opportunity there. There was only her word for it that she had been inside the house at the time of Helen's fall. But there, on the other hand, it was possible that the old man Timpson had killed Dufresne. He had fought with him all those years ago. Threats had been issued, and it was possible that those threats hadn't been as empty as people had believed. Had he somehow got Dufresne into the thicket, killed him, and hidden his body there? My mind was full, crowded with images, words, thoughts, and memories. I closed my eyes, leaned back against the soft cushions, and gave myself up to the turmoil inside me. It was as if my brain was a receptacle, slowly revolving, in which those images, fragmented thoughts, turned over one upon the other, like coloured pebbles in a stone polisher's drum. There was one other possibility, apart from Jean Timpson and her father, and that was that Colin had killed Dufresne. But that was a possibility I wouldn't consider, not for more than a second. I got up and moved over to the sofa, kicked off my shoes, and put my feet up. My head was spinning, and still the thoughts went on, turning over and over. I awoke with the sunlight streaming in on me. It took me a second or two to realize that I was still downstairs, still on the sofa. "I've been waiting for you," Shayla said. I leaned down, kissed her gently on the mouth, and asked myself, why did I concern myself so much with the dead? She had escaped it, death, and that was enough to keep me going through anything. She was still decked out in the bandage and sticking plaster, but her bright, warm smile was new, and so welcome after the image I'd kept of her since the previous day. I put my armful of roses on the bedside locker and took her hand. "You look just fine," I said. I sat down on the chair beside her bed. "I am fine, and I'll feel even better when they let me out of here." She paused. "Supposing they don't let me out by Saturday, what happens?" "The license is valid for 3 months, so we can make a new appointment any time." She sighed, smiled, lying back on the pillow while I held her hand and looked at her. Into the restful silence a nurse came, took up the roses. "Let's find something to put these in," and went away. She returned a few minutes later with them arranged in a tall vase which she placed carefully on the locker. After giving the flowers a few last little touches of artistry, she gave us a smile and a nod and went as quietly as she had come. "They're beautiful, the roses," Shayla said, "and the scent is so sweet." I didn't want to get my thoughts sidetracked by other things, but with her words I just started thinking of the roses I had found on the pillow, and then, of course, came other thoughts. Of the glass, the razor blades, the horse rearing up and taking off on its death-headed flight across the fields, and so to the body of Dufresne. And yes, my mind said it had to be Jean Timpson. "What are you thinking about?" Shayla asked. "You." I stopped at the cemetery on my way home. All peace and tranquility under the 1 o'clock sun, and that same peace was there at their graveside. I was aware of it, the peace, and wished I could have some of it inside my head. I realized suddenly, "I'll be back in the morning. Is there anything I can bring you?" "You could bring me a good book." "Right, I'll bring you a good book. Your usual taste, and nothing to get you too excited, just sex, lust, rape, mayhem, and murder," she finished for me. Murder. The word had stuck in my throat. I kissed her and turned to go. From behind me, her voice called softly, "You could bring me some flowers, too, if you like." I followed her eyes to the vase of roses on the locker. Already they were wilting, dying. In the corridor, the young, red-haired, white-coated doctor came to me and told me he thought Shayla would be fit enough to leave in time for our wedding. "Can I tell her?" "Wait till we're sure on Friday. Then there won't be any chance that she'll be disappointed." Tomorrow, I decided, I would go and see Mr. Jennison at the bank, get him to set about selling the cottage for me when Shayla and I had returned to New York. I knew it was the only thing to be done, yet I dreaded the step. I sat in the living room with my scotch on the rocks and found it almost impossible to imagine that the day would soon come when I would leave this place forever. I loved the cottage. The warmth I had felt on that day was still here. It was all around me. But it couldn't change what had happened. That body in the thicket was still there, and nothing could change my knowledge of that. When my drink was finished, I poured myself another one. I seemed to be going through the scotch at an alarming rate, but I preferred not to think about that. Before me on the carpet, the large tray still held the unfinished jigsaw puzzle. I scooped up the pieces and dropped them back into the box. I'd never finish it now. I replaced the lid and knelt there for a moment, looking at the idiotic delight on the woman's face as she sat on her swing, cavorting, and then I got up, went upstairs, and put the box back in the cupboard where I had found it. On the shelf next to it were several fairly large leather-bound volumes. I took them down. They appeared much used, the covers thumbed and ink-stained. Helen's sketchbooks. Each one was crammed with sketches, ideas in pencil, ink, color, and tone, drawings of faces, figure studies. I flicked through the pages. The books seemed to go back years beyond her days as an art student. Raising my eyes, I saw before me again her paintings on the walls. I felt myself drawn closer. There seemed to be something different about them. But was it possible? The painting of the back garden looked somehow changed, strange. Those roses that grew against the whitewashed wall, surely before they had all been only in bud. No, it couldn't be. Here now some of the flowers were open. I stared at the picture, seeing clearly but not taking it in. I was sane, I was relatively sober, and yet one or two of the roses painted there were open. Open. And there was something else. That shadow cast by the birch tree. It was not a shadow at all. How had I ever taken it to be one? Clearly it was a figure. The figure of a woman. But I must be wrong about that. I could so readily recall the purple shadow of the birch. I was certain I'd never before seen this woman, mysterious, indistinct, as she leaned over the flower border,
a bunch of flowers in her arms. A woman in a purple dress, holding roses where once there had been only the shadow of a tree. I forced myself to look away. It was madness to give in to the tricks my mind was playing on my eyes. I looked at the next picture. This was the one where I had seen the romanticized figures of Colin and Helen, and they looked the same. And yet, perhaps, yes, surely the colors of the flowers were different. They had been pinks and blues before. I recalled examining the little touches of pigment awed by Helen's talent. Why then were some of the flowers now white? And why, where once they had appeared to be quite unspecific, did they now seem to be quite clearly roses? And now my eye was drawn back to the girl in the picture, with the bird flying over her head, the bluebird, mythical bird, symbol of happiness. And here again it seemed I had been mistaken. The bird that now hovered over the girl's hair was black and white. A magpie? Yes, a magpie. The magpie, too, was surely a symbol of something, wasn't it? And then I realized just what it symbolized, and gave an involuntary shudder. The magpie was a symbol of doom. My hand trembling, I reached out, touched the paint on the magpie's wing. The paint was still wet. I stared at the girl with her bright smile. Her hair was not black. It had been before. Not now. Now, beneath the open wings of the bird, her hair flew copper-colored. It wasn't Helen. It was Shayla. The chill was inside me. It wasn't in the house. The chill was inside me, and all the scotch I drank did nothing to bring back the warmth. I thought about it. There was no sudden coldness, no feeling of antipathy in the house. Where I sat in the living room, the scotch bottle at my side, I felt only that accustomed welcome and comfort surrounding me. The coldness, the chill, was inside me. I don't know how long I sat there, but it was a long time. When at last I got up, I misjudged the distance to the table, and my empty glass ended up on the floor. Too much alcohol, and the coordination was one of the first things to go. I was aware of Girlie weaving seductively around my ankles, and I stooped and stroked her soft fur for a moment. Then I went upstairs. I was dead tired. It had been a day beyond imagining, and my brain, inadequate to cope with it all, felt numbed from the happenings, the drink, and from the frantic clutching for answers. I flicked off the landing light, went in, and lay wearily on the bed. As I sank back, my mind told me that everything would be as usual in the morning, and then my cheek brushed against something on the pillow, and in the same instant the perfume of a rose came to my nostrils. I jumped as if I'd been stung. Reaching out to the bedside lamp, I found it to be in a slightly different position, and when I turned it on, I saw that it was a different lamp. I was in Colin and Helen's room. Why? How had I come in here? I lifted my head and looked again at the painting immediately above me. Of course, the girl in the picture was Shayla. There was no possible doubt, just as there was no doubt that the bird was a magpie. Not only could I see that very clearly, but to my dazzled eyes it looked as if the bird was a little closer to the top of her head. Beneath my taut body, Helen's patchwork quilt was a kaleidoscope of blues and browns. The rose had slipped down from the pillow and now stood out sharply against the muted tones, a soft, creamy white, just tinged with the faintest blush of pink. I moved my head away from the sweet, sweet smell, and Helen's sketchbooks fell to the floor. Leaning over the edge of the bed, head hanging down, I glanced at the books where they lay in an untidy heap on the carpet. The top one had fallen open, showing the fly-leaf with Helen's name written on it. Helen's full name. Rose Helen Cartwright. Rose Helen. Rose. I hadn't known her first name before. I felt once again, and so strongly now, that familiar embracing warmth. It was as if there was another presence in the room, someone who was there watching me, someone who had been there in the cottage since the moment of my arrival. And that presence was so strong that I felt I need only stretch out my hands in order to make contact. Helen's first name was Rose. I saw again the rose lying on the quilt, saw the roses in the paintings. Roses, roses, roses.
One part of my mind kept insisting that such things couldn't happen, didn't happen, I knew they didn't, and the other part of my mind watched as the pieces, like those in the jigsaw, slotted into place. Roses, roses, roses. It seemed to me as if the whole house was hushed. I heard only silence, felt it. There was no sound of any breeze from the open window, no leaves tapped against the pane. I was enveloped in a great stillness that was drenched in the scent of roses, a stillness so complete that it seemed almost tangible. "All right," I said into that stillness. "All right, Rose. Helen. I know you're there." And then it seemed I heard a sigh, gentle, plaintive, that whispered in the room for a moment and was gone. Part 3. They say the dead die not, but remain near to the rich airs of their grief and mirth. Clouds, Rupert Brooke. 22. That presence I had sensed was even stronger now, and with the realization came the surprising knowledge that I was no longer afraid. I had been, I could see, but now, no longer. I was afraid for Shayla, oh yes, but at the moment she was safe and could come to no harm. But for myself I was not afraid. That sensation of warmth and welcome that enveloped me was totally benevolent. I heard myself laugh softly into the seductive silence, and thought vaguely that I must be more than slightly drunk. I saw the rose in my hand. It was giving up that scent that I had come to know so well. I held it to my cheek, happily, feeling the softness of the petals like a caress, while all the while the warmth drew closer, came closer, embracing me, and it seemed for a moment as if the whole room spun, a whirl of roses, so that I drifted in rose petals, wallowed in the scent of them. "I'm sorry." I waited. Still she said nothing. She looked numb, out of her depth. All in a rush, I went on. "I accused you of dreadful, unthinkable things, and I was so wrong. I've caused you so much misery. I'm sorry. Please, please forgive me." Still no word from her. "Believe me," I said, "if I had known what I know now. Anyway, perhaps one day I can explain it all, but for now—" I took a step towards her. "Can you forgive me?" Her downcast eyes were unreadable. "Please." Then she nodded. "Of course." Of course. She was so trusting, so desperate for trust, for love. I felt wretched and even more ashamed. "We'd like you to come back," I said, "if you will. Shayla and I will be returning to the States soon, but till then, well, we'd both be glad if you'd come back and help out like before." Her moist eyes flicked briefly up to mine and then down again to make a study of her bitten fingernails. "Shayla'll need somebody around," I said. "She won't feel up to doing very much." I paused, hopefully waiting. "Will you?" A tentative nod of her head, then another. She said, "I'd be glad to, if you really want me." "We do." "Thank you." Her thanks, after what I had done, made me cringe. Don't thank me," I said. "Just come back." She smiled then, the tears clearly in her eyes, but they were, I knew, tears of relief. "Dr. Reese says you're going home soon," I said. "Yes." "Would you like to go now?" A shrug. "All right." "Come on, then. Let me drive you." When I followed her into the house, her father was there. He smiled at me, but there was a definite wariness behind the smile, and I said quickly, making an effort to sound offhand and cheerful, "I was wrong. I'm afraid we can't let Jean go after all." I loathed myself so much it made me want to throw up. His wary look went, though. He asked her how the job had been, looking after the doctor's children, and she replied, "Oh, fine, fine," without looking at him. He seemed pleased and satisfied with that, and, turning to me, asked me how Shayla was going on. I told him she was okay and that I was just on my way to visit her.
When he had gone, I said to Jean, "Shayla and I are going to be married soon. We think it'll be on Saturday." "Oh, that's nice," she said, smiling. "I'm glad, really glad." "We'd like for you to be there, too, if you will." The smile she gave then was the warmest I had ever seen on her face. Her eyes shone. "Oh, ah," she said. "I'd like that. I'd like that fine." I went away from her feeling so much relief. At least her part in the story of horror was over. And how wrong I was about that. Shayla was sitting up when, armed with paperbacks and anemones, I hurried to her bedside. As the nurse took away the flowers to put them in water, Shayla asked, "What happened? Did you run out of roses?" "I thought anemones were more original." I'd give her no more roses, not while we were based at the cottage, not while they were a symbol of Helen's love for me and of her hatred for Shayla. I thought again of the girl in the painting, the girl who had become Shayla with the magpie hovering above her head. Where I was concerned, Helen's lingering presence showed only tenderness and caring. Not so with Shayla. With Shayla it was another story entirely. I wanted so much to share my knowledge. I could make a joke of it, perhaps. "What would you say if I told you the cottage was haunted by Helen?" But it wasn't a joke, unless the joke was on me and I was going round the bend. No, I knew it was all real, too real. "When you come out," I said, "we'll go away somewhere. After our wedding, we'll go away, anywhere you like." She looked puzzled, then amused. "You mean for a honeymoon or something?" "Call it that if you like, yes. Why not?" "Oh, no." She shook her head. "I'd like to stay at the cottage till we have to go back to New York. I mean, we haven't been there 5 minutes. I love it. Why should we want to move?" I shrugged. It's not really so ideal. I'm thinking of selling it." "Are you serious? Sell our beautiful cottage?" I could understand her surprise. I'd done nothing but eulogize about it till now. "It's just a thought," I mumbled. "Just an idea. We can talk about it later." She gave a wry little smile. "Some idea. Are all your ideas that good?" At the cottage on my return, I found Jean Timpson there. She was preparing my lunch. She told me she had brought back Helen's clothes, that she'd hung them up in the bedroom. I stayed for a few minutes chatting to her, or trying to. Chatting in the constrained atmosphere that was there between us was hardly what we did. I was relieved when enough time had passed to enable me to make my escape to another part of the house. After what had passed between us over the past couple of days, I somehow doubted that we could ever really be at ease in one another's company. In the hospital ward that evening, I made no further mention of selling up and leaving the cottage. Shayla didn't bring up the subject either. We talked of other things, general things, our voices soft in the hush that always seems to go with hospitals. The atmosphere there was one that spoke of practicality, rationality, and method, and it didn't prepare me for the atmosphere that greeted me when I returned to the cottage. There it was, even stronger by contrast with what I had left behind. That powerful, soft, insinuating warmth. It was everywhere. But now I could arm myself against it. In the past long seconds I stood still in the cool quiet, and nothing moved. And then, as when the sun appears from behind a cloud, the coldness passed, and I was bathed in warmth, and the warmth grew and grew. Outside in the night air I saw bats wheeling against the moonlit sky, an owl hooted, crickets chirped. I stood there while the warmth drew nearer, felt it wrapping me, holding, pressing. I felt the caress of fingers against my hot skin, fingers touching my clothes, running over my body, gentle but aggressive, exploring me with an intimacy I had never before experienced. I could do nothing but submit. I was powerless to stop it. Through my veins the blood surged with such pressure that my cheeks felt as if they were on fire. I was bathed in a hot glow, and my inner heat reached out and responded, hypersensitive to the touch on my skin. My head swam. I felt as if I was being undressed. There was the softness of lips, a breath. I was afraid now for myself. And then With a rush, the warmth came back, and this time I had no defense. The blood surged to my loins and to my head, swift, tidal, engulfing me like some great voracious mouth. All the red through my clenched eyelids became just black. There was a moment of total blackness, and then there was nothing at all. What was I doing lying on the carpet? Something nudged me in the quiet room, and my hand came up and touched the silkiness of Girlie's fur. I pushed her away. The smell of roses was so strong. I got to my feet, like watching the actions of someone else, ran my fingers over my body, tentative, touching briefly and flinching away from the wetness of my orgasm. I picked up the roses that lay strewn around my feet and threw them through the wide-opened window into the night. 23. Are you all right? Shayla's question, even coming after the rather searching look she gave me, still took me by surprise. I had thought my cover-up job was working pretty well. Yes, why? Don't I look it? You look tired and a bit strained. I'm okay. Anyway, you're the one who's in the hospital. Only till tomorrow morning, though. The doctor had given her the good news. Now she grinned. My God, you can't imagine how relieved I am. Her expression gave way to a more serious one. I felt her contemplating me again. All right, I said. What is it now? I've been thinking. I waited. Is that it, or is there more to come? About your father. What about him? Why don't you ask him to the wedding? I shook my head. Why not? She said. I shrugged. I could ask him if you really want me to. Don't you want to? No, I didn't. Why? Was I afraid? Did I fear his possible, likely, refusal? Or was I afraid if he did come that he would somehow disapprove and show that disapproval? But what could he disapprove of? Shayla? No one could disapprove of Shayla. Disapprove of me? I was used to that. I'll think about it, I said. Which means you hate the idea. Why do you want him there? Well, he will be my father-in-law, and we've never met. I might have added to that he was my father, which relationship hadn't done anything to foster any closeness between us. I nodded. All right, I'll try to get in touch with him. Maybe I'll go and see him. Good. Her eyes were steady on mine. She smiled and handed me a piece of paper with a list of items penciled on it. Her coming-out clothes and things, she told me, if I'd pack them into her red overnight case and bring it in with me when I visited her that evening. That someone else was waiting for me. Helen. Her name kept going through my head as I recalled the power of her presence there in the cottage. Yes, last night had proved to me just how powerful she could be and how warm her embrace and how tenacious her loving. Other hospital visitors were moving past us away, out of the ward. My time had come to an end again. I kissed Shayla softly on the lips and said, I'll be back later on. All of you? She was holding on to my sleeve. Like I said, you've only been half here this morning. I was apprehensive about returning to the cottage, until I remembered that Jean Timpson would be there, and I was so glad when I went in and saw her there standing over the stove. Poor, lost, insecure Jean Timpson. With her there I felt safer. She was a shield between us, me and the other one. Recalling my promise to Shayla, I telephoned my father and said I'd be coming up to see him. When he asked me, what about? I just hedged and said it would wait till I got there. In the polished, clean-dusted living room, I sat down and lit a cigarette, noticing how the sun glanced off Margaret Lane's sampler, blotting out her embroidered sadness. It was difficult to believe, in this time of bright day, what dark spirit crept within these comfortable walls, a spirit that seemed to grow stronger with each passing night. Here, In the sunlight, though, nothing seemed to be amiss. Miss Meridew still sat happily surrounded by her cats, and Temple and his pretty wife still gazed out into the room, she with her gentle, self-conscious smile, and he stern-faced, no doubt dreaming of the dairymaid and faraway places. Everything was as it should be, it seemed, yet I knew that nothing was. After lunch I went to get Shayla's overnight case from the cellar, but the light still wasn't working. "Can you manage with a torch?" Jean Timpson asked me. "That's not working either." "I got new bulbs and batteries." While she fiddled with the torch and screwed in a new bulb, the telephone began to ring. "Oh," she said as she moved towards it, "there was a phone call while you were out." I stopped, about to lift the receiver. "Who was it?" "I don't know. When I answered, they hung up." I lifted the phone and gave the cottage number. The voice on the other end, the same voice as before, said, "So you're back." "Who's speaking?" I said. "You know bloody well who it is, Warwick, so don't play the innocent with me." "I don't know who you are." "It'll come to you in time, and I'll keep this up to you, remember, until you crack." "I don't know what you're talking about." "I'm going to make your life a bloody misery, just as you made hers." That's when I hung up. I wiped my sweating palms on my trousers and, without looking at Jean Timpson, took the torch she held out to me. I could sense the puzzled look on her face, but I wasn't about to enlighten her. At the bottom of the cellar steps I located Shayla's cases. My torch also lit up Bronwyn's Welsh dresser. It was such a beautiful, impressive piece. In a way, I could understand Pitkin coveting it. Over to my right, above the level of my shoulders, the torch beam lit up a stack of canvases leaning against the wall. I hadn't looked closely at them before. I moved nearer, squeezing between the junk and the old bits of furniture, and shone my light directly on them. The back of the nearest canvas seemed to be covered with dark marks, like splashes of black paint, but peering closer I saw that the marks were not marks, they were slashes in the fabric. The canvas had been rent almost from corner to corner, not just once, but several times. I took hold of the wooden stretcher and turned the canvas around to face me. It was a portrait of Helen, or rather, it had been a portrait of Helen. A self-portrait. She had painted herself standing at her easel, a paintbrush in her hand. Whoever had mutilated the painting had been thorough and in no two minds. The slashes went right across her chest, neck, and head, almost obliterating the look of steady concentration on her face. One eye had been totally wiped out, but the other one survived and peacefully returned a gaze of calm in return for my own staring, shocked horror. I turned towards me the second canvas, then the third. They were also of Helen, and both self-portraits, and both of them as badly disfigured as the first. Quickly I pushed them back to face the wall again. I couldn't look at them. But the ruined painting started me off on a search, and I didn't stop until I'd found what I was looking for. In the old carved wood chest I found a large envelope. I opened it, shook out its contents, and there they were. Helen's photographs. I stared down at them as they lay spread out before me on the old books and clothes. Each photograph had been treated in the same vicious manner as had her self-portraits. There wasn't one that hadn't been defaced. Had Colin done this? But why? Why had he abused her image, painted and photographed in such a way? And what could have made him carry out such a terrible act? I could only wonder at the passion that must have driven him, and wonder what Helen had done to him that he should set out to destroy, to totally abscend her image and her memory in such a way. Had the anonymous caller been speaking the truth? Had Colin killed Helen? It might be as simple as that. I had always thought of Colin as a kind, caring person. Had I been wrong? Had he killed her? And what about his own death? Remorse? Perhaps I had never known him at all. But my mind refused to accept such an answer. There were still many things I didn't know. There was a possibility that a little more knowledge might lead me to a new conclusion. I switched on the torch and made my way back up the steps. I'd set about finding the answer to one question right now. It was time, and I wouldn't be fazed even should the answer I received be one I didn't want. I had to have the truth now. I had reached the point where too much had happened, where I had learned far too much for any degree of peace of mind. If Colin had killed, then I must know it. I had to know, too, the reason for Helen's unhappiness. The man on the phone said Colin had made her life a bloody misery. Was it true? And what kind of woman living had Helen been, that even in death she would not rest but seemed bent on destroying Shayla? Did she, Helen, really love me? Or was it because I was so like Colin and she was seeking revenge through me? It was the not knowing that was impossible to live with. Perhaps before I could have been happy in my ignorance. I could have learned to live with the memory of the tragedies that had taken place. But now it had gone far beyond that stage. If the mystery, even though unsolved, had somehow come to an end, I could perhaps have learned to live with that too. But it had not ended. How could it end, I asked myself, when Helen's spirit in malevolence was still roaming the house? The girl of 12 or 13 who answered the door to my ringing had blonde hair held in the sides in bunches. She smiled up at me. "Is Mrs. Barton in, please?" I asked. "Just a minute." She turned back into the hall and called out, "Aunt Liz! Aunt Liz! There's someone to see you." A minute went by, and then above my head a window opened. I looked up and stared into the eyes of Elizabeth Barton. For moments our glances were locked. I moved to speak, but she cut in quickly. "Please, go away." "I'm sorry to bother you," I said, "but could I talk to you for a minute?" "There's nothing to talk about." And then her head had gone back inside, and the window came down. The next thing was the little girl standing before me again, her hand on the door. "I'm sorry. Auntie says she can't see you now." "It's very important. Please tell her." She hesitated, looking back over her shoulder. Then, gathering, saw them again, separate, the girl running on ahead, the woman keeping to her leisurely, steady pace. Approaching some tennis courts, the girl came back to the woman, spoke briefly to her, and then dashed off to where another girl, also holding a racket, waited near a park bench. Elizabeth Barton called out some words I didn't catch, and then moved on some 40 yards to a fairly isolated spot and sat down. For a while she watched, and I watched too, as the girls went on to a vacant court and started to play. Turning my attention back to the woman, I saw her take a book from her bag and began to read. In the cool shadow of the trees I stood, getting up my nerve to take the heaven-sent opportunity that was offered me. After a while I went over to her across the grass, stood looking down at her. "Mrs. Barton." Even as I spoke, she was turning to me, aware of someone's presence at her side, and as her head came up and she heard my words, I saw the fear and distress flash into her eyes. She gave a very slight gasp, then averted her gaze. She said softly but with intensity, "Do you want me to start shouting for a policeman?" I said nothing. She added quickly, "I will if you don't stop bothering me." Her voice rose slightly. "Please, leave me alone. I've got nothing to say to you. Nothing." With her clenched fist, she hit at the dry grass. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't give up and just go away, as I wanted to, but neither did I want to add to that anguish I saw there in her eyes. "Please," I said, "I've got to know." She gave me another look, full of anger, full of hurt, then got purposely to her feet. Her hands were clenched, her whole body tense. She looked wildly about her, and I braced myself. 24. She didn't yell. She turned back to me. Her breath came out in a deep sigh. I saw her shoulders sag, and the tears well up in her eyes. I stayed quite still. Her glance moved away from me. For long, long moments there was no movement, no sound from either one of us. Then, slowly, tiredly, she sank down on the grass again. Looking at her, I could understand why there had been rumors. The paleness of her skin, the dark smudges beneath her eyes, couldn't take away from the considerable beauty that was hers. She really was beautiful. Her honey blonde hair fell in loose, casual waves. Her green eyes, so sad when she lifted them to me, were enormous. "I'm sorry," she breathed.
But you don't know what it's been like. She paused. What is it that you want to know? I sat down just a couple of feet away. About my brother, I said. Of course. Then her eyes roamed my face in a kind of wonder. Seeing you, it brings it all back. You're so like him. A hand lifted, fingers fluttering, brushing her cheek. Her eyes blinked nervously. She said, I'd decided never to talk about it. But you can't stop yourself thinking, can you? And I do, all the time. She shook her head. I can't get over how like him you are. When I saw you first, it was the most terrible shock. I knew he had a twin brother, but I never thought about you. And then when I saw you, it was as if he'd come back. I waited. She said suddenly, Have you got a cigarette, please? I gave her one, took one myself, lit them. Then I said, I had to find you, to talk to you, to find out what happened. He was a good man, Colin. Yes. I paused. And Helen? It was harder to know her. She was a more private person. Did you know them long? I met Helen first, not long after she moved there, and we became good friends, I thought, in spite of her more private self. Colin, well, he was much easier to get to know. She nodded. I really liked them both. When I left the village for London in the early spring, we kept in touch. Sometimes you went back. Yes, quite often, at first. I could read nothing in her expression. Why did your visits end? I asked. She gave a little shrug, plucked at a blade of grass. There were certain difficulties, she added quickly. Mine, not theirs. I didn't understand. After a moment I said, You were there on the night Helen died. She puffed at her cigarette, and all the time her free hand never stopped working. She tugged at her skirt, the grass, fingers turning, twisting, weaving. He phoned me, she said, from a public phone box and asked me to go down and see them. It was quite late, but he was insistent that I go straight away. I was surprised, hearing him. Surprised? How? He sounded so, well, distraught, upset. All he would say was that he was worried about Helen. So you went. I got into the car and drove down there at once. Helen was in bed when I got there. Apparently she hadn't been well for some days. Jean Timpson was there too. She'd been helping to look after her. She came to a halt. Gently I prompted her. Yes? I went in to see Helen, but she was asleep. Even so, I could see that something was wrong. How? In what way? Just the way she lay there, tossing and turning in her sleep. Colin said he didn't know what to do. Then he said he wanted to talk to me, but not there inside the house. So we went outside, through the garden and into the orchard, right away from the house. And what happened? What did he say? He said very little. I remember it came on to rain, but he didn't seem to be aware of it. We just stood out there in the rain. There were lots of long pauses, awkward. I knew he was desperate to talk, but he just didn't seem to be able to. Or else he couldn't find the right words. I don't know. He asked me if I'd noticed anything about Helen. Noticed what? Anything odd about her, he said. Anything strange. Not just then, that night, but before, over the past weeks. And what did he mean? That's what I asked him. He said she was so jumpy and nervy, hysterical sometimes, he said. He said he thought that she was losing her mind. Well, I said perhaps she was a bit overwrought. Perhaps she'd been working too hard. I had noticed a gradual change in her, but I had thought it was probably something to do with her pregnancy. I wasn't aware that she was that bad. She stopped, then went on. Anyway, he suddenly turned to me and said, There's something I want to show you. And he took my arm and led me out of the orchard into that little copse that runs by it. He took me to the spot where a summer house used to be. It was quite dark, but even so I could see he'd been working there. Working. He'd promised to build her a summer house right next to the site of the original one. I could see he'd started. The ground had been marked out and he'd been digging. It was still raining, but he said to me, "Stay here," and turned back towards the house. She paused. He said a strange thing. Just before he actually ran off, he asked me whether I was afraid. Afraid? I don't know what he meant, but I said no, and he ran off. I waited there by the little stone seat, and it was only minutes later that I heard Helen screaming out. Colin wasn't with you at that time. No, I told you he'd gone back to the house. I ran back as well then, and found him holding her in his arms at the bottom of the sunken garden. She stubbed out her cigarette, eyes cast down. Now you know it all. That was it. She continued to grind the cigarette end into the dry grass. Against the silence between us now, the shouts, murmurs of the other people seemed a sudden thing, a wave, and I became aware, just briefly, of all those other lives going on around us. Over on the tennis court, the two girls laughed and squealed in anguish as they served and backhanded into the net. I watched them for a moment, half seeing, half my mind acknowledging that for all their energy and go, they wouldn't ever give Chris Evert any sleepless nights. I turned back to the woman. But that wasn't it, was it? What do you mean? She didn't look at me. You did see him again. You were there too, on the night he was killed. You know that? Yes. You know a good bit more than anyone else. She still didn't look up. Jean Timpson saw your car that night, where you'd parked it behind the trees. She heard the crash of Colin's car and saw yours was still there, later, much later. Why didn't you tell the police? I couldn't. I'd already been involved to an extent in Helen's death. I didn't want to be involved again. Anyway, they wouldn't have believed me. Why not? They wouldn't, I know that. But you were involved. They didn't know that. She looked at me suddenly, and the question was there so plainly in her anxious eyes. No, I said, they still don't know. Jean never mentioned it to anyone, only me, I think. She gave a little sigh, relief, then said almost in a whisper, "But mostly it was because I was afraid. Oh God, I was so afraid." Of the police? No, of her, Helen. Her look told me she feared to go on, that I would think she was mad. "It's all right," I said. "I know about Helen." "You know?" I nodded. "She's been there all the time since I got to the house." I added before I could stop myself, "She's cruel. She's evil." "Yes, I know that now. But why should you be afraid of her? She was your friend." "That was before, when... Her voice tailed off and I finished the words for her. "When she was alive." Across the grass a ball rolled and came to rest against my shoe. I picked it up, threw it to the little boy who came in hot pursuit. When he had gone away again, I said to her, "That night, when Colin died, tell me about it." She hesitated, as if making up her mind whether or not to speak, or perhaps she was just getting the courage, then took a deep breath and began. She spoke, for the most part haltingly, and then sometimes very rapidly, as if the flow of her memories gathered momentum over which she had no control. "Somehow," she said, "once Helen was dead, I never thought I'd hear from him again. There are certain things that happen in your life when you think that a certain point has been reached, and for the sake of the survivors it's best not to meet again. And that's how it was with me. I wanted to see Colin, but I felt too much had happened with Helen dying like that, so violently. It all seemed somehow so final. I thought he and I would never meet again. But then he came to see me late one afternoon, soon after the funeral. He'd come up to stay with your father for a few days, he said. He said he wanted me to help him, that I must help him. How? He wanted to go back to the cottage, and he wanted me to go with him.
Is that all?
She nodded. He wouldn't go alone.
Why not?
Because, she said very simply, very quietly, he was afraid.
She looked at my face as I waited, then said emphatically,
"Oh, yes, he was afraid, I could see. On the surface he appeared almost calm, but I knew him, and I could see what was happening underneath. He was so tense. He was terrified at the thought of going back alone."
"But he'd have to be in there alone at some time," I said. "He didn't expect you to stay there with him, did he?"
She shook her head. "Oh, no. He didn't want to go back to stay. He said he would never live there again, never spend another night there. But he had to go back because, well, he had left in a hurry, he said, and, well, everything he owned was in that place. He'd left his car there, and there were other things he needed, money, papers, and various things. He said he'd pack what he needed, then sell the place and never go near it again."
"But why did he come to you?"
"I think because he knew I would believe. Yes." She looked at me searchingly, then looked away again. "I always have. I know that things exist beyond our reasoning. They do exist. We may not understand them, but that doesn't mean they can't be. You find people so ready to scoff at anything they can't figure out, can't reason, and those same people will turn straight round and tell you that they believe in God. Is He understandable? Is that belief backed up by reasoning, scientific logic? We live with mysteries all day long, all our lives, but because they're familiar mysteries, we accept them. Well, you'd have to, or go mad. Who understands life? Yet we live it, we hang on to it, we accept it just as we accept the inevitability of death. Life and death, the only two absolute certainties we're aware of, but we can't even begin to understand them." She became quite animated here, forcing her words home with little jerky movements of her hands. "And there are other things, I know, things that perhaps only touch us, and only touch some of us, but they're there. Perhaps they are not quite life, not quite death. Perhaps there's something quite beyond the powers of our earthbound conception altogether. And of course we don't understand them, but I know they're there." She paused. "And if I was never sure before, then I'm certain now." She took a cigarette from the pack that lay beside me. I flicked my lighter, watched as she drew on the wavering flame. "I wished I hadn't seen you," she said. "I'd made up my mind that it was all finished. Once I could get over all the remembering, I never wanted to think about it again. But you had to come here." Into the silence that fell, I said, "You loved my brother." It wasn't a question. After a second, she nodded her answer, yes. "I never told anyone before," she said. "No one knew. I never even told him." The smile she gave was rueful. "He didn't love me, though. He only loved Helen. I'm sure he never dreamt how I felt." She nodded again, slowly. "Yes, I loved him. He was a good man." I thought suddenly of the defaced photographs, the slashed paintings. "Are you sure he loved her?" I asked. "Oh, yes." She looked at me in surprise. "Yes, he did. I know that. And she loved him. At least, that's how it always looked to me." She seemed lost in thought for a moment, then she added, "I always thought she did love him. That's why I couldn't believe, at first, she could do to him what she did. Mind you, I don't know what they were like at the end, not really. He hardly spoke of her at first when he came round to see me on that last day, and when he did, he never once called her by name. He said very little, actually, just asked me, begged me, to drive him down to the cottage. And when I asked him why, that's when he told me that he was afraid. I can remember his words so clearly. He said she was there, still there. She's waiting for me, he said, and I'm afraid to be alone with her. He began to get almost
incoherent then, just rambling on and on. I tried to calm him. Certain things could be done, I told him. He didn't have to give up living in his house, but I couldn't get through to him. He wouldn't have any part of it. What did you mean? What could have been done? She didn't answer at once, just drew hard on her cigarette and watched as the smoke drifted, melted away. Then she said, There's someone I know. A priest in the high church. He has some experience of such a thing, I know. We talked on several occasions, not about Helen, of course. I didn't know about her then, but before. Other situations. You mean exorcism? Yes. He could have helped, I'm certain. He believed, and he would have helped. But no. Colin said no. All he wanted was to go down there, get his belongings, and get out. So you went. That same day. I didn't park in his driveway. Although it goes a long way back from the road, it's very straight, and my car could have been seen by anyone passing by, and, well, there'd been enough talk already. And apart from that, Colin had his own car there. So you parked in that little clearing almost opposite the house. Behind the trees. Yes, it seemed the best thing. She paused. I let him out first, and then I parked. When I went up the drive a couple of minutes later, I found him sitting in his own car. He was afraid to go into the house. In the end, I went in first, and he followed. Then I helped him get his things together. I saw his suitcases, I said, all packed. I couldn't figure it out. We'd almost finished, she said. It was quite late by then. I'd done about as much as I could do and was just waiting while he finished sorting out some odd papers and things. You should have seen him then. With the darkness, he had gotten more and more edgy. He was working feverishly, almost in a panic, so anxious, desperate to be gone. She stopped then. I said nothing, just waited for her to continue. It was easy to see she didn't want to. I said at last, What happened? Something happened. Please, tell me. Carefully she stubbed out her cigarette, and then her hands came together again, fingers gripping hard, the knuckles whitening. The lights all went out. She barely breathed the words, and I leaned closer to her. Her eyes were screwed up tight as her fists. All the lights just suddenly went out. For a little while we were in almost complete darkness. There was only the moonlight coming through the window. I remember Colin giving a kind of cry. I called out to him not to worry, that there was nothing to worry about. I could tell he was absolutely terrified, as I was. Then I remembered the candlesticks on the sideboard, and I edged across and lit one of them. I could see him then, still kneeling in front of his suitcase, almost transfixed. I started to carry the light over to him. I was saying something, I don't know what, trying to calm him, making out it was all going to be all right, I suppose, going on about a power cut or a fuse, when he suddenly said to me to be quiet. Listen, he said to me, listen. So I just stayed where I was. I didn't move. And that's when I heard her, breathing. 25. I walked back onto the asphalt path, leaving her still sitting there on the grass, the tears running from her eyes, wet on her cheeks. Amongst the other sojourners in the park, I wondered. I felt dazed, disorientated. Of their own accord, it seemed, my uneven steps led me out through the gates and onto the pavement again. From there, just because I had planned to, I set off for my father's house. You'll learn, I said. As my father opened the door to me, all he said was, I expected you earlier. I followed him through into the lounge, took off my jacket, and sat down while he continued on into the kitchen. I'm just making some tea, he said through the open doorway, and I said that would be nice, thanks. We kept up a desultory exchange as he busied himself, the predictable polite questions and answers. Yes, he was getting on all right. Yes, the garden was looking good, and no, there wasn't anything he needed. The talk dwindled, died, and I thought again of Elizabeth Barton as she had sat there in the park, clenching and unclenching her hands. I recalled the feel of my own hands, stiff, wet with sweat, when she had spoken of the breathing. I had wanted to say,
Yes, I too. I've heard her too. But I stayed silent. I'm not making it up, she said. I really heard her. It was frightening. I could see Colin there more clearly in the candlelight, and I shall never—
So to what do I owe this visit?
Back to us, then, him and me. I'm getting married tomorrow. Now, when the time came, I just blurted it out. No subtlety at all. He looked at me blankly for some seconds, then said,
You haven't wasted any time. You haven't been back 5 minutes.
I laughed, too loudly. It sounded false, forced. Oh, I didn't meet her here. I've known her a long time. I added lamely, Her name's Shayla.
I thought you came back to England on your own.
I did. She just arrived a few days back. She's in the hospital right now. She had an accident, but the doctor says she can come out tomorrow.
Good, he said. Good.
I've come to see whether you'd like to come to the wedding. I mean, we'd like you to be there. He was hesitating. I'd put him on the spot, I could see. Not for long, though.
Well, I don't get out much, as you know, he said. What a pity you didn't mention it earlier.
He wasn't my father for nothing. So that was that. I could feel the blood rushing to my cheeks, anger and humiliation burning inside me. I wouldn't ask him again and give him another chance to cut me down. I wanted to get up at once, leave abruptly, but I lacked the courage for that. Instead, I let the seconds tick by while I stared into my cup and tried to tell myself it didn't matter. After the longest 10 minutes, I got up to go. I made some excuse about having to hurry back, but it was superfluous anyway. He wasn't about to press me to stay. And still, I couldn't figure out whether his feelings for me were of indifference or positive dislike. As I put on my jacket, my eyes took in again the photographs. Colin, my mother on the gate, my father at her side, proud and protective. He looked happy, too, and relaxed. I'd never known him during that period of his life. I picked the photograph up, looked more closely at his young, hopeful face. I couldn't see that I resembled him, and I was glad. As I moved to replace the framed picture on the sideboard, I propped up again the envelope that had fallen over on its face, and saw that the envelope was addressed to me. It was an airmail envelope, written in Colin's hand. Looking quickly back, questioning, to my father, I saw that his eyes were on the envelope. Then his eyes lifted to mine, flicked away again, and he began to speak, quickly, with an attempt at casualness, trying to cover embarrassment. Oh, yes, Colin wrote that to you while he was staying here. I picked up the envelope. I wonder why he didn't post it. It was unstamped. He asked me to. I said I would. I was going to, and then that happened just a few hours later, and there didn't seem much point in it anymore. He wouldn't look at me. No, maybe not. Even so, you could have given it to me when I was here before. He shrugged. I was going to. I forgot. A slight pause. Anyway, it's not that important, is it? Now? I stared at him, then looked back at the envelope, moved to open it, stopped. It's already been opened, I said. My father's silence drew my gaze back to him. He was still avoiding my eyes. You opened it, I said, not quite believing. He said nothing. You opened it, I repeated. Colin wrote to me, and you opened the letter and read it. Colin's dead, he said shortly. I could hear the anger in his voice. I drew the letter out, opened it up, and saw the date, Tuesday, 16th May. Colin had written it on the day of his death. You should have let me have this, I said. My father said sharply, guilt turning more and more to hostility. Anyway, what does it matter about some letter? It matters, I said. My hands were trembling. He wrote it to me, not to you. He wrote it to me. I turned away from him, refolded Colin's scrawled pages, and put them back in the envelope. And as I did so, my father, as if the bitterness had been building up inside him, said, Yes. I stared at him. Yes, he said again, his head jerking as he flung the word at me. Yes, to you. He didn't write to me, but to you. So that's what hurt so much.
Now it was clear. I could understand it now. He had no need to write to you, I said. Not when he was staying here in the same house with you. He could talk to you in person. Talk. The word was dismissed with a wave of his hand. He didn't talk to me at all. He told me nothing. Nothing that mattered anyway. He told me nothing of what he was going through, and it was obvious to anyone that he was going through a bad time. No, you were the one he chose for that. He hated me in that moment. It was so clear. It wasn't indifference. His feelings for me were very positive. Colin hadn't confided in him, but on his last day on Earth, Colin had written, and the fact that she had died giving birth to one of us, me, the second, wouldn't have reflected on me, would it? But no. She died giving birth to something which, in your eyes, wasn't worth the sacrifice, wasn't worth being born. A cripple. With the birth of Colin, you had just what you wanted. You had a son, and you had your wife. And then, hours later, I came along. She dies, and what have you got instead? A sickly baby who has a congenital dislocation of the hip. I didn't treat you any differently from your brother, he said. At the beginning, we didn't even know that you had that trouble. No, at the beginning you didn't know I was any different. Not till the time came for me to stop moving around, and then you had all that boring stuff to cope with, taking me on those endless visits to the doctors. As I went on, the realization came to me, dawning slowly but surely, that I didn't want his love. Not now. Not even if it was offered to me. And the knowledge was like an unexpected gift. I held on to it, and it gave me strength and the courage to continue. How did you look upon me? I asked. I'll tell you. You viewed me as someone who had killed her, didn't you? And all the time I stayed around, I was a constant reminder of what you'd lost, what you felt I was responsible for your losing. And it wasn't even as if I were a worthy consolation prize, was it? In those splints, for months on end, having to be looked after all the time, God, that must have rankled. Having to give me so much attention when you couldn't stand the sight of me. No wonder you packed me off out of your way as soon as you could. I felt my anger merging with self-pity as I added bitterly. And what about Aunt Marianne? I hope you made it worth her while. She certainly didn't do it for love. I swallowed, cleared my tight throat. My voice was calmer when I continued. I'll tell you something. For years, from the day I was old enough to realize, I've tried to make you care. I wanted you to love me. Oh, God, I did. All my life, since I can remember, you've been my one constant ache. A single, unbreaking thread of unhappiness. This, I slapped my leg, I could deal with. I learned to live with it. It hardly ever bothers me now. But your rejection, that was something else. I never got used to that. That was something I never learned to cope with. Carefully, I put Colin's letter into my inside pocket, moved to the door. My father made no effort to say anything. I turned back to face him. No, I never learned to cope with that. Until now. Today. Now, at last, I finally have. I've realized that my love, my caring, are too bloody precious to be thrown away on someone such as you. I've realized today something that you've known all along. All that guff about kinship, blood of my blood, doesn't mean a thing. Not a thing. I know now that I loved Colin because he was himself, and not just because he was my brother. And I realize, too, that it no longer matters that you are my father. Father, the word's a joke. I realize that for you I feel absolutely nothing. Nothing. I opened the door, stood with my fingers gripping the handle. I added, more quietly, if you had wanted my love, you could have had it, earned it, but you didn't. And now, it doesn't matter anymore. I'm glad you won't be at my wedding. Shayla wanted you there, but she doesn't know you. I do. And I know that without you, it'll be a better day. I'll be happier, and she'll be happy too, and her happiness is the only thing I care about. I shook my head, slowly. It was as if I was seeing him, really seeing him for the first time. You were supposed to have loved my mother, loved Colin. But I have to ask myself, what kind of love was it? All the time I had been speaking, he had sat there in his armchair looking at nothing. Now, with the mention of his love for my mother, he got up, faced me. "Don't talk about her," he said. "Don't talk about either of them, not where they concern me." His tone was slightly outraged, as if I'd trodden on forbidden ground. I wasn't bothered. "You deserve to grieve," I said. "It makes me glad." He just looked at me, frowning. "Do you know," I said, "that for all your great love, when you die, you'll die a frustrated, embittered old man. And more than that, you'll die alone. Completely and utterly alone." Before I pulled the door close behind me, I added, very softly without passion, "And that certainty doesn't touch me, move me at all." In the taxi on the way to the station, and in the train going back to Reading, I sat numbed, reaction setting in. But I told myself what had happened was positive. I had finally acknowledged that my father and I would always be apart. We had been apart before, and now I knew it would never change, couldn't change. I knew now there would never come that moment. Had I wanted it? I suppose so. When he would come to me and say, "David, my son, forgive me." No, that was for the movies, strictly B movies. But there was something else I knew, and that was important too. I knew now that there was no truth in the assertion that Colin had been in love with Elizabeth Barton. And if those who had spread such a rumor were wrong about that, then they could be wrong about other things. On the train, I took out Colin's letter and read it. Below my father's address and that fatal date, he had written, "David, as you can see, I'm staying at Dad's. I came here so quickly, without any preparation, a very quick exit. Well, I had to go somewhere. I couldn't stay there, not on my own. I wish I could talk to you. It's so difficult. The phone at the cottage is kaput, and anyway, with the time difference, I hate the idea that I might be dragging you out of bed or something, just to have you listen to my ravings. Dave, I just don't know what to do anymore. I've got to go back there to get my things, but I can't face the prospect of going back alone. If she weren't there, well, everything would be okay. I could cope somehow with it all, with everything that's happened. But she is. She is there. It doesn't matter that I keep telling myself she's dead, that she can't hurt me, because I know she could if she wanted to. I'm afraid of her. I know what she's done already in the past, things nobody else knows about, and I know what she's capable of doing, even now. She told me she loved me, still loves me, but it's an evil, possessive love. I know she'll stop at nothing to keep what she loves, what she wants. God save me from such a love. Oh, Dave, Jesus Christ, I must sound like a madman, and I'm asking myself whether any of this makes sense to you. How can it? You don't know that you're some living, breathing person. Presuming your acceptance of such an unbelievable situation, all I can say, Dave, is believe me, please. Of course, I knew nothing about all this at the beginning, and I'm sure that if anyone had hinted at such happenings, I would have laughed. Of course I would. How could I ever have dreamt what was going on? Later, of course, I knew that something was, but at the time, well, it isn't anything that would cross one's mind, even to wonder about it. It's so apart from everything we accept as the norm, the acceptable. Knowing nothing at all of her history, there was nothing to make me suspicious. It was a summer house that made it all clear to me, getting to work on that, or made it clearer, at any rate. I knew then what she was, and that it wasn't safe to be under the same roof with her. I wish you were here. Come, please, bring Shayla with you. But if she can't come, then come alone. I feel I need some support, and I must have it if I'm not to be a candidate for the bin. My God, how depressing this all is. But how else can I write at this time? Anyway, I console myself that by tomorrow everything will be settled and it will all be in the past. It will only remain for me then to pick myself up and pull myself together. I know I'm taking the right course in getting out of that place. Well, it's the only course, if I'm to survive. One thing's for sure, I'm not staying there to let her do to me what she did to him. I've just read through what I've written, and I sound such a mess. God help me, maybe I won't send this after all. We'll see. I must stop. Dad is hovering about. He just came in and asked me who I am writing to. He seems concerned. I think it's that I should seek privacy in order to write to you. Ah, well. Please, Dave, write to me soon. Or better still, come and see me. Colin. So that was it. Soon after writing the letter, he must have gone to see Elizabeth Barton to ask for her help. I folded the letter and put it back in my pocket. It didn't really tell me much that I hadn't already guessed at. Or did it? My doubts returned. What had Colin written? I took out the letter and found again the line that presented me with a different answer. One thing's for sure, I'm not staying there to let her do to me what she did to him. What had Helen done? And to whom? And what was that about the summer house? What did that mean? Did he mean Dufresne? Later I took out the letter and read it yet again, but nothing was made clearer, only the tortured state of his mind. I remembered that my father had read it, and vaguely I wondered how he had reacted. What had been his feelings when his son's last written words had made him, his father, seem like some stranger? When I got off the train, I got the car from the car park and made my way straight to the hospital without going through the village. I'd only been with Sheila for a second or two when she asked, again, what was on my mind. Nothing, I told her. Why? You forgot to bring my suitcase. In Helen's studio, I found some turpentine and some cotton wool and went up to the main bedroom where I set about cleaning the newly added paint from the pictures. I didn't want Sheila to see them as they were. To my relief, I found the job was surprisingly easy. The paint hadn't had long enough to dry. Within 10 minutes I had finished, wiping away the crude daubs until the roses had gone, until the birch shadow was back, until the girl's hair was once again its original color, until the magpie had disappeared and the bluebird could be seen again, as bright and romantic as ever. It came on to rain as I washed my hands. So many showers recently. I found later in my bedroom that the rain had come through the ceiling, dripping down onto the turned-back covers of my bed. Already it had made a large wet patch. I gazed at it for some seconds, then flicked off the light, and went all the time feeling her eyes upon me. It was as if I was seeing myself for the first time, and I was not just a walking limp. No, my body was fine, good. From this angle my deformity could barely be discerned. One would hardly know it was there. It wasn't there. I was perfect. Perfect. I wouldn't speak to her, to the woman who eyed me so rapaciously. I wouldn't make it easy. By such a decision I could cop out of responsibility. I could still pretend I was alone if I didn't acknowledge otherwise. I walked slowly, perfectly, on my perfect legs to the bed, put out the light, then lay down and drew the sheet up to my waist. And waited. I knew she would come to me. Feared she would. Hoped she would. I closed my eyes and waited for her touch. By the time it came, I'd begun to think, with relief, with disappointment, that I'd been mistaken, that I was, in fact, alone. No, I was not. She was with me. It started like a whisper, her touch, and at first I wasn't even sure it was there, but a moment later I was. Her fingertips brushed my shoulder, my nipple, then moved to the line of hair that ran down to my navel. Yes, I wanted to say, yes. Yes, I was not me, I was someone else. Yes, yes. I felt a slight weight moved from my thighs and realized that she had fully drawn back the covers, leaving me completely exposed again. A wetness, her tongue, caressed my calf, my knee, and moved up my thigh. She kissed while her hands roamed, sweetly exploring my spread-eagled body. Her fingers moved down and circled me, and then her mouth, warm, wet, open, was there. My back arched, I thrust forward, joining deeper. I reached out for her, grasping, clutching, and together we began our moist, sliding, hot, fevered battle, a battle that raged long into the night. a battle where we were both the victors and where ecstasy was the weapon and the reward. 26. After I had bathed and dressed the next morning, I packed Shayla's little red case and set off in the car. At the bottom of the hill, I turned left and drove up the lane to Timpson's house. There was no one in, so I left a note telling him that the roof was leaking and asking if he could arrange for somebody to come and fix it. Then I continued on to the hospital. Shayla was waiting impatiently, sitting in her dressing gown when I got there. I embraced her, kissed her, and then retired to the waiting room while she got dressed. I was preoccupied as we drove back to the cottage. I still couldn't get over what had happened last night. Had that really been me? And also I was faced with the unpleasant fact that I was taking Shayla back to a place where a lingering spirit had tried to do her harm. That same spirit that had come to me in the dark, that woman in whose embrace I had touched a passion that I had never before experienced. Briefly on my skin, I felt again the touches she had touched, the kisses she had kissed, felt again the contact, slipping of writhing, twisting limbs. I remembered so vividly my blind, consuming wanting, the obscenities I had uttered, softly at first, and then, with her encouragement, yes, good, good, and my own swiftly increasing abandon, loudly shouted, defiant, joyful, nothing held back, nothing at all, nothing. I mustn't think about it. I must not, and it must never happen again, nor would it, ever. I was determined. I must think, instead, on how to ensure Shayla's safety. I had toyed with the idea of booking us a room in a hotel, but how could I do that without provoking from Shayla all kinds of questions? And the last thing I wanted was to tell her what I knew. Would she have believed me anyway? I doubted it. So there we were, heading back to Hillingham, back to Gerard's Hill. But I had decided it wouldn't be for long. Just 3 nights. On Tuesday, we would return to New York. It couldn't be before then. I would need the Monday to fix with the bank for the sale of the cottage, so just 3 nights and 3 days. It wasn't that long, and during that time I would make sure that Shayla was safe. I would watch her, watch her, watch her. Arriving at the cottage, I saw that Jean Timpson was all ready for the wedding. Beneath her apron, her violet-colored linen suit smacked of Sunday best. She brought us tea into the living room and joined us as we drank it. Afterwards, Shayla looked at her watch, and I said, "How much time have we got?" "You make it sound like a death sentence," she said, and I inwardly shuddered. Soon after 10 o'clock, the 3 of us walked under the flowered arch towards the car. Shayla had changed into a long, summery-looking dress of pale lemon, with white lace fringing the sleeves. She looked beautiful. "Wait!" Car door, a crowd of youths dressed in metal-studded black leather came thundering down the hill on motorbikes. They saw our rose buttonholes and hooted derision at us. I wasn't bothered by it, though. Anything that came from their empty brains couldn't do anything to pierce the armor of the happiness I was feeling. Their scornful, mindless insults went right over my head. Other things would bother me, but not those dropouts. Jean Timpson was affected differently, though. She stood watching as their emblazoned leather backs roared on down the hill and shook her head in disgust. "Louts," she muttered. "Not from round here. From London or Reading, I expect. Out on a pleasure trip." "Forget them," I said. "They're not important." Shayla, I saw, had moved across into the driver's seat. "Are you going somewhere?" I asked her. "Down to the village." She put up a hand as I moved to get in beside her. "No, please, I want to go on my own." And there was nothing I could do about it. I didn't want to let her out of my sight, but there was nothing I could do. She gunned the motor and took off down the hill while I watched until the car was out of my view. I needn't have worried. 15 minutes later, she was safely back again. She held a package under her arm. "What have you got there?" I asked her. "A surprise? For me? Maybe." "Isn't this wonderful?" she said as she sat at the piano making Beethoven turn in his grave. You mean you're playing? Well, yes, that too. But really, I mean being able to make as much noise as you like without anyone being able to hear. I can hear. She ignored this for a moment, then said patiently, I mean outsiders. They're very lucky, I agreed. She flicked a suspicious glance at me. I mean, it's not like in some city apartment where you'd have them hammering on the walls, yelling at you to be quiet. To prove a point, she struck a success. It was proof that Helen would stop at nothing to get and keep what she wanted. I'm tired, Shayla said, cutting into my thoughts. Let's go to bed. Are you okay? She put a hand up to her head. A bit of a headache, that's all. Poor baby. I left her for a moment while I went upstairs. Timpson hadn't been in touch about the leak in the ceiling, so Shayla and I would use the main bedroom. It was all right. There was no Rose there. The pillows lay as smooth and undisturbed as I had left them that morning, after I had found fresh linen and remade the bed. Later, seeing her safely in the bed with a promise to yell if she needed anything, I left her alone and went back downstairs. In the living room, I poured myself a drink, sat sipping it for a while, then crept up the stairs again and looked in on Shayla. In the light from the landing, I could see that she was fast asleep. I left the door open and returned to my chair and my scotch, and sat there while all the same old questions reinvaded. It's gone, I said to Shayla, holding her shivering body close. It's gone. Nothing I could say, though, no amount of comforting words could induce her to stay in the room any longer, and in the end I took her downstairs where I made up a bed for her on the living room sofa. At my insistence, she took one of my almost forgotten sleeping pills, and when she was at last settled, I sat on the edge of the makeshift bed, looking down at her. The tears of fear and hysteria were gone now from her eyes, but even so, her hand in mine didn't relax for a long time. Gradually, at last, her breathing became more even, and she slept. In the gentle dim light, I watched over her, sitting in my armchair at her side, unresting, covered with a rug, my feet up on the footstool. I whispered into the grayness, Well, Helen, you didn't want us to be together, and you got what you wanted. I paused, then added, But it won't always be like this. Then, tensed, I waited for some kind of reaction. What? Breathing? Laughter? There was nothing. Only the silence. Jean Timpson arrived early the next morning, and I told her what had happened. She gave me an odd sideways look. Once, she recalled, they had been plagued by mice at the cottage, but rats, never. I sat in the kitchen while she set about preparing my breakfast. Shayla, in the living room, was still asleep. Let her sleep, I said. She needs the rest. After I had eaten, I went into the garden and cut a large bunch of cornflowers. Before I set off for the cemetery, I had a word with Jean Timpson, and she gave me her promise to watch over Shayla. Then, feeling much relieved on that score, I started off down the hill. I didn't bother with the car. The walk would do me good. Shayla would be all right with the older woman, I was certain. I was convinced now of Jean Timpson's complete honesty and trustworthiness. One other thing I was convinced of, that Shayla and I must leave the cottage today. He turned, saw me, and came over to my side. It's all right, he told the constable, and taking my arm, led me away to another part of the cemetery, far away from the men around the grave. We stopped facing each other, and I could tell at once from his set face that something was wrong. Very, very wrong. He looked down at the flowers I held, sighed, and said, Go on back home, David. I stared at him. He asked, Did you walk or come by car? I walked. He nodded. Come on, I'll drive you back. I just got here. He shook his head. You mustn't stay, really. What the hell's happening? He didn't answer, and I made to step by him, heading for the grave. Through the legs of the grouped men, I could see earth piled up. He reached out, grabbed my arm. Don't go over there. What's up? Tell me. Very reluctantly, he said, looking steadily into my face. Someone opened their grave last night. My mouth went dry. I just stared. He added, then, They broke open your brother's coffin. His voice was shaking. Go on, I said. He put up a gentle hand to comfort on my shoulder. I shrugged it off. Tell me. Don't just stand there. He shook his head. Not here. His hand moved again, took my arm, and I'd let him lead me away, out through the gates, past the gawking, muttering villagers, to where his car stood at the roadside. We got in. I was still clutching the flowers in my sweat-damp hands. He reached forward with the ignition key but stopped, leaving it unturned. The police are pretty sure who did it, he said. A crowd of young kids, hooligans. They were in the village last night on their motorbikes, going from pub to pub, all in their leather gear, and generally creating a nuisance. The police are pretty sure they were responsible. Though why they'd want to do such a thing I can't imagine. There's no explaining the way some people get their kicks. Trouble is, nobody knows where they were from. Somewhere in London, it's thought, going by the accents. He paused. It makes me sick. Did they do anything else? Apart from ripping open the grave, did they do anything else? He sighed, closed his eyes. You might as well tell me, I said. I've got to know. A fly buzzed through the open window, hit the windscreen, pit, 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 then flew out the way it had come in, leaving us in our own silence again. Reese said, whoever, they didn't only open the grave. They opened up your brother's coffin, and they... His voice tailed off. He added, all in a rush. They cut open his body, his chest. His eyes moved from mine, his voice falling to the faintest whisper, and tore out his heart. Inside Reese's house, I drank the brandy he gave me. When I got up to go, I found I was still carrying the flowers. I put them on the table. Please, I said, get rid of these for me. I don't want to take them back to the cottage and then have to explain why. They'll know, sooner or later, he said. A thing like this won't be kept quiet for long. I nodded. Doubtless. Of course, I didn't mention anything when I got back to the cottage, and with luck I thought Shayla would never hear about it, and if Jean Timpson did, which wasn't unlikely, I didn't really believe she'd pass on any such information to Shayla. The more I could protect Shayla from the horrors that surrounded us, the less unhappy I would be, so I kept quiet. Shayla was quiet too, very subdued. She hadn't in any way got over the happening of the night before, and that, while she still hadn't fully recovered from her fall, had taken an even greater toll of her vitality. But I'll be all right, she told me. It's just that it's not that easy for me to shake off just like that. We were sitting in the living room drinking coffee. We could go out somewhere this evening, I said, out for dinner somewhere. She nodded. Good, I'd like that. She had agreed so readily. I knew she no longer felt the same way about the cottage. How could she after last night? Why don't we stay out tonight? I said. Stay out? At a hotel somewhere, in London maybe, just for the night. I had more in my mind than this, but at the moment I felt it was safest to say as little as possible. It's still early, I said. I'll bet we can get tickets for a concert or something, then have supper and spend the night at a hotel. And come back tomorrow. Yes. You really do have sudden brainwaves, don't you? It's against her as I kissed her. Our mouths separated. We grinned at each other. Keep going, I said, and it's going to be a long time before we get out of here. Laughing, she broke away from me. I didn't come in here to seduce you, only to give you this. She held up the package. I should have given it to you yesterday. I took the package from her. Right now, I'd much rather have you. She backed away. Not now. I'm getting steamed up in here. So am I. That's not what I meant. The ribbon was coming adrift from the wrapping. She saw it, clicked her tongue, and said, Damn, and I thought I did that so carefully, too. I didn't get you anything, I said. I'm sorry. I will later, though, don't worry. She smiled. I won't. She moved towards the door. Come back, I said, but she shook her head, said a girl wasn't safe, and went out. I was still smiling as I tore off the paper and took the lid off the box. The inner soft tissue wrapping was of white, while nausea rose up in me and I groped my way to vomit into the toilet bowl. Shayla, all unaware at the piano, didn't hear me creep down the stairs, didn't see me in my toweling robe go outside and into the tool shed for the trowel. Timpson saw me, though. I'd forgotten he was there, and when he called out to me, I jumped as if I'd been stung. I stood shaking as he climbed down the ladder and came towards me. He had, he said, noticed that some of the slates on the garage roof needed replacing as well. Fine, I said, do whatever you can. He began to go on about the technicalities of the work while I stood there nodding my head like some rear car window mascot. I don't know what he must have thought of me. I was like a zombie. All I could think of was how much I wanted him to stop, to go away. In one hand I held the trowel, in the other hand, wrapped in Kleenex, Colin's heart. At long last he moved back to the ladder. Then I walked on till I was in a part of the garden where I was hidden from his sight. There I knelt and scooped out earth from one of the flower borders. When the hole was deep enough, I held my breath and forced my trembling fingers to pick up the dreadful object that lay beside me. I dropped it into the hole. Even after I had covered it up, I could somehow still feel it in my hand, dry and spongy, too disgusting to contemplate. I patted down the soil, stood up, and looked around me. It was all right, no one had seen. I put the trowel back in the tool shed and returned to the house. In the kitchen, I washed my hands and dried them with paper towels, rubbing away at them long after they were clean and dry. It was when I lifted the lid of the trash bin to dump the sodden paper that I saw what was left of Shayla's wedding gift to me. I didn't realize what it was at first, just bits of broken china, I thought. But then I recognized the colors of the shaving mug, the curving neck of the amorous swan, Leda's head. My fingers trembled as I stooped and picked out the pieces. In the living room, Shayla looked at the fragments of china I held in my hands. I never thought I was marrying such a klutz, she said. The disappointment that came through her smile was heartbreaking. Then she shrugged. Ah, well, never mind. So what's a priceless antique here or there? In the Royal Albert Hall that evening, as the rich romantic sounds of Pachelbel's canon in D major swept over us, I was aware of Shayla's complete stillness at my side. I turned slowly, stealing a glance at her, saw her quite rapt, and I realized that for all my own fears, she, at this moment, was happy. She knew nothing of what was happening. Safe in her blissful ignorance, she didn't know how close she had been to death, of the hatred that even now awaited her in the cottage, and if I possibly could, I would keep her in that ignorance always. Without drawing any comment from her, I had got us away from the cottage as quickly as I could, leaving with Timpson a message for Jean that we would be returning tomorrow afternoon, and this was what Shayla also believed. I hadn't yet mentioned to Shayla my intention that we should return to New York on Tuesday. There would be time for that soon, the right time. Now, passionately, I looked forward to that return. Apart from the nagging fear of Helen, which was always with me now, I found I was also affected by anger and resentment. Yes, it was as simple as that. I was filled with anger at her, for all she had done, for the evil she had perpetrated, for the misery and terror she had caused. Angry, too, that I was being forced to run from her, that she had driven us away from the house, my house. From my resentment, an idea began to take shape in my mind, a plan, and once lodged there, it took root and grew, refusing to be budged by an external influence. And I found I had a purpose. Bruch's violin concerto had begun, but as beautiful as it was, it never, for more than moments at a time, got between me and that growing purpose. I hugged my plan, my hope, to me, and it gave me strength, and that strength, plus the relief at being away from the cottage, helped me, bringing me a feeling of elation. I realized, too, that away from the cloying warmth of that welcome that always greeted me in the cottage, I could think more clearly. That love, that warmth, so positive, reaching out, so totally embracing, had been, I felt, like a drug to my reason and my senses. "How do you feel?" I asked. We had booked into a hotel just off Baker Street, and now, after supper, in the security of our room, I held Shayla to me. She smiled at me. "Oh, I feel good now, very good. No pain, no headaches. No pain, no headaches, just good." I had drawn back the curtains, and the light from the star-filled sky lit the room with shadowed grayness, softening its impersonal lines, mellowing its austerity. I drew her closer still to me, brushing back her hair as it fell across her cheek. "I've been thinking," I said. "Let's go home on Tuesday." "Okay. I think it's the best thing. I'll go and see Mr. Jennison at the bank, get him to see about selling the cottage." "You've really decided, then?" "Yes." "Okay, if that's what you want. We'll come back another time, one day when it's a happier time, if you want." She nodded against me in the crook of my arm. "Yes, we'll find our own place, our own cottage, some place of our own where we'll be on our own." "What do you mean?" "We never were alone there, were we? How could we be? All those memories. It's a beautiful, beautiful place, but I never really felt it was ours. For me, it was always so full of ghosts." I turned, studying her in the dim light. Her eyes were shut, and she looked peaceful. There had been no fear in her words, only sadness. "Yes." I wrapped my arms closer round her. I felt I could never be close enough. "I don't care where we go as long as I'm with you, and you're happy." "I just want us to be together," she said softly, her words muffled against my cheek. "I love you so much, Dave." "Good. I'm glad." Softly I kissed her. Long after I had drawn the curtains together again, shutting out the sky, after I had sunk back beside her on the bed, the thoughts of tomorrow came crowding back into my mind. Tomorrow, and what I had determined to do, and without Shayla's knowledge. Her breathing was soft, regular beside me. I whispered, "Are you asleep?" She stirred against me. "Almost." Her voice came sleepy. "Why?" "I think I shall have to go and see my father before we go back to New York." I waited for her response, for there was none. I thought maybe I'd go and see him tomorrow morning. It'll be about the only chance I'll have. "Okay. Just to settle up a few things," I added, continuing the lie. "You must do what you have to do, darling." "Yes. Will you be all right on your own for a few hours? Don't you want me to go with you?" I had given her a plausible excuse for my father not coming to our wedding, and she hadn't questioned it. Now I tightened gently my arm around her waist. "Darling, I'm not going to see him for pleasure. It's purely business." Her fingers pressed my arm. "I'll find something to do. Don't worry about me." After a moment, she added, "Dave, don't be so concerned. You think my feelings are going to be hurt because your father isn't ready to welcome me with open arms? It doesn't matter that much, darling. Really, it doesn't." I kissed the back of her neck. "Will you be back in time for lunch?" she murmured. "I don't know. We'll talk about it in the morning. Go to sleep now." I left her sitting reading in the hotel lounge when I went off the next morning. After breakfast, we had cashed some traveler's checks and then booked seats on a flight back to New York, leaving the following day. Back at the hotel again, I made arrangements, with luck there'd been a cancellation, to keep our rooms on until tomorrow. "I thought we were going back to the cottage," Shayla said. "Not to stay, I don't think so. No, we'll just do what we have to do, then come on back here. As a matter of fact, you might as well stay here while I go there. I can pack up our gear. It won't take me long. Stay and see a bit of London while you've got the chance." "I'd rather be with you. It wouldn't be any fun on my own. Anyway, we don't have to decide now." One thing I had already decided: we would never spend another night at the cottage, and that's why I'd booked the hotel room for an extra night. But the question of whether or not we were able to, in safety, had become a matter of principle to me, and to uphold that principle was part of my purpose. Its success depending on whether or not I could contact Elizabeth Barton's priest friend, and on whether or not he would be willing and able to help. I left the car in the car park and took a taxi to the address at Turnham Green, where I had first seen Elizabeth Barton. Her sister answered the door. Her manner showed that Elizabeth had confided in her, I thought. She greeted me with sympathetic warmth, but then, to my disappointment, added that Elizabeth was out. "She's gone back to work. I didn't want her to, but she insisted that she felt well enough." Well, that was it. Forget it, I told myself. Let it be. I thanked the woman, was just turning away when she said, "But why don't you phone her at her office? Come in, you can phone her from here." And so, 15 minutes later, I was in another taxi, armed with the address. In life, she probably had that same evil within her. Yes. And I thought about Dufresne. Had she killed him, as I had inferred from Colin's letter? One thing I was sure of, though. "I do know," I said, "that after she died, she somehow managed to kill my brother rather than let him leave." Love can take strange forms. Yes, and now she's turned that same love on me. I stubbed out my cigarette. She's totally evil. When we were within a few miles of Hillingham, I said, "Please, from now on, don't say anything about it. Just do what you have to do. Just go in there and do what's needed without discussing it with me." He turned his eyes from the road and gave me a brief, questioning glance. "She'd hear us," I said. "She'd listen. And she's not just confined to the house. She moves around. Yesterday she got as far as the cemetery." Thoughts of Colin's mutilated body came into my mind. "Don't think about it, don't. As soon as we get close," I said, "she'll be there. She'll be listening to us and watching our every movement." "Don't be afraid," he said and smiled. He wore his casual bravery like a cloak, and I felt sure that inside he too was not unafraid. He must have sensed my doubt. He gestured to his briefcase, which lay on the back seat. "Believe me, I'm prepared for any emergency." He looked at his watch. "And I'll get it all over with as soon as I can. You want to get back to your wife, and I want to get back to mine." He paused, showing his uncertainty. "But mostly, I just want to get it over with." Just after we got off the motorway, he stopped the car at the edge of a little country road where the trees grew thickly on either side and the sun came through the leaves in moving, dappled patches. He shifted the gear lever to neutral, turned to face me. "When we get there, I'll go in alone. You stay outside." The relief I felt at his words was like oxygen to a suffocating man. "Even so," I protested. "Shouldn't I go in with you? You won't know your way around." "You can tell me that, and what I don't know I'll find out." He shook his head. "No, it's better that I go in alone. You're involved, too involved. It might make things more difficult." "Okay." I shrugged, my gesture not giving away the great gladness I felt. While she was inside the cottage, I never wanted to go in there again. I watched him as he opened his bag, his hand moving inside, expertly checking, sorting. His fingers moved aside velvet wrapping, and I glimpsed a crucifix, a glass vial. The sight of the objects made my heart pound. "Are those things necessary?" I asked. "I mean, we're not dealing with witches, are we? Or the devil?" He snapped the case shut. "I'm sure we're not, though I don't see how you—" The birds went on singing, bees hummed amongst the roses, living up to their reputation for industry, and a solitary wasp zinged past my nose and disappeared into the little studio. Through the dusty window I saw Helen's self-portrait with the great daubs of paint over the face. I tore my eyes away and let my feet lead me down and out under the arch into the thicket. Following the rough path, I made my way among the trees and brambles and the masses of rhododendrons. A flash of red before my eyes gave me my first sight ever of a red squirrel. Poor red squirrel, so sadly depleted by his grey cousin from over the water. Seeing me, he stopped, frozen, on the bough. I stopped as well. Sometimes, I had once read, they died of fright. Not this one, though. In another second he had gone, leaping away into the trees. I walked on again, the gentleness and innocence of the creature lingering about me like a little fog. A bird sang, closer than the others, and with a distant kind of pleasure I recognized the yellow plumage and the song of a wood warbler. Thanks to Helen's bird book. And so back to Helen again. Not that she was ever very far away from my mind. Forget her, I told myself. Concentrate on the peace. But it wasn't my peace, I knew, no matter how attractive it might be, no matter how it touched me. It never could be, not this peace here. And when I reached the clearing ahead of me, I knew, irrevocably, that it was so. Coward to the last, I skirted the clearing, avoiding even a glance at the rough grave that lay to the side of the summer-house. I had told no one of it except for Ian Rogers. I would tell no one else, ever. After tomorrow, I would be away from it for always, and those bones there, as far as I was concerned, would lie undisturbed, rotting, until they became the earth from which they had sprung. Beyond the clearing, I walked slowly on down to the pond's bank. The marsh marigold still sun-dotted the water's edge, and I thought again of how Reese and I had dragged Jean Timpson out and laid her on the grass. Now I sat down on that same grass, lit a cigarette. I had no idea how long the Reverend would be. I tried to prepare myself for a long wait. I wondered what Shayla was doing now in London. Probably in the National Gallery. I pictured her wandering through the Rembrandt room. Shayla. She'd been so lucky. In any one of her accidents, she could have fared much worse. But her luck wouldn't have held out much longer, I knew that. How could she, so gentle, so good, yes, good, ever be anything of a match for that other who was so powerful in her wickedness? My thoughts went on. I had been sitting there for so long, I suddenly realized. Rogers would have done his work by now, would have been shouting himself hoarse and getting no response from me. Quickly I got to my feet and hurried up the wide track through the thicket that led to the gap in the orchard hedge. When I eventually got to the lawn, I expected to see him there waiting for me, ready and impatient to get going. There was no sign of him. I stood, hovering, not knowing what to do. He had said not to go in, to leave it all to him, yet surely he must be through by now. Hesitantly, I called to him. "Reverend Rogers?" There was no answer, and the silence that surrounded me seemed somehow deeper than it had been before. I could no longer hear the buzzing of the bees. No birds sang. The back door was still closed. I went towards it, stood for a moment with my fingers around the handle, then drew my hand away. Looking in at the kitchen window, everything appeared to be just as it had before. In Colin's study, the same. Because of the sunken garden, I couldn't see into the living room, so I continued on and walked round to the front of the house. I could see in then, all right. The room was a shambles, and there, sprawled, supine, Rogers lay with his head up against the wall. 30. I must phone Reese, get him to come round. I took a cushion from the sofa and put it behind Roger's head in an effort to make him a little less uncomfortable. The sword was jammed awkwardly underneath his sprawled body, and I eased him up a fraction in order to draw it out. As I straightened up, I saw his briefcase lying there, saw the crucifix. He hadn't even had a chance to get it out. I saw the little vial of holy water, and as I looked at it, I saw it crushed. It appeared to be trodden upon by an unseen foot. One moment it lay whole and perfect, and the next moment it was just a little oblong shape of crushed glass with the water staining the carpet. "Helen," I whispered it. I felt her hand on my shoulder. I shuddered. My heart thudded and lurched. I stood up, brushing frantically at the unseen touch. I felt her hand move from my shoulder to my throat, and I thought, she could kill me. She could kill me for trying to destroy her. Fingers fluttered on my neck for a moment, then settled again, tighter, tighter. I felt thumbs digging in, pressing hard, harder, felt the shape of her hands as they encircled my throat. She was strangling me. I choked, gasped, struggling for breath, trying to move out of her grasp, desperately jerking my head from side to side, but she held on. I was getting no air at all. Black and blood-red shapes swarmed before my staring eyes, and I sank to my knees on the carpet amongst the broken china and the cornflowers. And still her iron grip was there. My head, my lungs, felt as if they would burst. I felt I would never breathe again. And then, just as I was sure I was about to die, all at once the pressure eased, and her fingers loosed their grip. Her hands released me, moving from me with a gentle, caressing brush of my cheek. I knelt there on the floor with my head hanging, sucking gulps of air down into my lungs. For a time, I didn't move. When my thoughts were able to get past the sheer relief at being alive, of the burning in my throat and the hammering in my head, I asked myself why she had stopped, and I realized that she'd had no intention of killing me. She hadn't meant to kill me at all. She had been punishing me for trying to harm her, and warning me not to try to leave her. Yes, perhaps. If so, it was a warning I must heed. Colin had tried to leave her, and he had died. I would have to be cleverer than Colin, and cleverer than she. I spoke to her directly. "Are you there?" I knew she was. I could sense her, still so close to me, feel her presence, so real. "Are you there?" I waited for her answer. When it came, it was a strangely gentle sound, just one little whispered word. "Always." Yes, always. True. "Don't you realize," I said. I had told Rogers, too, that her name was Helen. Helen, I had said, Helen, when all the time I was surrounded by reminders of her first name. I said clearly, evenly, my voice low, "Rose." There was a moment of absolute stillness. The sword gave one final violent twist, faltered, and stopped. "Yes!" I almost shouted it. "It's Rose! Rose!" I should have told Rogers that her first name was Rose. "Rose!" I shouted. I felt suddenly invincible. "Rose," I whispered from my newfound strength, "you are dead. 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 Dead." "No." It was a whispered, plaintive sound. "No." "Yes. Dead. You are dead, Rose. Dead. Rose." I heard birds singing. I followed the line of my aching arms and saw that my hands were held out before me, clutching the antique sword. How long I'd been standing there, I had no idea. The scent of roses was no longer in the room. She was gone, too. From behind me, I heard a groan. Turning, lowering the sword, I saw Rogers struggling to get up, lifting a hand to his bruised forehead. I knelt beside him. "Are you all right?" I think so, yes. Come on." With my blistered hands, I supported him, and slowly, painfully, he got to his feet. He stood there looking dazed, stunned, and I watched as memory returned, sparking fear into his eyes. He took a step back. "Oh, God. Oh, God. It's all right." I took his arm. "It's all right. There's nothing more to be afraid of." He groaned. The fear was still there. "I didn't have a chance," he said. She came for me almost as soon as I got in the place. I didn't have a chance." "It's all right," I soothed him. "She can't hurt us now. She's gone." I added with relief and a touch of pride, "I did it. I sent her away." He nodded dully. After a while, he asked, "What will you do now?" "I'll bring Shayla back and we'll pack up our things and leave. and after that, we'll never return. 31. No, he said to my suggestion he didn't need any doctor. I didn't insist. He sat quietly in the car waiting till I'd finished doing what had to be done, and then together we set off. I offered to drive, but he said it wasn't necessary. Apart from a slight headache, he said he felt perfectly okay. He hardly spoke as we headed back to London. He offered no more information about what had happened in the cottage, and I didn't ask. I didn't want to know the truth. It was done with. Whilst in the cottage, I had found, lying on the hall mat, an unstamped envelope. Opening it up, I saw that it was a letter from Pitkin. In my rush to get Shayla away from the danger, I had forgotten all about him in the dresser. In the note, he asked me to let him know when he could come and collect it. He had tried to phone us, he said, but our telephone was out of order. I put the note in my pocket. I'd call him later on. In the city, after our near-silent journey, Rogers headed straight for my hotel. "No, drop me anywhere," I told him. "I'll get a taxi." But he said it was no trouble, and I didn't put up any further protests. Outside the hotel, he stopped. No, he wouldn't come in for a drink, he said, thanks all the same. As he reached out to shake my hand, he hesitated, seeing the angry scorch marks, the blisters there. Then, without comment, he gently shook my hand, cupping my palm so as not to hurt. "I'm sorry I wasn't much help." I was sorry for him. His lesson had been a painful one, and frightening. I shrugged, tried to smile. "You did what you could, and I'm grateful. And anyway, the result is the important thing. It's over. That's the thing that matters. You did far more than you think." When he had gone, I went into the quiet of the hotel lounge where Shayla sat waiting for me. She asked me, a little anxiously, how it had gone. Of course, she meant the meeting with my father. "Oh, all right. We sorted out what needed to be sorted out." "And it's finished?" "Yes, finished." With my words, in a great flood of relief, I put my arms around her, holding her tight to me so that she gave a little cry of surprise. A short gray-haired man sitting in a chair opposite looked at us over his rimless glasses, but I wasn't fazed. I couldn't be, not now. In my mind, the words kept repeating over and over. "It's finished. It's finished." There were certainly many whys, hows, whats, and whens still to be answered, but even so, they were questions I would learn to live with. The important thing for me at that moment was my knowledge that the worst, the threatening horror of it all was finished. No, the opprobrious glance from the little gray-haired man couldn't touch me at all. How could it? Shayla was safe from harm, and so was I. "Come on," I said to her. "Let's leave everything here. We'll get a quick snack and get back to the cottage." The cottage, I had said, not home. I could never call it home again. That was something I knew it could never be. "Are we staying there after all, tonight?" "No." I knew it would be safe to, but I didn't want to. I shook my head, put my hand out to her cheek. "We've got our room here for tonight. We'll just go back and get our things and give Bill Carmichael his car back. Also, I have to see Mr. Jennison at the bank and fix up with Mr. Pitkin about the dresser." "Okay." She lifted her fingers, pressed my hand. I winced. She asked, looking at my palm, "What have you been doing to yourself?" I wasn't prepared for her question. "Car trouble," I said. "Ah." She nodded, looked again at my hand. "Does it hurt?" "It's all right now." I dismissed it. "It's nothing. It doesn't matter." It didn't. There had been an accident on the motorway, and we got held up for a while. It was getting late, and I could see I wasn't going to get back in time to see Jennison, but we kept going. At the gate of the cottage, I dropped Shayla off so that she could make a start with the packing. On my way back, I told her, I'll call in and see if Jean can come up and lend a hand. Anyway, I want to have a last word with her about looking after the place till it's sold. The bank was closed. Going by my watch, it had been closed for 10 minutes. I knocked ineffectually on its fortress doors for a few minutes, then gave up. Ah, well, I'd have to write him. It couldn't be helped. Bill Carmichael was there at the garage, though. Would he still be open in a couple of hours? I asked him. I had a few little trips to run in the car before I could bring it back and settle my bill. I'll wait for you anyway, he said. And will there be somebody who can drive us to the station? I'll do it. On the way back to Gerard's Hill, I stopped off at the Timpsons' little house and asked Jean if she could come up and give us any help we might need with the clearing up. She was happy to, though I found, when we arrived at the cottage, that Shayla had already made good headway. Her own cases were nearly done, she told me, and soon she'd make a start on mine. Let me do it, Jean said, and headed for the cellar to fetch up my empty suitcases. When she was gone, Shayla said, indicating the sword with its broken fastenings, "What happened there?" I'd rehung sad Margaret's sampler, wiped the smear of Roger's blood from the wall, and cleared up the flowers and broken china, but I hadn't been able to do anything about the sword. I didn't know what to say. As far as Shayla knew, I hadn't been in the cottage since we'd left together from London, but she saved me herself from trying to find an answer. She lifted the sword, whistled, and put it down again. My God, the weight of it! I'm surprised it stayed up as long as it did. Jean Timpson came to the door, carrying my cases. "I'll go on upstairs and make a start," she said. "You can get on with whatever else you have to do. I'll manage all right." "Good," I said. "I want to go down to the cemetery." She started to turn away, then stopped. Oh, I washed your jeans." She avoided my eyes completely. "I'll pack them with the rest of your things." It was the expression on her face that reminded me. She'd meant the jeans I'd been wearing when I jumped into the pond after her. And with that memory, I couldn't look at her. "The stuff you had in the pockets?" She nodded towards the mantelpiece. "I put it all up there." She went away then, and I scooped up the loose change, the dried-out notes in my cheap throwaway lighter, which surprisingly still worked. Shayla followed me to the kitchen, where I went to get scissors. "Shall I go with you to the cemetery?" she asked. "Of course, why not?" She picked up her bag while I got together some brown paper. In the garden I cut a large bunch of cornflowers and wrapped them up. Shayla, taking the scissors from me, cut a perfect white rose, just beginning to open, and pinned it to my lapel. "There." She patted my chest and stood back to admire her handiwork. "Now you look perfect." I didn't want the rose. I didn't like its associations, but I smiled and said nothing. When we got to the churchyard gate, she said, putting a hand on mine, "You go in on your own." "Why?" "You'll want to be alone with him for a while. I'll stay here." "Okay." The last time I had been to the cemetery was just the day before, Sunday, when Reese had stopped me from going near the grave when the place had been swarming with onlookers and officials. I approached the grave now with dread, very much afraid of seeing any signs of the violation that had taken place. And the signs were there, of course. They were visible in the newly turned look of the soil, the different positioning of the flower vases, though whoever had cleared up afterwards had tried to make a thorough job of it. Even the flowers had been put back, albeit they were wilting. I threw the dying flowers away and carefully arranged the fresh ones, and then I just stood there, looking down. It was very likely, more than very likely, I thought, that I would never stand there again. Never would I come back to Hillingham. And that meant that I would probably never find out the truth of what lay behind Helen's death. I would never know, one way or the other, whether or not Colin had been in some way responsible for her violent end. Well, so be it, I said to myself. That was a question I must learn to live with. And I would be able to. Somewhere in the more hidden-away recesses of my mind, there would be a place for such a question, some place where its nagging would be less noticeable. I looked at my watch. I must go. I would call and see Pitkin, and then Shayla and I would leave. Goodbye, Hillingham. Goodbye, Gerard's Hill Cottage. Forever. Stooping, I said a whispered word of goodbye to my brother. For Helen, I had no words at all, and then turned away. As I did so, a tall, fair-haired man in blue denims came striding along between the graves. He was holding a small wreath. He walked in my direction, looking straight at me, coming towards me. He stopped just a few feet away. To my surprise, I saw that he was looking at me with disdain. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could say anything, he said, "Aren't you tired of putting on the act?" I stared at him in amazement. "What do you mean? Who are you?" "Oh, my God." He gave a humorless laugh and put a hand to his forehead in a gesture of hopelessness. "Is that how you manage to keep going? By having this rather convenient amnesia? Or have you flipped out completely?" His voice. I had heard it before, that same tone, similar words. "It was you," I said. "It was you who phoned me." His eyes narrowed. "Are you pretending you didn't know?" "I didn't know, and I still have no idea who you are. I can remember your slanderous accusations." "Tough," he said shortly, shrugging it off. "I'm sure you'll learn to live with them, the way you've learned." Here he gestured to the grave. "To live with that." He glared at me, and I saw hatred in his eyes, and then, with a brief "excuse me," he brushed past me and crouched over the earth. I watched him as he gently laid the wreath beside the cornflowers. I couldn't see his face, but I heard the faint sound of a choked-back sob and realized that he was fighting tears. Someone else who had loved Helen. Neither of us moved for a while. Then I said quietly, "I'm not Colin." He turned to me, and I saw disbelief and puzzlement in his eyes, along with the tears. "Colin was my twin brother," I said. He stood up, and I took a couple of steps towards him. I saw his eyes flash down to take in my limp, my built-up shoe, then up to my face again. "Yes," he said then. "You are different." He continued to study me. He nodded. "Yes. Yes, I can see." A little silence went by. He said with difficulty, "I've got nothing against you. It's got nothing to do with you. It only concerns him, your brother." He paused. "Are you staying here with him?" "I'm staying at the cottage, yes." "What do you mean? Isn't he there now? Where is he?" I pointed to the freshly turned earth of the grave. "There." He didn't know what to say. He looked so completely taken aback, stunned. At last he muttered, "I had no idea. I'm sorry. I had no idea." He shook his head bewilderedly. "I heard about Helen while I was away. I got back to England only a short while back." "You can't have wasted any time getting on the phone." "I'm sorry. Really." He raked a hand through his hair. "Since I heard about her, I just haven't been thinking straight." "I have to ask you," I said, do you really believe that my brother was responsible?" He turned away from me. "What does it matter what I think anymore?" "It matters to me." "I wish I'd never come here," he said, "but I had to." He gave a bitter smile. "I'd planned on going up to the cottage afterwards." "To see my brother?" "Yes." "What for?" "It's not important now." "Isn't it?" "Please," he said. "To find out I've been hating a dead man. I don't know." "The fact that he's dead doesn't really change anything, does it? It can't alter what he did, or what he didn't do." "No." And then, the words stumbling one upon the other, he said, "I loved her. Then he came on the scene. God, I was so jealous, and I didn't trust him. It was all so sudden. And in next to no time they're getting married." "I left my cigarettes in the house," I said. "Did you bring any?" "I smoked the last one while you were there in the cemetery. Shall I get you some? Thanks. I dug out a handful of loose change and gave some of it to her, and she got out of the car and walked away along the street towards the tobacconist. I was putting the rest of the coins back into my pocket when I saw that among them was the round piece of metal I had found that day in the garden. There was something familiar about it, and I couldn't think what it was. I still had it in my hand when I went in to see Pitkin. He greeted me warmly as he came towards me. Seeing his limp, I reflected briefly on his feelings of guilt he'd been carrying around for most of his life, and said to myself that he, too, in his own way, was another casualty of Gerard's Hill Cottage. I apologized for not being there when he'd called. I said we'd had to go out unexpectedly. Anyway, I said, if you'd like to fix it up with Jean Timpson, she'll let you in. She's got keys to the place. I'll leave word with her that you'll be sending someone to collect the dresser. Are you going away so soon? We're leaving Hillingham today. And going back to America? Yes, tomorrow. We're spending the night in London. I'd better write you a check now, then, he said. You tell me how much for. No. I shook my head. You can have the dresser for nothing. You've waited long enough. His expression of gratitude was almost embarrassing. He kept insisting that I take something for the dresser, while I was just as adamant in my refusal. By the time Shayla came in with my cigarettes, though, he'd accepted the gift and was trying to persuade me that we could at least stay up and have a cup of tea with him before we dashed off. No, I told him. Thanks all the same, but we really do have to go. Just to say the words gave me a feeling of relief. In half an hour, we'd be gone away, forever. In my fingers I had been turning over the piece of metal, and suddenly I realized what it was. I was staring at it when Pitkin's voice came through to me saying, "You've dropped your buttonhole." And I looked and saw that he was stooping, picking up the white rose that had fallen from my lapel. He stood up straight, put the flower to his nostrils, closing his eyes momentarily as he breathed in the scent. He nodded appreciatively. "A beautiful specimen." I thanked him and took the flower from his outstretched fingers. He went on speaking, but I wasn't really paying attention. I was on the way to the door before I fully realized what he had said and the significance of it. I stopped dead in my tracks, slowly turned to face him. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" And he repeated his words, and he went on talking, and I just stood there, unmoving, letting the words sink in. Then a moment later, I was running outside to the car. Shayla had come after me. "No," I said to her, "stay here." I was opening the door, getting in. She looked puzzled into my tight face and began to open the other door. I shouted at her, "No, Shayla, darling, please, please stay here." And I reached across, grabbed the handle, and slammed the door shut. I saw her mouth open in bewildered protest, but I couldn't stop to explain. In the mirror, briefly, I had a further glimpse of her as she stood at the curbside watching while I drove away. I saw how the rising wind flapped her skirt against her legs. In miniature, she stood there, a study of amazement, one hand lifted out towards me, fixed, frozen. 32. I knew now, at last, the truth. It had been there before me all the time. All the pieces of the puzzle had been there. I should have realized. I had, days ago, accepted the fact that the ghost was there, and that surely, when pitted against our 20th century demand for scientific logic, had been one of the most difficult factors to come to terms with. Why, then, having negotiated such a major hurdle, had I not gone a step further? It would have required only a little more imagination. But now I had taken that further step. I had been forced to. Pitkin's words came back to me, repeating over and over, and with each echo I was more firmly convinced now that I knew. I knew. Oh, Colin, how could I have doubted you? How? But no more, and soon I would have proof. Not that I needed that proof, not to clear Colin's name. No, Colin, that proof which I shall surely find will put an ending to a story other than your own. Gravel flew up, spraying as I turned into the driveway and put on the brakes. I jumped out and went straight to the tool shed. From there, I ran to the thicket. In the clearing, I dimly realized that I'd not had a chance to change out of my suit since the trip to London. I was hardly dressed for digging, but it couldn't matter less. I threw aside my jacket, rolled up my shirt sleeves, took up the spade, and got to work. I worked as if in a fever, sweating like a pig, sweating not only from my exertions, but also from my anticipation and strange, fearful excitement. I went on digging, methodically throwing up the earth, far more than I had removed before. That first time I hadn't done enough. Maybe if I'd kept on, I would have found the answer long before this time. But I was getting to it now, that answer, and I knelt in the dry, dusty earth, careless of my trousers, and raked and brushed with my hands till I was sure, absolutely sure. And when I was sure, when I knew there could be no possible mistake, no other possible explanation, I continued to kneel there, while in my mind those twisted, tangled threads moved and shifted and became a tapestry, all telling, so clear, giving me, at last, the whole story. After a while, I got to my feet and began to spade the earth back into the hollow. By the time it was done, I felt exhausted, though mixed with my fatigue there was elation, great elation. I had the proof I needed. Yet not all my questions were answered. There was still one. How, I asked myself, was it possible for her to have covered up the traces so completely? I put my jacket on and carried the spade back to the shed. I must get back to Pitkin's shop and collect Shayla. She would think I was mad running off like that in that crazy way. At the kitchen sink I washed the soil from my hands. My trousers, I saw, were a job for the cleaners. And still, amongst such mundane preoccupations, that same question still kicked. How had she so successfully got rid of the signs that would so easily have proclaimed her guilt? But she had. That was a certainty. I was drying my hands when Jean Timpson came in. "Oh, I didn't know you were back," she said, and I put on a smile and said, "I'm just going down the road to get Shayla." "Your packing's done. Your cases are all ready." She gestured. "They're in the hall." "Thank you." I nodded vaguely. I was thinking that somehow the answer I sought had something to do with her, Jean Timpson. I saw myself running after her through the orchard, through the gap in the hedge and down to the water. I remembered how I had plunged in to bring her up from the bottom of the pond. Yes. I hesitated for only moments, then picking up the towel from where I had dropped it, I ran outside again. Following that same path, when I had earlier gone after her and Reese, I hurried across the lawn and through the orchard gate. I ran past the broken sundial, through the orchard, and then through the gap in the hedge at the far end. Once, I told myself, the gap would have been wider, much wider. Time had allowed the brambles to spread, closing the space. But once, it would have been wide enough, it would. Wide enough, too, was the track that led down through the thicket to the edge of the pond. When I got to the water, I didn't pause at all. I took off all my clothes, everything, and then, quite naked, took a step down the steep bank and dived in. This time my view under the water's surface was clearer. There had been no struggle to stir up the mud. I knew, too, what I was looking for, and now I headed straight down, eyes straining to see in the gloomy depths. Oh, yes, I knew what I was looking for. I had seen it before, though I hadn't realized what it was. My dive of exploration takes longer to tell of than it did to do. It took only a few seconds, and in those few seconds my last question was answered. I found again the wheel, half buried in the mud, that had trapped Jean Timpson in her suicidal jump. And the rest of the trap was there too, all there. I saw and traced with my hands the other wheel, the shafts, the main rotting body of the trap, weighted down with the large metal trunk and the smaller one. There were large stones wedged in too, ensuring that it could never rise to the surface. The mud and the thick, grasping weeds had, over the years, done the rest to keep it hidden. I'd seen enough. I turned over in the water and struck out and upwards for the surface. On the bank, like watching a film, I pictured Effie setting out with a parasol and her little tin box, going to the spot beneath the tree where she had arranged to meet Handyman. The storm coming on, her growing impatience turning to worry, and then, when Handyman still didn't show up, to positive fear. But in spite of that fear, she had been brave enough to go and search for him. She must have done that, and that was when Bronwyn had caught her, had killed her. And by that time, probably, Handyman was already dead. Bronwyn had killed her husband, rather than let him leave her. Bronwyn's task then was to destroy or hide any evidence that would prove that her husband had not left her, and her most difficult job would have been to get rid of the horse and trap in which Handyman and Effie had planned to make their escape. I pictured Bronwyn in the rain, driving the horse and trap through the orchard, through the gap in the hedge and down the wide track to the pond, where she unhitched the horse, weighted down the trap, and somehow managed to push it down the bank into the deep water. After that, she had led the horse up through the thicket to the clearing, and there, during the remaining hours of the morning, she had dug the grave next to the summer house. She must have led the horse into the grave before killing it. That would have been the only way. The bodies of Effie and Handyman would have been manageable. And how successfully Bronwyn had fooled everybody. Her secret had lasted so many years. To this day, Pitkin believed that he was responsible for her death. Well, now I could tell him that he was not. Bronwyn had not been a murderer's victim. She had been the murderer. I could see so clearly in my mind's eye, see her there in the thicket, digging while the storm raged all around her. I pictured her there when at last her task was done, imagined her standing over the grave, her clothes sodden and mud-spattered, her tired, strained face wearing a look of satisfaction. But any satisfaction she might have felt hadn't lasted long. The falling tree must have struck her while she was on her way back to the house, perhaps after she had been down to the pond to make a final check. Yes, the tree that had fallen in the storm. It had broken the sundial and it had cracked Bronwyn's skull. It was there, where she had been felled by the tree, that she had lost her brooch. Yet even that was not the end of her. She had still managed to crawl back into the house. I took a final look at the area of freshly turned earth before me and moved away. As far as I was concerned, Handyman and Effie would never be disturbed again. My main mistake, I said to myself as I walked back towards the house, was in assuming that because Helen's first name was Rose, then she it was who had to be connected with the roses that had appeared on my pillow and in the painting. And of course it was not. It wasn't until Pitkin had handed me the white rose that had fallen from my lapel that I had realized the truth. He had smiled gently at the rose as he placed it in my outstretched hand. "Beautiful," he murmured the word. "Beautiful. Bill Gerard developed 2 or 3 lovely hybrids, but none of them could touch the one he named after his daughter, Bronwyn Denise." It was then I knew that it was Bronwyn all the time. The white rose was her own, very special emblem. All of it added up with that piece of knowledge, and the remains of her brooch I had found by the broken sundial. I had blindly attributed everything to Helen, yet there had been indications that it was not she. The alterations to the paintings, for example, that added work was too crude to be her work, if I had realized it at the time. Poor Helen, I thought. I saw you as the perpetrator of so much evil, when all the time you were just another victim of the spirit of Bronwyn, just as Colin was, just as sad Margaret had been before. I remembered sad Margaret's sampler with the Keats quotation. "And they are gone, aye, ages long ago, these lovers fled away into the storm." Margaret Lane had known. Her sampler was stitched in irony, brave irony, before Bronwyn had really got to work on her. And when she had, and with a vengeance, poor Margaret hadn't stood a chance. Pitkin had told me that I looked something like John Lane. It all added up. Bronwyn had wanted him, and she wouldn't rest until he was hers. Had she actually set fire to the summer house while Margaret was inside, or had she driven her to do it from madness and despair? It didn't matter how. She had done it, and that was enough. And afterwards, John Lane had been hers, until smallpox and the lack of any will to live had taken him away. Then Bronwyn had had to wait until Colin came to the cottage, and it was from that time, Dufresne had said, that Helen had been threatened. That's what he had felt, and I realized now he had been right. Bronwyn had fallen in love with Colin when he came to live with Helen, and from that time Helen's life had been in danger. I came out under the arch. Hesitating for a moment alongside the sunken garden, I looked up at the steep pitch of the roof. Yes, Bronwyn had, where Helen was concerned, succeeded in her moment. He had gone for help. And that was the night it had all ended for Helen. Waiting her chance, Bronwyn had somehow drawn her out of the house with the belief that the kitten was stuck on the roof. Helen, crazed, had believed it, and climbing up to it, she had fallen. Or maybe, probably, she'd been pushed. Of course, she'd been pushed just as certainly as Bronwyn had driven Colin's car into the beech tree, as certainly as she had torn out his heart. Yes, Bronwyn had hurled Helen down to her death on the flower-covered rocks. I turned away, sickened again by the image that sprang into my mind, and moved towards the kitchen door. I must get our luggage and put it into the car. Get away from here, away from such sad, grotesque images, all those memories of things that showed so clearly the evil purpose that had been in Bronwyn's heart. I turned the handle of the door, opened it. The kitchen was different. It didn't look any different, but it was. It was the atmosphere there. It was the welcome that reached out to me. A welcome touched with the scent of roses. She was still there. I thought I had banished her, but I hadn't. But there, I had been trying to banish the spirit of Helen. Whatever, Bronwyn was still there. She had not gone. She had never gone. She had merely withdrawn voluntarily in order to put me at my ease, to make me feel safe. And now she knew that I knew the truth. The wind had sprung up again, and the towel in my hand flapped and billowed out. I stood there with my other hand on the door handle. "Leave your luggage," a voice in my head was telling me. "Leave it. Don't go back inside. Go away from the house now, forever. But don't let her know that you are going forever." Yes, I would leave everything there. Don't say a word to anyone, just leave. Say nothing to Jean Timpson, anyone. Just leave. Bronwyn couldn't read my mind. She could hear, she could see, yes, but she couldn't read my mind. I did go inside. I went into the kitchen and hung the towel on the rail. Move calmly, I told myself. No panic. Jean Timpson came in from the dining room where I could see she had laid out the things for afternoon tea. "I made a cake," she said, and I smiled at her and said I could smell it, that it smelled delicious. I couldn't smell any cake. I could only smell the scent of roses. The scent was growing stronger. I said casually, "I'll just go down and collect Shayla from the village." Act naturally. Don't show how afraid you are. Without any show of hurrying, I moved back to the door. "See you in a minute," I said as I went outside. I walked steadily to the car, got in, and drove away down the hill. I knew what we had to do. I had to drive with Shayla straight back to London. We wouldn't stop at the house or anything. Our luggage could stay. Yes, our passports were safe at the hotel, as were our tickets and our overnight cases, and I had money. Shayla might fret that she had lost a few clothes, but she would keep her life, and I would keep my freedom, my sanity. I wouldn't even tell her we were going, not at once. I would lie to her so that she would accept the need for our driving off somewhere else. Only when we were safely out of Bronwyn's way would I, perhaps, tell her the truth. Anyway, I'd face that problem when it arose. I pulled up the car outside Pitkin's shop and ran inside. He got up from his old desk and came towards me. "Where's my wife?" I asked, looking around. He spread his hands in a gesture of not knowing. "She wouldn't wait any longer. She left." "Did she walk?" "She couldn't have done. I didn't pass her on my way here." "No, Dr. Reese came by. He offered to give her a lift. He said he had to call in at his home first, though." He smiled. "She's only just gone. You'll probably catch her up." I turned and dashed outside. 33. Reese's wife answered the door, frowning at my insistent ringing. Her expression cleared when she saw my face, the panic I know I showed there. The doctor had just left, she told me. He'd only stopped to pick up his bag. And my wife was with him. Yes, he was going to drop her off at your house. A piece of newspaper blew against her ankles, and she picked it off, raising her voice slightly against the increasing noise of the wind. Is there anything wrong? No, it's all right, thank you. I left her standing, watching me as I ran back to the car. I drove out of the village with little regard for other motorists or the narrowness of the streets. The wind was really getting up now, and the tops of the trees were bending, dipping under the force of the gale. As I turned the car onto Gerard's Hill, the wind buffeted it so that I had to grip hard on the steering wheel. But I got to the cottage in time. I made it in time. As I rounded the bend, I saw Reese's car standing at the cottage gate, and there was Shayla next to the car, leaning in through the window. I watched as she straightened up as Reese's car began to move forward as Shayla turned towards the house. I pressed harder on the accelerator and gave a blast on the horn. With one hand on the gate, she looked around. I saw the way the wind whipped up her hair, blowing it across her face. Up ahead, Reese's car came to a halt again. I drove on and pulled up just beyond the entrance to the driveway. I wound down the window, put my head out, and yelled for Shayla to come and get in. I had to shout, otherwise I wouldn't have been heard over the noise of the wind. She stayed by the gate, waiting for me to get out. I beckoned to her, leaned over, and swung open the door on the passenger side, and the wind promptly took it and slammed it shut again. Leaves and bits of twigs, torn from the surrounding trees and hedges, were hurling past like snowflakes in a snowstorm. Shayla put up a hand, holding the hair out of her eyes, and pressing against the wind, came towards me. She looked puzzled and none too happy. As she came closer, I saw her lips moving as she spoke, but I couldn't hear the words. "What did you say?" I yelled. She yelled back, "I want to know what's happening. You've got a nerve." The wind was so strong I could barely hear her. I strained my ears to catch her words as she went on. "You left me standing in that shop like a lemon, and now you come blasting your horn at me. What's happening?" I should have been ready with some story to appease her. Her and Bronwyn. Bronwyn most of all right now, but I wasn't. "I've got to get back down to the village," I yelled. It was the best I could think of. "Well, have you got to have me with you?" She hadn't got over being left stranded. "Yes." "What for?" "You'll see." "Oh, come on now." She was in no mood for games. "Please," I shouted, trying to calm myself inside. The wind wasn't helping. "Please, do as I ask." "I don't get it." She just stood there next to the car door, which I was fighting to keep from swinging shut. I saw that Reese had got out of his car and was walking towards us, and the last thing I wanted was to get tied up in a conversation with him. I had to get Shayla into the car and take off. I had to. I forced a smile at her. "I'm sorry, darling, for leaving you like that." Because of the wind, I almost had to deliver each word separately. "Something came up. I'll explain later." I patted the seat beside me. "Come on, get in, please." As she still hesitated, a shower of broken twigs hurled, scattering over the car roof. She moved then and got in. "Okay," she said. "Where are we going, and what's it all about?" I didn't answer. As she slammed the door, Reese came to my window. He was saying something, but I couldn't hear. He tapped on the glass, smiling. I shook my head, turned away from him, released the handbrake, and drove forward a couple of yards. As I glanced into the rearview mirror, I saw the taken-aback expression on his face. I didn't dwell on it. I began to reverse into the driveway. Shayla said, looking at the doctor in surprise and then at me, "David, what are you thinking of? Are you blind? Couldn't you see Dr. Reese was trying to talk to you?" I ignored her, too. I pulled up sharply, changed to first gear, and pressed the accelerator. At that moment, I didn't care what Reese thought of my rudeness. I didn't care what Shayla thought of it either. I just wanted to get us away. I wrenched the wheel round to take the corner back onto Gerard's Hill. And at that moment, the cat ran out. Gurley leapt from among the writhing branches of the hedge right into the path of the car. Shayla screamed, and I jammed on my brakes. The engine stalled. As I struggled, all thumbs, to restart it, she threw open the door and scrambled out. I leaned sideways, reaching to stop her, but my hand clutched only the air. I flung my own door open and leapt out into the wind, which was so strong that I was momentarily knocked off balance and went sprawling across the bonnet. The cat wasn't dead. As Shayla moved towards it, I saw it get up. Dragging its broken, I left her in a widening pool of blood while Reese bent over her and tried, hopelessly, to help her. He couldn't help her. No one could do anything for her, that much was clear. She was quite dead. Poor Jean. She had tried so hard to keep me out, but there I was after all, inside the house. I ran through the dining room to the living room and then back to the hall. Even here, inside, the sound of the wind was deafening. And now there was rain, too, and it dashed itself against the panes so hard that I felt they'd never withstand the onslaught. As I went up the stairs, I could sense Bronwyn's presence more strongly than ever before. Looking in on Colin and Helen's room, I saw white roses on the pillows. Oh yes, Bronwyn was there all right. She had never gone. I was a fool to have thought I could banish her so easily. If I had banished a ghost, then it certainly hadn't been hers. No, she had just used her guile to keep me here. Well, I was here, but she wouldn't keep me, and she wouldn't keep Shayla either. Shayla! I kept calling her name as I ran from one room to another. No sign of her anywhere, and I turned and hurried downstairs again, all the time breathing in the rose scent and feeling that I might choke on my fear. As I got to the foot of the stairs, Reese came into the hall, a terrible spectacle in his blood-reddened clothes. He looked dazed and totally unaware of what was happening. "I tried to phone for an ambulance," he said, "but your phone's out of order." "Help me find Shayla!" I shouted at him. "Help me!" And then, immediately following my words, I heard, faintly in the storm's sudden lull, Shayla's voice, coming from beyond the closed cellar door. I turned the handle of the door, but I couldn't open it. It wasn't locked, it was just stuck. Bronwyn again. I called out to Shayla, "Don't worry, I'll get you out," trying to force calm into my words, then turned and dashed away, out of the house and into the renewed howling power of the driving wind and rain. Although it was still afternoon, the sky was dark with heavy clouds that raced by, their shapes twisting, writhing, changing by the moment. I headed for the tool shed, pressing myself against the wind, forcing my way through, while the rain hit my skin like needles. I saw that one of the elms had fallen, crashing through the flimsy orchard fence, and now lay partly across the lawn, partly among the broken fruit trees. I was reminded again of that other night of storm, when Effie had stood under her parasol, pathetically seeking shelter while she waited for Handyman. But Handyman had never turned up, and Effie, going to look for him, had met Bronwyn. Bronwyn, who, hours later, had been struck down by the storm as if by some divine judgment. But by that time it had been too late. Effie and Handyman were beyond saving. Not so Shayla. I would save Shayla, I would. As I ripped open the door of the tool shed, the wind tore it from my grasp and flung it back, wrenching it from its upper hinges with a cracking, splitting sound, so that it banged rhythmically, crazily against the side of the shed. I went in, stumbling over the spade, the balls and hoops of the croquis set to the tool rack, where I grabbed an axe and a crowbar. The wind was behind me as I ran back over the lawn, and I was driven before it in a steady pelting shower of driving rain and bits of flying debris. I reached the house, and in the kitchen doorway I hesitated, took a deep breath, and stepped again over Jean Timpson's body in the pool of blood. Moving to the dresser, I ripped open a drawer, grabbed the torch, and flicked the switch. Thank God, it worked. In the hall I found Reese rattling and pulling at the cellar door's handle. I pushed him aside, yelled out to Shayla to stand clear, and then let fly with the axe. It was a stout door, but my fear gave me strength, and after a succession of heavy blows I had it open. The cellar light was on. That light that had never worked for me, it was on. Bronwyn again? And there in the cold light cast by the single naked bulb, I saw Shayla as she crouched at the foot of the steps, the little injured cat in her arms. "David!" She was safe. Scared and a little run, covering about 2 inches. I guide it, or try to, very carefully. It must touch every letter, only then can I go. One more little prod. I'm impatient and too rough, and now I've hurt one of its legs. But I keep on, and it moves again, although its progress is slow.
Carefully now, careful. It takes great care, an operation like this. As it moves slowly over the stone, its injured leg trails. Looking round, I see her there waiting for me on the other side of the wall. I don't know why I was worrying about getting back late to the cottage. She knows I won't be far away. Her smile, I see, has a touch of sadness, a little disapproval in it. She doesn't like me coming here, I know. But one more minute and I'll be ready. Just let this little spider do his job, and then we'll go home together. Home. Together. We'll walk home together through the village. I know what it will be like as we go through the village. There'll be silence. No one will speak to us. They never do. We have no friends here now, no one. Pitkin has never called, and Timpson, it seems, never stirs from his house any more. And Reese? Oh, he moved away quite a while ago. Perhaps Shayla's hold on the cat was too tight. Perhaps her sudden movement up the steps jarred its shattered leg. My fingers had just closed around her shoulder when the cat gave a piercing cry of pain and twisted, squirming in her arms. Shayla faltered in her stride, bending her head to the animal, and I watched as it lashed out, hooked her in the eye, and then dragged its razor claws down across her cheek. With a shriek, she let the cat go and clutched at her face. But Girlie didn't fall. She hung on, clinging, claws deep in Shayla's breast, and when Shayla, screaming, tried to free herself, the cat snarled, spat, and clawed her again. Bounding down the 2 steps that separated us, I snatched the cat away. But I was too late. Shayla, in an effort to escape the pain, stepped sideways and stepped too far. Her hand came away from her blood-filled eye socket, reaching out for me. For an instant, our hands brushed, and then she had gone over the edge of the staircase. In the moment it took me to get down the steps, I swung the cat, a snarling, spitting, ferocious shape of black fur, back to my arm's length and hurled it with all my force at the far wall. It struck the plaster-covered bricks with a thud and fell onto a pile of old books. I clambered over a chest, skirted the Welsh dresser, and hurried to Shayla. I found her half lying, half kneeling, over an old wooden box. But she hadn't fallen very far, only a few feet, and I didn't think she could be seriously hurt. "Oh, my darling," I heard myself saying. I saw pain in her face, and it brought tears springing to my eyes. Quickly grabbing her by the shoulders, I started to lift her up. And as I did so, her head snapped back and she let out a scream that made my heart turn over. "No!" she shrieked. "Oh, God, don't, no!" There was something echoes. She was quite silent now. Now there was only the sound of our breathing, Reese's and mine. Shayla was completely hidden from our sight. Only her blood showed as it ran from beneath the dresser and collected in a widening pool on the cellar floor. The spider is really moving now. With a little help from me, he practically scuttles back over the letters. I stop him, and he starts again, this time at the beginning of her name. With a little prod from my twig, he covers her name in one fast, simple little run. S-H-E-L-A-G, he spells, and finally settles in the cut of the last H. Now I can go. I stand up, brush bits of grass from my sleeve. I won't bother leaving by the gates. I'll go by way of the wall. On top of the wall, I pause. I sit astride the old grey stones and look back on the graves. Shayla, Colin, Helen. They're all gone now. But I'm not alone. No. Bronwyn comes towards me. In a minute, she will take my arm and we'll go home together. Home. I'll have a little drink, try to relax. We'll be together, undisturbed. That we can rely on. A question nags. I ought to do something about the future. But what? I ought to try to find a job of some kind, somewhere. Helen's money won't last forever. But that's something I can think about later on. Give the matter some real thought. It'll be good to have something positive to think about. I need something positive, otherwise I just get landed with memories all the time. Oh, Shayla, Shayla. I mustn't think of you, Shayla, not as you were
when I last saw you, when Reese and I and the men lifted the dresser. I must think of you as you were at other times. I shall concentrate on other images. I shall see you under the flowered arch in your yellow dress as we set off for our wedding. See you beside the river lifting your beer glass. In the garden with the sun so bright on your hair. In the highlights, your hair shone red. Did you know that? Oh, Shayla, shall not be faithless to your memory. I loved only you. But you are gone, and now there is only Bronwyn. She loves me. Do I love? No. No. But I have no one else. Though what of my father? A good question. What indeed of my father? No. I have no one now, only Bronwyn. She offers me love, of a kind, and it will do, until I grow too tired. When that will be, I have no idea, but until it happens, we shall stay together. She won't ever leave, and I have nowhere else to go. And after all, as I said, she loves me, and that's half the battle. It's so important to be loved, to be needed. But still, you ask, how could I stay with her after the horror that has been? It is something I have often asked myself, though much less frequently of late. The horror does recede as it becomes more and more a part of the past, believe it. Even the most shocking events will cease to shock when seen repeatedly, as they have been in my mind. And on those occasions when the past does loom up and threaten to swamp me, and I lie in bed while the pictures and the voices churn round in my head, then she, Bronwyn, will come to me and touch me, and I let go then, completely. I hold back no longer. I can do nothing else when she is with me, and letting go, I let go too of the waking nightmares. Soon they dissolve into the past, where they belong. This has been Sweetheart, Sweetheart, written by Bernard Taylor, narrated by Matt Godfrey. Copyright 1977 by Bernard Taylor. Production copyright 2016 by Valancourt Books, LLC.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.